Can I call you Commander Comstock?
You call me whatever you want, just as long as you're looking at me. That way I know you're talking to
me. Bro, I just got done listening to your podcast with Julian Dory, and it was fantastic.
Yeah, thank you.
Some of the stuff that you've been through and some of the stories that you were telling were just melting my brain. So I'm glad to meet you. I'm glad Julian hooked us up. And I love your jacket. That jacket is incredible. That's one of the best jackets I've ever seen on this podcast. On this podcast, 100%. You take the cake.
All right.
So for people that don't know who you are, can you basically just explain the synopsis of your story and how you got to where you are?
Yeah, sure.
How did you get into this whole world of military special operations and combat?
Yeah. I grew up in military culture. My dad was in the Army. And so most of my childhood was spent in Germany during the 70s, the Cold War, with the U.S. Army. My mother's German. My family was there. So, at heart, I was a German growing up. And then eventually my dad moved to the United States, and I retired out of Fort Huachuca, Arizona. From there, he moved to Fremont, California, or we moved to Fremont, California, the Bay Area of San Francisco. He got a job there. And that was for a young man like myself at the time, 15, 16 years old, that was like a real culture shock, Coming from the military culture, it's so different, at least growing up for me it was, than it is in the civilian world. And so I had a little hard time adapting, I hate to say it, but, I don't know, maybe it's just something in my mind. But I didn't do well outside the military life, I guess. And then so I couldn't wait to get back to it. So I actually joined the military I enlisted when I was 17, and I didn't tell my dad about it. Of course, I broke his heart when he found out because he actually had plans for me to go to college. Nobody in my family on either side had ever been to college. And I was going to be the first one. So my father thought so. And so I enlisted for the military. Then I told him, I realized, I screwed up, right? So I said, Dad, don't worry. I'm going to get my college degree, and I want to be like you, so to speak. So I ended up joining the military in 1981. I ended up in 82nd Airborne Division, an infantry company, and then ultimately into a long-range reconnaissance platoon for my first 4 years in 82nd. And then I came to this crossroad. I'm like, man, do I want to stay in or want to get out? So I was married, young wife, young daughter. She's still 6 months old. And I wasn't feeling challenged,
How old were you?
At the time, on the end of my first enlistment, I was 22. Right.
Wow.
So I went at 8. So I got in right at 18, 22. Yeah, it started early. But I was at this point I wanted to get out, just wasn't feeling challenged, as an infantry guy digging foxholes and filling back up and sitting under a tree for a couple of days, cleaning my M16. Just it wasn't very challenging, right? And so I said, okay, you know what? I think I'm going to get out. So I had to call my mom, and I said, hey, Mommy, I'm thinking about getting out of the Army. Can I come home with my wife and daughter and kind of live with you for 3 months till I get on my feet?
Yeah.
You would think Mom would say, of course, son. My mom was in her stark German, harsh accent. I was like, no, not no, but hell no. And I'm like, damn, Mom, okay, thanks. My mom's very, she's got OCD, man. She just, her nest is her nest,
What was at that age when you decided to go against your dad's wishes and join the military, what was your view of, two questions. Number one, what was your view of like military and war? And like two, what was going on around the world at that point? Were you paying attention to it?
Yeah, absolutely. Good question. So what happened was we were just coming out of the Cold War, if you want to call it a war, but and I remember circa 1980, I believe. Also, the Achilles Laurel incident happened where the terrorists took over the ship, the Achilles Laurel ship, and they actually threw, I believe it was an American in a wheelchair, threw him overboard and killed him. And they're too close. And
no, it's good. I just want to put it down a little bit.
And so, I saw that, and, the world was in shock, how dare they do that, and that actually angered me as a young man,
Wait, what was that again?
The incident was, the ship was called Achilles Laurel, right?
Okay.
I think it was just a cruise liner, right?
Okay.
And it was hijacked by terrorists.
Where?
Somewhere in the Middle East.
Okay.
I can't remember exactly where, but maybe the Mediterranean. But I do remember Achilles Laurel. I do remember they threw an American in a wheelchair overboard, right? Killed him, right? He was at least one of many casualties, I believe. So that kind of angered me as a young man, and because growing up in the military, as an American, we're very patriotic. And to me, that was like, that's BS, right? How dare they do that to American, right? And so that really got me motivated to join the military. That was like, that was like a line they crossed. You have no idea what they started,
right.
So, so that's what got me motivated to go in the military. And then I remember I was going through TV Guide one day, and in the middle they always have these like 2-page spreads, advertisements, right? And there was an advertisement in this particular one for the Army. It says, "Be all that you can be." That was a slogan at the time, which is still my slogan, believe it or not. And there was a picture of a Ranger coming out of the jungle, camouflage patrol cap, rappel rope, car 15. And he's sneaking out of the jungle, and I saw that. I go, "That's it. I'm joining the military. That's it right there." So that's what prompted me to go down and get recruited. So I ended up in the 82nd for a minute, and then I was on the cusp of getting out. My mom said no. I really didn't have any options. Like, what am I going to do? I'm 22, no college education yet, got a wife and a kid. And so fortunately for me, I got a letter at the same time from the unit, Delta, and it said, you're eligible to apply to try out for Delta Force. I have to clarify that because guys will go, "Oh yeah, Delta Force wanted me. They sent me a letter, but I found a better job, whatever, cleaning shit or somewhere, whatever, right?" So, I hear it all the time. It cracks me up. It's like, no, just because you got the letter doesn't mean they wanted you. The letter means you're eligible to apply to go through the application process to see if you qualify to try out, right? And so,
what do you have to do to be eligible?
So the criteria at that time, it's probably still the same, or very close, was you had to be a minimum of 22. You had to be at least a buck sergeant 85. You had to have a GT score of a minimum of 110, which is like an Army IQ test. If you're 110 or above, you can do anything in the military. No judicial action against you or anything, no punishment in the past, no UCMJ stuff, so you've never been in trouble. What else was there? There's a couple other requirements, but... So if you met all the basics, then what would happen if they said, "Okay, we're going to give you a chance," then you come to another formal application process where you do a physical fitness test. You actually get a medical examination, pretty thorough one. They do a background check on you. There's quite a bit you do, psychological evaluations. And then once you complete all that, they take your packet and then they say, "Good luck. We'll let you know in 30 days. If you make it or not, right? If you get it selected." So 30 days later, I got the letter, and it said, "Congratulations, you passed the application, and now you're going to attend the formal assessment selection course." Right? It's a big deal. To kind of give you perspective on why it's a big deal is they only run 2 selection courses a year. So twice a year. At that time, they panned all the records in the U.S. Army. Now they pan the records of all the military, everybody in the military, right? Because, believe it or not, the Army pool was too small to draw eligible candidates from, right? And actually, the military pool is still too small. Okay, this is how hard it is to get in this program. So, in my class, the class I went through in October, there was 100. There's normally 100 guys, 100 candidates, right? They'll max out 100 guys. I had 110 in there. I don't know why. Maybe I was mistaken, but I'm pretty sure I counted 110 heads in there, right? So we had 10 extra. Of the 110 that started the program, at the end, 6 of us completed it. We're the only ones standing. Of the 6 of us that completed it, 3 of us actually got selected after we went in front of the commander's board in psychological evaluation again. So 3 out of 110 of us got picked up. That happens twice a year. So we had one class where 1 guy made it. Think about that for a minute. Think about that. That's how tough it is, right? The the formal assessment selection course, it's not like, and people get mad when I say this stuff, especially the SEAL fans. Listen, I don't have a problem with SEALs. A lot of them are friends, I've trained and worked with them a lot downrange. I'm just stating facts. The fact is Delta Force selection is very unique in that you don't go through as a group. You go through as an individual. It's an individual effort, right? So, you see Buds and Ranger School and all these other ones. They're all running together and suffering together and screaming and crying together. Delta Force, you go through by yourself, literally. The only time you see anybody else is in the morning or in the evening, right? Outside of that, in fact, they don't even call you by your name. They just assign you a color and number. Right? So every day you're a different color number. And how do you know your color number? Because you have to go to a whiteboard and it's got all the information on there every day, right? Tells you where to be, when to be there. Don't be late, light, or out of uniform. And there's your name and your color number for the day. And that's what you'll be addressed as. So they do that for a reason. They don't socialize with you. I say they, the cadre. They don't socialize with you. So they're always stone-faced, no bullshitting, shucking and jiving. In the back, we can see them. They're very professional. They're almost like robots. But it's part of the script. Mm-hmm. It has to be that way. And what they're trying to do is they're putting pressure, they're making you put pressure on yourself, right? Because there's some guys out there that, they get a little nervous or uncomfortable, and they look at somebody else to see how they're acting. Oh, they're looking kind of happy and giddy and smiling. Must be okay, right? Mm-hmm. So especially from the instructors.
Sure.
So the idea is you're basically isolated in this course with other people, but nobody's addressing you by your name. There's no personal interaction. You're told what to do. Very limited. It's very limited information. You're given a task, and then you're not told what the standard is. And we say, well, how much time do I have? Do the best you can. But do the best you can. But have a good one. But do the best you can. That's all you will get out of them.
Wow.
That's all you'll get out of them. It's like, hello, is anybody in there? Right? It's funny, right? But it's designed that way because, so what does do the best you can mean? It means do the best you can. So if you really want to be there, you're going to do the best you can, mm-hmm. right? So you push yourself every day. Like literally every day you push yourself to the extreme. And eventually, guess what's going to happen? Your body's going to break down. And there's nothing worse than being alone in the woods or in a farm field and your body's broken down. And you're standing there demoralized. You can't push yourself nothing anymore. And you're like, what am I doing here? Why am I putting myself through this? You start questioning yourself. Right. And that's the whole point, right? And
solitude.
Yeah. And so what they're looking for is, they have a saying. There's a lot of guys that will, they're just throwing a towel. So that's it for me, right? So they call it Victor Whiskey or voluntary withdrawal, VW, right? And a candidate will go, Sergeant, I'd like the Victor Whiskey. And they'll go, okay, put your clothes, your coat on, your jacket, get dry, get in the truck. We'll take you back. They take you to the rear, put you in the shower, feed you. You're nice and warm and comfortable. Then they give you an out briefing with the commander. And what ends up usually happening is the commander goes, hey, man, thanks for coming out. Thanks for trying. At least you got the guts to try, blah, blah, blah. Mm-hmm. And usually the candidate feeling pretty good, his stomach's full. You go, hey, sir, you mind if I try again? Can I come back? And the answer every time, without exception, is no. It's you can have a change of mind, but you cannot have a change of heart. You will never get to come to this program again because you don't have the heart. You changed your mind, but you didn't have the heart. And that's what they're doing. They're looking for your mind just to shit the bed out there and your heart to shit the bed. And they want to see which one's going to keep you going, right? Mm-hmm. So a lot of people mentally start having these issues, and they want to quit. It becomes very emotional, nobody's talking to me, nobody's calling me by my name, and it sucks, it's cold, it's wet, and I'm tired and everything hurts. What they're looking for is the guy that's going, you know what, my body's broken, but I'm going to push it anyways. I'm going to make it no matter what. Right. And that's what they're looking for. And there's guys that have gone through that program that, look, I've heard some guys out there on the podcast, some very famous guys. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to mention their names, that went through Delta Force, Actually, one of them kind of lied, but that's neither here nor there right now. And he didn't make it, and he said he didn't make it because he hurt his ankle. He had an owie, and so they medically withdrew him. And they said, hey, you did a good job. You can come back. That's what they tell everybody, right? They medically withdraw you. Yeah. So he felt good about, hey, see, they wanted me back. No, everybody gets to come back if they're medically withdrawn. But he used that as, and so he played that up. And I know a lot of guys that play that kind of stuff up. But here's the thing. Here's the guys that make it. One of my teammates, when he went through, he broke both tibias and didn't tell anybody.
It's hot outside, and if you're like me, your ass feels like a chub rub moist meat market at this time of the year. But I have news for you. You can instantly refresh yourself without having to jump in the shower. Washing with the Tushy bidet transforms swamp ass into a dewy cloud. You heard it right. Tushy is a bidet attachment. No longer do you need a separate seat to experience French luxury. In Florida, a moist crack and toilet paper are an abrasive combination. But with Tushy's warm spray and built-in dryer, it makes toilet paper obsolete. It's so much more painless, plus I use 80% less paper, and I haven't clogged the toilet since. The first time I ever learned about a bidet is when I was hanging out with Macho Man Randy Savage's brother, Lanny Poffo, and he put it to me beautifully. And he said, when your hands are dirty, do you wipe your hands or wash your hands? So why do we wipe our ass and not wash our ass? Tushy is the everyday bidet that'll transform your bathroom habits and hygiene for life. There's a bidet for every biohacking personality type, like Cloud Plus, which automatically deodorizes the underberries. Don't knock it till you try it. Or Aura, which automatically opens the seat when you enter the bathroom. This is what I want out of my 21st century bathroom. But the greatest benefit is removing 99% of the bacteria with water, not paper. It's a 10-minute install process with a 30-day hassle-free return. What a spritz of freshness. Keep your swampiest body parts fresh and cool. For a limited time, our listeners get 10% off their first bidet order when you use my code DANNY at checkout. That's 10% off your first bidet order at hellotushy.com with the promo code DANNY, D-A-N-N-Y. And thank you to Tushy for sponsoring this episode.
He duct tapes himself together, right? He splits himself, duct tapes himself together, and makes it through the course of 2 broken legs. Didn't tell anybody about it because he didn't want to get medically withdrawn, right?
Right.
He makes it through the course, and at the end, when he's in the rear, he has to go. We all have to do our medical evaluations, make sure we're okay now. And he's like, "Hey, can you check the wheels? I think I got a couple of flat tires, right?" And like, "Geez, you broke both legs, right?" So it was incredulous, and so they splinted him up, cast him up, and then he still sat in front of the commander's board, and they're like, "That's the kind of guy we want right there. Guy's got 2 broken legs." And still made it through the course,
right.
Even if it meant he had to walk on his hands, he made it. So they actually sent him to, I think, San Antonio, Texas, to a veterinarian.
Mm-hmm. Veterinarian?
Yeah, because this guy was like an expert at inserting, I guess, steel rods into like a horse's leg, and so they sent him there, right? He's the expert. So they actually put rods in this guy's legs. He came back a year later, and one of the best operators we had.
Oh,
no doubt about
Christ.
it. Yeah. But a very interesting, program. Like I said, it's very difficult. The chance that, honestly, I should have never made it. Statistically, I had no chance. Mm-hmm. I was actually surprised I got selected to even come to try out. But when I looked at the guys that do make it, they were Green Berets, they were Rangers, they were older. The average age was like 33 years old.
Really?
Yeah, the average age is 33. So guys with experience, right? Because a job like that takes experience. I'm still wet behind the ears, mm-hmm. and I don't know jack other than how to fill a foxhole. And so I didn't have the military experience. I didn't have what it took, mm-hmm. I thought, to make it. But that's not what they're looking for. Anybody can come through the program. They don't care what your MOS is. You could be a fry cook, and you mm-hmm. be a badass fry cook. So MOS immaterial, what they're looking at is the man. They're looking at, and really more importantly, what they're looking at is not, and I'm going to quote a guy named Pat Savage. He was one of the operators on golf team. He said, we're not looking for the best man, we're looking for the right man. And I was like, man, that's absolutely right, because there's some studs that can muscle through that selection course, mm-hmm. But they ain't got it up here, right? So a lot of guys just, they don't make it. It's because it's more than just physical, it's also mental. And why is it that way? Because when you're a Delta operator, you're expected to go out and operate unilaterally by yourself. For example, I might be tasked to go brief the President of the United States or some admiral on an aircraft carrier, right? And as an E5 or E6 at 22, 23 years old, that's what I might be required to do. Mm-hmm. And so they need to know that if they sent me, I'm not going to fall on my face and embarrass the Army, and the unit. Right. We did a lot of singleton operations. So when we use the word operator, so I'm going to clarify this. This is going to piss people off again too, right? So, you have CIA operatives. Mm-hmm. Now, why are Delta Force operators called operators, right? Because operators are selected from all MOSs in the military. So they show up. And so, for example, when I showed up, I was what's called 11 Bravo, infantry guy, right? E11B was my MOS designator. Okay. All right, so when it comes time for my promotion, guess what? Dale's got to compete against the other 11 Bravos in the military, right? But I'm not doing the same job as them. They're definitely not doing my job, right? So how do I get graded fairly is the issue, right? Mm. And so what they realized was, I'm no longer an infantry guy. I'm an operator. Why am I an operator? Because I'm actually going to be doing 3 different types of jobs. 1, I have to be able to, 1, operate as a soldier. 2, operate as a government agent. And 3, operate as a civilian. So I can actually wear different guises. and carry different credentials depending on what the
Right.
job is, right? So if you're going to rate me, how do you rate me? As a civilian, as a government agent, whatever, or as a soldier, right? So that's why we use the word operator, because you kind of span different areas. And
Right.
so the hilarious part is somehow everybody decided that was such a cool name that everybody in the military calls himself an operator. I've even heard cops call themselves operators now. It's like, what?
Yeah.
Everybody wants to be an operator, but
Right.
they don't want to do the long walk, is what we call it. What's the long walk is the end of the selection course. It's a very long, it's a 40-mile walk is what it is.
Another thing I wanted to ask you is, can you give me like the 5th grade version of what the difference is between a Delta Force and Ground Branch?
Yeah, big difference. So Delta Force is a counter-terrorist unit, right?
Counter-terrorist unit.
Yeah. However, they're specialized in many areas.
Okay.
Scuba operations, water operations, mountain operations, mobility operations, airborne operations, the gamut, right? They got to be good at all those things. CIA Ground Branch is a CIA capability, and they can do lots of things. But normally don't form up in a team. They don't do counterterrorism. They're not going to do mountaineering operations.
So it's CIA paramilitary.
Exactly, right?
Okay.
So they're going to go out and they're going to do whatever it takes to support the intelligence collection effort.
Got it.
Right? And so that's why a lot of times ground branch guys or paramilitary guys, they're shooters, because when you go out to collect intelligence from somebody, there's usually be a gunfight, right?
Right.
But so, picking up where I left off, I tried out for the unit. I made it, obviously. Then while I was in the unit, I went to the Special Forces Qualification course, became a Green Beret. Why? So I'm competing at another level for promotions and things like that, plus added skill sets, It was all beneficial. So I got to go there, came back, and then ultimately I ended up going to Special Forces in the 3rd Special Forces group. I was an A-team sergeant there for a while, and then I retired out of the 3rd group. And then I retired actually before 9/11. And then I get, the 9/11 happens, and then next thing you know, I get recruited by the government, OGA, to come in and continue doing what I did in the military, but with 1 or 2 other guys and that intelligence capability, so to speak. So I did come back, and I spent almost 10 years doing that job. And concurrently, I was running several companies. So I built a couple of companies, actually one before 9/11 and then a couple after 9/11. And so I was in parallel running companies. And
What kind of company? What do you mean companies? You're an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
What made you want to start a company? What kind of companies are we talking about?
Well, the first one I started was a company called Global Security Consultants. And what we did was we actually got into, I had a business partner. Mm-hmm. We actually got into the nuclear energy sector. Right, and we started securing all the nuclear power plants in the United States.
What?
Yeah. In fact, at the time when 9/11 happened, you could just walk in any nuclear power plant and it would have been disastrous. Wow. There was no security, right? So now, they're jumping through their ass going, we need to do something, right? Their NRCs tell them, you better plus it up, right? And so we had one competitor.
So first of all, how did you come up with the idea to do that?
Well, so what happened, I knew I wanted to start a security company, right?
Okay.
Before 9/11.
Okay.
Right? And the reason why is because I was thinking about, okay, when I get out, what am I going to do? Who needs the skills of a Green Beret, a Delta guy, shooting people? And I'm trying to figure out what can I do and I wanted to be my own entrepreneur, my own boss, right? I didn't want to work for anybody. So I decided, I'm going to start a security company. And then I brought my business partner on board. He was actually one of my younger mentor students. And then, he's like, hey, man, my dad used to work in the nuclear sector. Maybe we can get in there. So we started digging into it and learning about it. And we realized, man, we could blow this up, man, easy. Not literally, but figuratively, right? So that's how we got into it. And then we find out there's only one competitor. There's actually one dude, a civilian, and a SEAL. And so they not the SEAL, but the other guy put his foot in his mouth, because when 9/11 happened, CNN interviewed him the next day, and he got on CNN and said, all the security at nuclear power plants, they're grandmothers and school teachers and used car salesmen carrying guns. Oh my God, that was the wrong thing to say, man. He became P&G after that. And so I got a call from Exelon Nuclear Energy up in Chicago, and they're like, hey, can you and your partner come up here, right? And the reason they knew of us, because we had gone to an NRC conference as vendors for the first time, right?
Okay.
And nobody wanted to talk to us. They were scared of these two big dudes with suits on, right? And we're trying to attract them to the table, and they wouldn't come over. They were all, you know, we lay little shiny things out, and they'd come over, and then we'd catch them, like, hey, you know, here's a business card, you know? So, you know, we warmed up to them eventually, and that's how they remembered us. But so they called us to Chicago, and they told us what happened. We knew about 9/11. They go, you guys want his contract? I was like, yeah, right? So they had 11 nuclear power plants and 17 reactors.
Wow.
And just like that, we got them, right? We became their primary consultants, include 3 Mile Island. That was actually my first job, 3 Mile Island.
Really?
And so we ended up... we probably serviced about 42 of the nuclear power plants. The other guy went out of business. We just outperformed him, so I had no competitors.
So what do you do to secure a nuclear power plant?
There's a lot. So for example, the NRC, they dictate what a nuclear energy power plant has to protect itself from, right? So the NRC, with the military, the Army particularly, one of the Special Forces team, they decide what they call a design basis threat, right? So they have to look at a nuclear power plant and go, okay, what should a nuclear power plant be prepared to, most extreme scenario that's reasonable, right? So look, if I brought in 100 Al-Qaeda guys, you're done, right? That's not reasonable. But if I brought in a very small amount of dudes, right, very specialized, I had an insider, for example, guy working inside the plant, which, by the way, has happened with Al-Qaeda.
Really?
Yeah. And so I've got an insider, I've got a small team on the outside, and then they dictate what kind of weapons they can have and capabilities, including explosives, how much. There's a limit to everything, right? That's why they call it a design basis threat. So it's classified. I mean, I know what it is. It may have changed since then, but I knew what it was. And so... then what happens is a nuclear power plant has to be able to defend itself from that type of enemy capability, right? And so, and there's nothing off the table. Like, for example, an insider. You might have an insider that at H hour goes up and shoots 2 security guards in the back of the head. You got a problem. Because why? If you think about it, nuclear power plants, for example, they might have, I don't know, just say 20 or 30 security guards working at one time, right? That's one shift. Usually they have 4 shifts, okay, rotating shifts. So you got 30 dudes on shift, and really that's the bare minimum. And so what happens is every guy's got a sector of responsibility and different elevations in the facility, right? And if there's a threat, for example, let's just say there's a 2-pronged attack with an insider, right? Now we're getting hit by 3 sides, literally. And if I lose 1 security guard, we can still compensate, right? We can kind of cover that dead space. But we start losing 2 or 3, that's a problem because you can't cover that space. And why do they use the bare numbers? Money, right? It costs money to hire these guys, pay their salaries, everything that goes along with it, right? So it always comes down to budget. And so otherwise, if there was an unlimited budget, nuclear power plants could harden themselves to the point where nobody could get into it, but they can't. It's a business. In fact, the first time I did a consulting job was 3 Mile Island. And I spent 10 days there with my partner. And we did the whole walk down. We did everything, right? And then we did the analysis. And then we wrote an after-action report. And then we finally went in to render the report on the last day to the security manager and relevant staff that, were privy to hear this. And I remember I got a little cocky, and it was our first job, right? We thought we knew what we were doing. We're the experts here.
Hey guys, if you're not already subscribed, please hammer the subscribe button below and hit the like button on the video. Back to the show.
And we're sitting across the table, and the security manager, his name was Mike. He's a very good friend of mine today. He's like, all right, well, fellows, let me have it. What do we got here? And I was like, well, Mike, I don't know what you're thinking, but, where's your machine guns over here? Where's your mortar tubes over here? Right? I'm just dressing them down, right? And he's like looking at me, right? I'm kind of exaggerating a little bit, but finally he stops. He goes, listen, guys. He goes, I know you're new to this business. He goes, if you want to stay in the business, remember this. He goes, we're in the business of making energy, not security, right? He goes, security is an overhead. He goes, we want the mostest for the leastest, right? And I was like, God, I must have missed that in my master's degree, right? That part, that's super essential, right? And he straightened us out, and I realized that's a good lesson learned. And so anytime I go into kind of a security consulting job, I always remember their bottom line, right? And I try to give them the mostest for the leastest. So we got all that sorted out. We did all the security at 3 Mile Island. Man, that was just a self-licking ice cream for a long time. And then we went to all the other nuclear power plants and did the same thing, man. We did all kinds of stuff. I mean, we looked at physical security. We looked at, here's another thing about nuclear power plants. So everything's a function of time, right? There are timelines. For example, remember I mentioned you lose a security guard, right? Somebody's got to cover his space. So how long does it take for the security guard from over here to run over here and cover this guy's space, right? It might take 10 seconds, right? And we run this stuff with equipment on, and we map it out on all kinds of, 3D drawings and renderings and things like that. And then we go, well, maybe we got a guy over here just down, he's 40 seconds away, and he's the first guy taken out maybe by a Confederate. And so I got to get a guy over here to over here. It's going to take him 40 seconds to spin up and move over here. Well, guess what? It might take the bad guys 30 seconds to get in from the outside, right?
Right.
So who's winning? They're winning, right? Because once they get through the doors, we got another problem. Now they're inside the wire, so to speak. So what I started doing was selling nuclear power plants time. I said, listen, you want to delay the guys on the perimeter? You want to slow them down coming in? I said, I can do that. How? I actually built and designed various types of barriers and fences that it would take the bad guys a long time to get through with explosives, mechanical breaching, manual breaching, ballistic breaching, all the different types of explosives, car bombs, VIBIDs, based, as long as it's inside the DBT, design basis threat, I would use that. And then what I would do is I'd go build a mock-up of it, right, out in Mammoth Lakes, California. And I would actually test my theory, right? And I knew it would work. And what I would throw at these fences and these barriers was every possible explosive or configuration of explosive I thought the bad guys could come up with, right? And I tried everything, right? And
this was before recreational drones.
Yeah, a lot longer than that, right?
Okay.
And so what we started doing then was we recorded, we collect the data, and then we provide an AAR to the client and go, look, we can guarantee at least this many seconds. That's above and above, way and above what you have now, right? And so I'm buying you time. It gives you, so now you can not sweat your security response time so much because you got a little bit of breathing room, right? And so that helps them ultimately with their budget because they don't have to hire more guys, right? So they laid out some money for my testing. Oh yeah, and then there's the installation, right? So then they go out and they hire a some type of a metal fencing company or whatever, right? And they always do the lowest bidder, right? They have to do it's got to be union, right? All that crap. And then they show up, and then I got to show up, and I got to make sure they build it to my specifications. So I got to provide oversight. They got to do all kinds of trainings, put PPE on because we use razor tape and stuff like that. So you get cut up pretty good. So I get paid again. One for being there, and two, I get paid on the whole project and of course the testing. So we started doing a lot of that as well. It was a very interesting job. It was very good. We did really well, so much so that G4S Wackenhut actually bought my company 3 years later.
Wackenhut?
Yeah.
No shit.
And I tell you why they bought us. Because we're kicking their ass, right? They need to get rid of the competition.
Wow.
And actually when we went into the business, we went in with that in mind. It's like, let's build it, make it really sexy, and then sell it because we thought, this 9/11 thing ain't gonna last forever. Eventually, everybody's gonna go back to the old days, get lackadaisical again.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, that didn't happen. Well, fortunately, it did happen, but
well, that's a scary thing. Nuclear power plants are one of the most vulnerable pieces of infrastructure in the U.S. Like, if there was a thermonuclear war that happened where we exchanged intercontinental ballistic missiles, the number one target of the foreign country attacking us would be our ICBM silos, and number two would be our nuclear power plants, because if they can hit a nuclear power plant with a nuke, it's like quadruple the damage that it would be with just a regular nuke.
That's right.
So like you have to worry about that. And then you have to worry about, in today's day and age, these drones. Like just the other day, we heard about this crazy drone swarm in Russia, right? That took out one of their nuclear planes or something like that.
Yeah.
So like, I can't imagine the level of security you would have to have nowadays for a nuclear power plant. And also, if I owned a nuclear power plant, I would probably try to be getting some money from the government. to secure it,
subsidize.
because it's if you want to protect America, you got to protect the nuclear power plants.
Yeah. At the time, they didn't subsidize. I don't know about today.
Yeah.
But NRC did provide the government oversight and told them what to do. I came as a consultant, represented the nuclear power plants, and they brought in some special forces teams to actually try to penetrate, which was a lot of fun because I knew the guys were going to try to penetrate, right? So, we made it reasonable. It was a good job. I learned a lot, made a lot of money. Did something worthwhile for America, and now I would say today it's very hard to get into. You're going to have a hard time breaching a nuclear power plant. It's just not going to happen. You can fly an airplane into it. It's not going to happen. Nothing's going to happen.
If you fly an airplane into it, nothing will happen.
No, they're built to withstand, I think, at least a 737.
What?
Yeah, coming at full speed. Now the cooling towers you see, you can take those down. Nothing's going to happen. That's just a cooling tower. But what you want to protect is the building with the reactors in it, right? Yeah. So the power block is what we call it. It's a big building. It's got turbines in it, generators. It's got the nuclear reactors in it. But even those are pretty heavy duty, man. I don't think you're going to hit a power plant, nuclear power plant, and melt it down with an airplane. It's going to have to be something more, probably something like an insider, pushing buttons and pulling levers and stuff, and shooting people from the inside. It's going to take something more like that. But even that, there's actually backups to it. So you have your main control room, and then you always have a secondary control room somewhere else, right? So if one gets taken, you got another one to run to. Now both of them get taken. Now you got drama, right? So. But it's a lot of fun, and I did well in that business. I turned around, started another company called Risk Control Institute. But what happened was they didn't make me sign a non-compete, right? There's another aspect to the story. But so I just turned around, reincorporated, built another company doing the same thing called Risk Control Institute, right? And so they really didn't get rid of me. Right. And then I turned around, sold that company to another company called Intrepid in 2011, and concurrently, I was working for the Alphabet company, and I was up to 10 years at this point, and I've spent a lot of time downrange.
Talking about CIA?
I said OGA.
OGA. Okay.
I didn't say it. You said
That's right. That's right. OGA, ladies and gentlemen, not CIA.
So, anyways, but yeah, so I got to a point, I was gone a lot, like 9 months out of the year for 10 years. It's probably why I'm divorced so many times. But finally, I just had enough. In fact, it was I made the decision one night. It's what I call my final ambush. I got ambushed pretty bad one night, and I thought, man, if I get out of this one, this is it. Because, I was like getting 40, I was 47, 48 at the time, married, kids, and...
You got ambushed by who? Where?
Taliban. Yeah, Afghanistan.
Oh shit!
Yeah, I've been ambushed a lot. But this was
the final ambush.
Yeah, the reason this was the final for me was, usually what happens is you drive along, you move along, you get ambushed, right, and then you either fight back or you run away. And so in this scenario, we actually got boxed in. We were on a road that was along the very deep and a very fast moving river. And then on the other side was nothing but mountains. And then we had one road that paralleled the river, running south to north, north to south. And there was about a 7-kilometer stretch that the Taliban owned, right? And I mean, they were hitting like logistics trucks all the time. There's both burned out hulks everywhere. Yeah. But anyways, we had to go through there, and we had to do a link up with another one of our elements coming from south to north. Well, they were running late. And we ended up stopping kind of at a halfway point, and we were literally sitting on the X for the Taliban. And they're on the radios. We could hear them because we got our interpreters on the radios listening to them, to the chatter. And so they had set up 2 IEDs and 2 ambush sites on both ends of the convoy. We had 23 vehicles, and they had boxed us in. And so we could hear what they're strategizing. We could hear the commander talking to his guys what they're going to do. Actually, what they were going to do is run between the vehicles, so we're in a crossfire. And they had already selected the vehicles they wanted to take because they wanted to grab all the guns off of it and stuff. So they're pretty good at that kind of stuff. And so we're stuck in this site. We had already split an element off. About 10 vehicles had gone further south to meet this other element. On the way back, they got ambushed, took casualties, And they made it back. We started doing our triage and giving medical aid and things like that. And then we realized, okay, we got a choice, guys. We either drive south or north, but either way, we're going through ambush, right? So we're going to be fighting out of this one, and which is crazy, right? You usually don't drive into an ambush deliberately to get out of it, right? But we had no choice at this point.
Right.
So we're like, all right, we're going to turn the vehicles around, face them north. We had basically 23 Toyota Hilux pickup trucks. Some of them were up armored, but most of them were thin skinned. And we had, each vehicle had about 5 dudes on it, guys on the back with heavy machine guns. So 23 vehicles, and we were spread out about 50 meters per vehicle. So we're doing a little over a kilometer, over a half a mile, 3/4 of a mile spread out. And the road was a really bad road. It was just bumpy, dirt road, rocks. About max speed you could attain was about 5 miles an hour. It was just a really rough road, right? It's not like the highway. And so we get the vehicles turned around. We had already called for air support. Only thing we could get was one Apache H6. And he had already expended all his ordnance supporting the element that was in contact already downrange from us. And so he called bingo, which means he's out of ammo, right? And had to go down further south, refuel, refit. And then we were waiting for him to come back and escort us going back north. And what we're going to have him do is strafe the road in front of us and just start clearing the sides of the road. And then we're just going to start beating feet up the road. And but what's funny was the Taliban commander was telling his guys to sit fast. He goes, and he knew what we're doing. He goes, they're waiting on the helicopter to come back. Oh, they already knew all this stuff, right? And normally when they ambush you, it's a long distance ambush. They, 50, 200 meters, 250 meters, 300 meters from afar, usually plunging fire. In this case, they were right on top of us, like within 50 meters. And that was their plan was, as soon as the helicopter comes in, get right on the road because he's not going to strafe the road with the vehicles there, right? So they'll negate his capability, and then they're going to jump between the vehicles and cause a crossfire.
Are we in like a city area with a lot of buildings?
No,
or
you're
out in the middle of nowhere.
Very in the middle of nowhere. Way out in nowhere.
Remote.
Yeah,
Okay.
in the mountains of Afghanistan, Pakistan, on the border there.
Okay.
Along a place it's called the Kunar River.
Okay.
And pitch black, and so we got it all figured out. Okay, guys, 50 meter spread. Once the H comes in, we'll execute. And we had basically, we told everybody, I said me, and I had 3 other Americans with us. So it was 4 Americans and about, maybe 100 Afghans and soldiers. And we said, listen, guys, every truck, run your guns. Shoot at everything and anything that could hide the Taliban behind it, right? And just don't shoot each other, right?
Wow.
So one by one, I remember I was vehicle number 15, and I had
Out of how many?
Out of 23.
23.
And I had all the antennas because I had the command vehicle with the radios in it, right? And I said, which basically says shoot here, right? Shoot here, command element. Right. And so I'm sitting there, and I'm watching through my night vision goggles. The H comes in, he can't do much, and I kind of starts loitering a little bit.
Is it like a countdown before you have to like start going through the ambush? Was it like a...
No, it's just, we waited for when the bird came in bounds. Okay, bird's 10 seconds out, 5 seconds out. All right, execute, right? As soon as he comes in, you start running guns. So the first vehicle takes off, and, I'm watching through my night vision goggles, and you see freaking rounds of traces going all directions, in the second vehicle, then the third vehicle. And you think about it, each one's 50 meters apart, right? And can do about 5 miles an hour. It's like the march of the penguins, man. It's like one at a time, and I'm sitting there watching this show, and I'm sitting there thinking, Jesus Christ, this is the first time I've ever drove deliberately. And we knew there was an IED waiting for us because there was an S-turn on the side on this mountain, and that's where they laid all the IEDs because they hit a lot of vehicles there. We knew they were there. We could hear them talking about it. I was like, shit, we're going to get hit by an IED most likely. So I'm watching them go one by one by one. I had plenty of time to watch and think, it was a good show. And then I remember thinking, man, what if I don't make it this time?
The other day I was trying to split my dinner bill with a friend, and he had one of those payment apps that takes 3 days to process it, and then it forgets your password, so you got to reset it, and everyone is sitting there annoyed. And on top of that, the app takes a cut. Listen, if I take this bill and I hand it to my friend, that's how fast I expect it to be transferred digitally. Moving money should be simple. We're not applying for mortgages. And that's where today's sponsor, Cash App, said, hold my beer. What a relief. It took seconds to set up, and all I needed was my phone number. No digging around for bank info, no forms, just boom, done. The first time I used it was when a guest didn't receive his taxi vouchers I sent him. And I reimbursed him while we were still on the phone, and he got it instantly. Didn't take 2 to 3 days, it was instant. And what about safety? If you're about to send money to someone sketchy, Cash App gives you an alert like, hey, face, are you sure you want to do this? Which definitely saved me once or twice when I mistyped someone's name with my slippery butterfingers. What a safety net. Also, you can personalize payments, so you can send your buddy rent money with a pizza emoji and a sparkly background. Every time my in-laws get something, they get the poop emoji. Bottom line is, I use Cash App because it's fast, it's safe, and it makes my life way less stressful. For a limited time only, new Cash App users can use our exclusive code to earn some additional cash. For real. There's no catch. Just download Cash App and use our code DANNY10 when you sign up. Send $5 to a friend within 14 days and you'll get $10 dropped right into your account. That's Cash App, baby. Thanks, Cash App, for sponsoring this episode. It's down below. Now back to the show.
And I thought, you know what? I can't be distracted by what ifs.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking about my wife, my kids. I saw them, each one's face, one by one, just flashing from my eyes for a minute. Thought about each one, go down the list, right? Really long list, no. And so, boom, 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 boom.
All the ex-wives too?
Yeah, all the no, yeah. Thought about how much money they're not going to get. Yeah, bunch of bandits, man. Holy cow. Don't get me started on that conversation.
I won't.
Yeah.
Sorry, I killed the moment.
Yeah, but no.
So you're like meditating on all
basically,
your kids.
I just wanted to, what I want to do is just clear my mind so that when I do this deliberate move, I'm not distracted by anything other than business, what I got to do, right? So that's what I did. It's like, all right, get that out of your mind right now. Say goodbye in your mind. Okay, it's over. Now focus on the task ahead, right? So boom, off I go. It's my turn. And I got one Afghan with me in the right side and one in the back seat, my interpreters. Mm-hmm. And I remember the road was so bumpy that I broke the front right strut on my vehicle. And the inside, the tire was rubbing on the inside of the fender wheel well.
Holy shit.
Long enough for it to catch on fire, right? And so I got a front right wheel that's on fire. It's burning. I'm freaking trying to push this thing down the road, at 5 miles an hour. And shit, we're shooting out the windows and cars and stuff like that. But finally, we make it out. And, we get to the other side. We stop. We regroup. I think we didn't lose, but we had 7 or 9 vehicles get shot up pretty bad. We had several guys get shot in the body armor, get wounded, but nobody was KIA'd on that one. And we're like, well,
wow,
yeah,
that's incredible.
Yeah, we were lucky, right? And then we're listening to the radio, and we could hear the Taliban commander asking the trigger man for the IED. He goes, why didn't you detonate the IED? And he literally told me already, because I couldn't. He goes, they were shooting at everything. I couldn't get my head up behind the log to pull to hit the plunger, right?
Right.
So it actually worked. Just laying bullets down just kept everybody's heads down until we could pass through the gauntlet. So that's why he didn't fire the IED.
Man.
Yeah.
Good God.
But when I got out of it, I was, I kept my word to myself. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna, not because I'm scared, just tired, man. 10 years of just that. Plus, I've been in every conflict from literally 1983 Grenada to the present conflicts, to include Yemen.
Yemen?
Yeah, I was in Yemen as a mercenary. And so at that time, I was just like, I
was talking to Julian the other day. He's like, get him to talk about Yemen. He calls it Yemen like no one else. Some people call it Yemen. Dale calls it Yemen.
Yemen!
Yemen! That's fucking amazing.
Whatever
dude.
it is. The white country, man. Yeah, that was a shit show too. But
so your first, so after that, you kept the promise to yourself and you decided no more combat.
Yeah. So prior to that deployment, so the company that bought my company, they were going to buy my company, right? I had met with them and they said, listen, we'd like to buy your company again, right? And we'd like to have you on board with us, but, maybe you can help us with something. And I'm like, what? He goes, can you go down to Shell, Houston, Texas, go to Corporate Security Shell Oil Company and pitch this, basically get us a job. That's what it came down to. I said, okay. And then if I do that, what happens? They go, we'll buy your company and you can run your company under us and we take care of everything. I said, good deal. So I go down.
I'll make that deal.
So I went down there. Yeah, and I did. I sold the program. What we did was provide security for example, I think the drilling season, if I remember right, was May through like August, September. So what they do in the drilling season, the oil companies, they send all their drilling boats and ships and everything up to the Arctic Circle during that time. The problem, sometimes they come all the way from New Zealand. The problem is you got all the granola heads out there. Everybody wants to paint them. You know,
the who?
them, you know, the Greenpeacers. You know,
the granola heads.
Environmentalists, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, anyways, they're always causing trouble. So, anyways, so they need security on board.
Greta Thunberg.
Yeah. Right. So they needed security. And so what we did is provide security for them. And that was my job to manage that, getting, you know, I had 2 guys on each boat, you know, and it was unarmed. But nonetheless, their job was to advise the commander, the crew, captain, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, so I did it and like, well, good job. Bought my company and I started working for them for a couple of years.
You know, there's a lot of cartel conflict with the oil companies down in Texas too, I heard.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I watched the show, the Oil Man show with Billy Bob Thornton.
Yeah.
Fucking, I don't know if you saw that, but there was a lot of conflict and drama that goes between the cartel messing with the oil companies. And like, there's also a lot of like illegal shit that they have to do when they're having their. And again, I don't know if this is, I mean, I assume this is based in a lot of reality where like there's things where like the cartel will steal a lot of their shit and they don't have time to like mess around. They basically have to like let the cartel steal their stuff and like use it as a write-off, or else the cartel is going to be just a war between the oil companies and the cartels.
Yeah, what I ended up doing too is I started doing a lot of consulting work for petrochemical plants, oil companies down on the border. So I've been down on the border in Texas, and here's what this was years ago, but here's what I observed. One, yeah, that even back then, you know, I had people come across the border and they're literally stealing like company trucks to infiltrate, get further deeper in, right? Equipment, things like that. Literally at gunpoint, holding up the oil workers, going, give me your gun and your keys, you know, and your wallet while you're at it. So that was happening. The other thing that was happening that nobody talked about was we were finding caches with like prayer rugs, AK-47s, all that shit on the border. Yeah. Cache.
Prayer rugs?
Yes.
Muslims were coming through the Mexican border.
With weapons, right? So, shoulder-fired weapons, AK-47s, all that kind of stuff. And nobody wanted to talk about that, right? And because they don't want to, I guess, freak people out. Well, they should have freaked people out because maybe we could have stopped a lot of bullshit early on. But which the irony of it is, like I would tell nuclear power plants, listen, you guys need to protect yourself from a shoulder-fired weapon. They go, where the bad guys are going to get shoulder-fired weapons from? I go, well, they just go down to Radio Shack. What are you talking about? I said, yeah. There was a guy actually in Florida, went to Radio Shack, bought all the components, and actually built a shoulder-fired weapon, RPG. In fact, one of my business partners, he's really good at manufacturing. He actually built a stainless steel RPG that actually could fire projectiles. He's one of 6 guys in the United States that has a license to build shoulder-fired weapons, and he made it at home in his garage.
Oh my God.
So no, it's not hard to do. In fact, if you mentioned drones earlier, if you look at the drones in Ukraine, they're very small. And how are these little $50 drones taking out these $50 million high-end tax?
That's crazy.
It's because of what's called a shape charge. Shape charge is very simple to make, right? So, and a shape charge is actually the component to an RPG that allows it to penetrate armors and tanks and destroy things. So,
really?
Yeah, it's not hard to make. That's the reality of it. It's not hard to make. So, you know, we've been, as Americans, you know, citizens, civilians, security have been too complacent because they don't know what they don't know because nobody wants to tell them what they need to know, right? So there's more going on in this world, especially in this country, and has been for a very long time that most people they're not even aware of. But we're starting to hear it now. It's like, wait, what, right?
I recently had this dude on the show who was working at the Rand Corporation, and he was talking about how it's like a think tank, military, futuristic think tank on how to implement new war tactics. And one of the things that they talk about is, or they're working on, is this thing called spreadsheet warfare, where essentially they can do things for really cheap, effective operations and cheap weapons to take out super expensive military equipment for, you know, adversary military equipment. So essentially they take like, and there was a Palantir commercial too that we watched where there was like 500 $100 drones, right, with little explosives in them. They can take them and swarm battleships and literally take out a freaking $6 billion battleship.
Yeah. Well, that's asymmetrical warfare. Here's the funny part. This is not even new. So I want you to think about this. Go back to when Russia went into Afghanistan. They were fighting the Mujahideen. Right? The Mujahideen, dudes with flip-flops and AK-47s, handed the Russian, a modern army, their ass. Why? Okay. Why is that? Because listen, man, we get too caught up in conventional warfare, the whole World War II mindset. We got to have tanks and massive armies going together.
We were helping them too, weren't they?
Well, no, the problem is when you fight a war asymmetrically, when you use guerrilla fighters, you can't win.
Right.
And this is what gets me is about Afghanistan and even Iraq is they were bent on using conventional forces, right, to fight an unconventional war because the Taliban, they were invisible. They were villagers, and at night they'd put their shit on and go out and get in a fight and then hide it in a cache, come back and go to war. And they did it in Iraq too, right? So we were fighting unconventional warfare using conventional means, and nobody wanted to change that paradigm, right? Because, well, and there were guys in armor, for example, arguing, that why they should be there, and it's like you're not for what, right? Afghanistan should have been a special forces mission only. Spec ops, right? Guys, an A-team
surgical shit.
Yeah, A-team goes in, for example, like I did, and you go out and you go out and spot recruit, train 500 Afghan, goat farmers. You teach them to be soldiers. Go, I'm gonna give you a lot of money to be my soldier and fight for me. You can take care of all your kids. I have lots of goats, right? And we're gonna go do bad things to bad people, and. So a special forces team, like an A-team, Green Beret team, is what's called a force multiplier. That's our job, is to go out and build these units, these basically small armies, right, to go out and fight. It doesn't work when you're trying to use, conventional armor, to fight a guy that's hiding in the shadows all the time. Like, what are you going to do? Send 150 infantry guys to find a small band of dudes somewhere in the mountains? And I hate to say this, man, but the reality is this: war is a racket, and people are making money, and they made a lot of money keeping that war going. Everybody wanted to play. I remember being at some black sites out in the middle, literally Fort Apache, Indian country, as dangerous as they can get, not only externally, but internally. I had 500 Afghans, which I know I had Taliban in the ranks, right? We had a second cantonment area within the major cantonment area. That was just for the Americans, right? We had all our radios, communications, all that stuff in there. We had a total of 15 Americans there. Only 2 of us were shooters. The other ones were log reps, communicators, case officers, blah, 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 blah. And I remember what would happen, and I looked at some of who these, for example, logisticians that came in, right? Where are you from? Some chick. Oh, I'm from, I don't know, Venice, or Italy, right? Rome, Italy, from the embassy there, or from Germany, or they're all from these embassies, and we call them combat tourists, right? They want to go down range, go, yes, I was in combat, right? And I remember this one chick, she's walking around, and she ain't got a firearm on her, right? And I asked her, I said, where's your pistol at? You're supposed to carry a pistol, minimum, right? You should. She goes, well, I'm against guns. Now think about the mindset there, right? That's very typical, by the way. That was not a one-off. I got that a lot. I'm against guns. Like, why are you here? Why are you here? Well, I can do my job here, but I don't need a gun. I go, what's going to keep 500 dudes from coming over that wall? The 500 that are out there right now. Yeah. What's going to keep them from coming over the wall? And how are you going to defend me?
Yeah.
With what? Harsh words, right? So there was a lot of that going on. It was really crazy, man.
Ideology versus practicality.
Dude, we have lost our focus as a nation, man. Hopefully we're getting it back now, but it was really, really bad. Really, really bad. I remember, I don't even want to talk about some of the shit I saw and heard over there. It would make your head split like, what? It was crazy, man. Even DEI was in effect over there. I had a guy tell me, he's a DEI guy, and actually, he was at the time he was an EO guy.
What's that mean?
Equal opportunity, right?
Oh, okay.
And he was a rep, and his job was to come out to all the FOBs, right? The camps and stuff out there.
Yeah.
And to literally give us a class on equal opportunity, no harassment, don't call people nasty names, don't check out the chick in the hallway. They're just weird shit, right? And I remember they came out, and one of the things he was telling us, he goes, look, if we two dudes, a bunch of dudes in a room together, we're gonna play grab ass, call each other kinds of weird names and shit. You know, whatever. Right? Hey, asshole. Hey, dumb shit. You know, whatever. You retard. Right? That's what we do.
Dick and fart jokes.
Right. So
you're supposed to be able to call people gay and retarded.
Yeah. He was like, you can't do that, right? And you shouldn't be cussing at people. You know, treat people with respect. And I'm like, you know where you're at, right? And he's looking at me. I said, this camp right here. First of all, I said, the dudes that are around us, these are all freaking hardcore Afghans. Some of them have fought the Russians. They're freaking hardcore. Mm-hmm. I said, when I go outside the gate here, maybe by myself or with one other American, sometimes I got to call these guys a motherfucker because they're not doing what they're supposed to do. It's like, if you don't do it, I'm going to shoot you myself, right? And so they don't. When it comes to combat, sometimes being a nice guy doesn't work. You're going to have to be a dick and get the job done, you know? And so, and I'll yell at these guys and I do shit like that because that's what needs to be done. So don't come in here preaching about EO and all this other crap. But there was some weird stuff too. Overall, I enjoyed the job, and I'll tell you why, because I had full autonomy. It was like, and I always use I talk about.
I'm sorry, and just to clarify, we're talking about what point in time right now? Like what year roughly?
This was actually, this particular event was 2010.
Okay.
Yeah, something like that, right? Mm-hmm. And that was the other part. As the war started drawing on, it started getting really more crazy because, now all the bureaucrats came in. You got to do this. You got to write a con up for 10 days to just go on a mission for tomorrow, right? And just stupid stuff. When I was there, literally, I could walk into the office to the boss and they go, hey, man, I'm taking the boys out tonight. We're going to go down range here. We're going to hit this target. If I hit this target, I'll be back sometime tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah.
He'd be like, okay, go get it done.
Yeah.
Be careful. That was it. I just go do what I want. As long as it was in support of the global war on terror and I was doing what needed to be done to win the war, collect intelligence, take care of the bad guys, take care of my good guys, then that was fine. And then it started changing as time went on, right? Then they came out with the, you can't interrogate, you have to interview the bad guys. I was like, that was just some stupid stuff there, man.
You can interrogate?
Yeah, they came out with that. So what happened was American, some of the weenies were like, you can't, what kind of blew everything open was, I don't know if you remember that picture of a bunch of young soldiers, men and women in Iraq, in one of the prisons. They had taken a bunch of Iraqi soldiers out. They were butt naked, right? And they're humiliating them. And they're doing all kinds of weird shit. They're making them like stack each other up.
This is the Abu Ghraib stuff?
Yeah, right. Okay. All that kind of crap, right? So that kind of got everybody's attention. But by the way, they were not interrogators. They were way outside their skill set. Mm-hmm. They're just...
Well, there was the enhanced interrogation, which is what they call the torture program. And there was a guy who lived right down the road from here who got paid like millions of dollars to develop this enhanced interrogation. Super sophisticated torture, I guess. You know
what enhanced interrogation is? See, that's the funny thing is, this is what most people don't understand. We could just make guys cry. Doesn't even have to touch them.
Right.
Just make them cry. Right. And they would tell you anything they want. Mm-hmm. I mean, we had one guy one time. He had two brothers, and he knew stuff. They built IEDs and things like this. He didn't know we had the brothers. And we're putting pressure on him. When I say pressure, it was really just yelling at him, freaking, and then, manipulating his mind a little bit. But finally, I had him handcuffed in a way so his hands were behind the seat. And it was a little uncomfortable if you sit there for a while with handcuffs on. And so we said, well, listen, man, okay, we wrote down everything you just told us. Now we're going to bring your brothers in here. And if their stories don't match your story, it's going to be really bad. And his eyes got really big, like, what? And then sure enough, we marched his two brothers, and he didn't know we had those, right? And oh, my God. That was funny because now they're turning on each other, right? It's like, they're telling on each other. Right? But it works. I mean, we've saved a lot of lives, and it's not an interview. It's, the guy that I kind of started this bullshit was John McCain, right? Because he was a POW in Vietnam. He says interrogations don't work. Well, I'll tell you right now, interrogations do work. Mm-hmm. A lot of Americans are alive because they did work. Mm-hmm. And guess what? The enemy didn't die for it. They didn't lose a finger. They didn't lose their toenails. They didn't have a drill in their knee. It doesn't even take all. That's enhanced interrogation technique. A lot of times it's just being, especially culturally, right? So for example, the Arabs, particularly Iraqis, hate to say it, man, they're kind of soft, man. They're tough guys with the AK-47, but when you get them alone, they just fold like in a minute. It didn't take much to make them cry and scare them. Yeah, you know. And in fact, I would say most terrorists are like that. Most terrorists are like that. You know, they're just weenies. They're cowards with guns. You take away their gun, you isolate them from their friends. Yeah, they just fall apart, man. And it would make sense, right? They're bullies. That's what bullies do, you know.
Yeah.
You know.
But
So,
what do you think? Like, what do you think is the fundamental reason or the fundamental problem with these people in these countries and being militarized to and born and raised to hate Americans? Like if there was one common denominator underlying all of those people, what would you think that it is?
well, you know, I could say religion, but it can't be religion. I'll tell you why. If you look in our country now, we got Americans losing their shit over American. They're just as radical as anybody else on the planet. So you can't say it's necessarily religion. There might be a religion component to it. For example, Islam.
Sure, if you can tell people they're going to meet 50 virgins when they die, and you know.
Yeah, I think it's 74 now.
Oh, 74. Yeah,
I think it went up, right?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Never have too many virgins in heaven or hell, wherever the fuck you're going.
We got to account for inflation and stuff like that, right? I mean, and bigger guys, more steroids. But I lost my train of thought.
No, I was
Think about all them virgins, like woo,
like the common denominator or driving force behind.
Yeah. So look, here's the thing. A lot of people don't know. My wife's actually Muslim. My wife's Indonesian, and she's a Muslim. And I'll tell you, Indonesian Muslims are not like Middle Eastern Muslims. Far from it. Far from it. My wife smokes cigarettes, you know, paints her toenails. She wears booty shorts, you know, big boobies hanging out.
Oh, hell yeah.
You know, and so that's kind of, especially where we live, it's kind of common. It's not, there's, in fact, where I live, Catholics, Protestants, Buddhists, Hindu, and Muslims all live together, and there's no drama. There's no drama whatsoever. So I can't say it's that. It's not. Now, it could be the more extremist Muslims in the Middle East. In fact, I was in Egypt one time. I'm sorry, I was in LAX, and my limo driver was an Egyptian guy, and he said, where you living? And I said, well, I'm living in Indonesia. And he goes, Indonesian people are great. He goes, the Indonesian Muslims are the Muslims we try to aspire to be like. They're very friendly. I said, where are you from? He goes, I'm from Egypt. I go, oh, yeah, probably a good idea, man. There's no drama about religion over there. None. No, nobody messes with you about religion in Indonesia. And it's 93% Muslim. So it's that part of it could be maybe extremism. And I think a lot of it's just brainwashing, man. When you think about, how can so many smart people be so stupid? How can so many smart people just seem to be just going along with this program? Is it because they have nefarious intentions and they want to do something badly and bring us all down? Or are they just that dumb? I would argue number two. Most people are just dumb, even with an education. They're just not that smart.
Well, I think we looked it up actually on a recent podcast, Steve, but I think we found that I want to say 50% of the population of Afghanistan, I think, and that area in general is inbred.
Yeah.
There's a lot of inbreeding going on.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not a good thing, especially with humans, right? You could do maybe one off, but maybe a cousin or something like that. But after you do two or three, it starts getting weird, right?
That's not the only thing. Obviously, combined with the fact that, what's been going on over there especially with people being killed and children seeing their entire lives destroyed in front of their faces, their mothers and siblings and fathers being killed in front of them. And it's very easy to paint a picture for them like America, bad guy. If I was in their shoes, I would probably feel the same fucking way. These people are responsible for my whole family dying. I'm going to dedicate the rest of my life to wiping America off the face of the planet. And so it's it's like this, this self-fulfilling prophecy of go out there and take out more terrorists, but it's the Hydra, right? You chop off the head and four grow back.
Yeah.
This is the cousin marriage statistic. The study found that the rate to be 47.2% in Morocco. It gives you a percentage of every single country that has a cousin marriage in the Middle East. Oh, okay. So what's the top country in the Middle East that has the highest percentage of cousin marriage, Steve? You got to click the link.
I'm over here typing other things. Highest country.
Find the list. All right, let us know when you find the list. But anyways, that's you know, that's a huge part of what's going on right now with Israel and Gaza. You know, it's just like the more people you kill, like killing people is not going to solve the problem.
Yeah,
I don't think. Which is why you know, I've had this debate with people too on the show, and I've thought a lot about it. Like, I sometimes wonder if doing surgical operations, like under the nighttime, like quiet covert operations where you can go in and slit one guy's throat instead of sending tons of people in and, you know, spending all this money and killing all these innocent people. You know, you would think that if we really wanted to get rid of these problems, you could do them without all the collateral damage and without building up these factions that are born and raised with this hatred for America. You know, like you said, the self-licking ice cream cone is what it's become with all these wars and people growing up with, you know, losing their entire families because of these pointless wars.
Yeah. No, you're right. Surgical, you know, and nobody wanted to talk about that in the past because everybody wanted to be a player in the military, in the war. But now, you know, we see a paradigm shift. We see the extensive use of drones, right? That has really changed the face of the battlefield. I mean, that's some scary stuff. I have a friend. He's one of my coaching clients. He was actually a French Foreign Legionnaire from Ireland. And while I was coaching him, he decided to go to Ukraine to fight. He didn't last a month. I mean, when I say it didn't last, he came back. But what he told me was as soon as he got there, within about 3 or 4 days, he went out with 120 men, and 3 of them came back, including him. They were just wiped out by drones, artillery, everything else. He goes, yeah, that's a big problem, the drones. And how do you beat drones, right? I mean, now they're wire guided, they're GPS guided. There's so many ways you can control a drone that jamming a signal is not always going to work anymore. Some of them are very autonomous, can fly on you install a map, and then you draw out the route they want this thing to fly with a picture of the objective on the end, and it just it's almost like AI. It knows how to fly itself, right? So that's the new wave of warfare. And I'll be honest with you, I'd hate to be out there fighting in a war like that with a drone. Holy shit, man! You know.
Yeah, man. Some of the videos that have been come out on the internet, it's
brutal,
of like the Ukraine war with Russia is, oh my God, it's insane. I've never seen anything like that. And it's a crazy time we live in where all this stuff is just broadcast. These guys are out there in combat wearing GoPros that are streaming straight to the internet.
Right, it's crazy.
Fucking insane.
You see the one with the this one kind of disturbed me a little bit. Ukrainian and Russian soldier in hand combat in a knife fight. You seen that one?
I heard about that. I did not watch it.
Oh my God, dude, it's pretty crazy, man. And finally, what happened was,
and there was one guy was wearing a GoPro, right?
He was wearing a GoPro, and there was also a ISR bird, not an ISR, but a drone up above, right? So, filmed the whole thing, so you can see it from both perspectives. But actually, the Ukrainian guy is the guy that came up short, but before he passed, he asked the Russian guy, he goes, hey, I'm done, man. He goes, I'm not going to survive this. Just let me lay here and die in peace. Would you do that for me? And the Russian's like, yeah, I can do that for you. And he just got up and left him there and let him down his own. And actually, Putin,
this is not it. I don't want to, no, we can't play this.
Yeah.
This video, we will get this thing completely nuked off YouTube if you play this.
Yeah.
Don't even do it.
Yeah, but Putin apparently, acknowledged this guy for what he did, commended him for it. That's commendable, man. Look, you don't have to kill a dude, you know?
Right.
Honestly, there's a lot of people I could have killed, and I just let him go. It's like, for what?
You.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, no point shooting that dude. He's trying to get out of here, and you don't know what he's doing. So there's a time, and then there's a time where, is it worth doing that,
Yeah.
Is it worth engaging right now and risking hurting somebody else? I'll use one example for real quick. Modelo Prison. I was with the breacher on Modelo Prison, and I remember there's
where was this?
Panama.
In Panama.
Yeah. So when we went into Panama, right, and the whatever you want to call it, we did the invasion. But part of it was a rescue.
In the 80s?
Yes, 1989. December 20th, 1989. So I had an opportunity. I remember there was some a dude running with like 5 women around him, holding little kids. They were all clustered together. He had an AK-47.
First of all, let's lay this out. What was the purpose of this mission? Like, what was the what was your objective here?
All right, so this was the raid on Modelo prison. So what happened was back in the day with Noriega, right? So he started coming a little bit off the rails. So they caught a guy named Kurt Muse. Kurt Muse, even though he'll deny it, was a knock for the CIA, right? Non-official cover, posing as a business guy. And then, you know, I'm just
meaning he's like completely deniable.
Yeah,
the CIA can deny him.
Well, that's what he's right, but it's no denying. So then he's like, I'm a business guy. Oh, I think I'm gonna start a Rotary Club. So he starts a Rotary Club, right? Right, like he's a hobby communicator, right? CB guy. But actually, what he was doing was running SIGINT ops against Noriega. So he's literally jamming his speeches, all kinds of stuff, right? And Noriega was onto him and his group of guys, and they finally caught him, and they put him in the Modelo prison, the model prison. And so he was locked up in there. He was going to probably get executed at some point. We knew he was in there. We knew where he was, but why did we know? Because we were able to send doctors in to do a welfare check. They would come back, go, yeah, this is what they're going to do. So the decision was made when the invasion starts, before the invasion starts, that we would go in as Delta and rescue this guy first, right, out of the prison. Otherwise, we'll never get to him. So that's how it went down. So it was actually, H-hour was midnight of December 20th. And we ended up going in at 002 hours, 20 minutes later, because we were compromised. Why were we compromised? Because somebody called home to mommy, said, Mommy, I think something's going to happen tonight in Panama. If I don't ever see you again, I love you. A couple of guys did that shit, believe it or not. And that's OPSEC violation. And so that got intercepted.
Jesus.
Got sent to Noriega. So now he started plussing up the army around the prison and the commandancy, the headquarters, which were right across the street from each other. So now there's a lot of activity. Our snipers call back 7 hours out and I go, man, something's going on here. A lot of vehicles, gun trucks showing up, a lot of activity. And, oh yeah, a lot of civilians showing up in their cars and lawn chairs expecting the Mardi Gras parade or something, right? So like, what is going on here? So it was pretty bad. So the only thing we could do is move our H-hour 20 minutes to the right, because what happened was the 82nd Airborne Division, the Rangers, everybody was in the air already flying. There was probably 100 plus aircraft, C-130s, 141s en route, right? So that's a big radar signature. And there's no way we could turn them back at this point. So the operation had to go. Only thing we could do is just shift it right 20 minutes. Maybe that would make a difference. If they thought it was midnight and we don't show up, they might let their guard down. We don't know. But anyways, we did it anyways. And we went in and basically landed on the roof of the prison. It was, again, total of 15 helicopters. 4 helicopters landed. One of them was mine. I was the breacher on this thing. And went in and rescued. I blew the doors open on the top of the building. And then we went in, started clearing the prison. They actually had, if I remember right, 64 prison guards on the ground floor, and they augmented with another 60 or 65 Panamanian Defense Force soldiers. So they had 120 shooters on the ground floor sandbagging, because they were actually expecting a ground assault. They weren't ready for an air assault.
So did this guy you were going in to exfiltrate, did he know you guys were coming?
He did not.
No.
In fact, his book is called 6 Minutes to Freedom. And he talks about his experience, what happened to him, and what he observed, and was able to assess inside the cell when all this was going down. Wow. But yeah, I just did a documentary on this up in New York that's going to come out maybe at the end of the summer on Netflix. It's called SOF True, and that's one of the stories that's going to be talked about, because I was the breacher on this thing, so I kind of give the whole detailed version of it. So that'll be out. It's kind of out on Discovery and History Channel, but not full of details. But yeah, so I forgot where I was going with that. But yeah, that was the.
You were saying you broke through the top, and you guys went in there, and they expected you guys to come from the ground, and you guys came from the air.
So we breached from the top. I actually was a breacher on it. There's a story. So what happened was, because there's some misinformation out there, and people don't know what they don't know. I'm the only guy in front of this door, literally. Raging gunfight. I run out there with my explosives. I pre-calculated everything, set the charge up. the charge came off the door because we were told by the CIA it was a solid steel door. So I built the charge accordingly. It was about 78 inches long. It was 2 pounds of explosive. It's a lot. That's way overkill. But I didn't care because I knew nobody would be on the other side of that cupola when I blew it up, that annex. And when I got there, to my surprise, it was a jail door 6 inches from the steel door. That wasn't told to me. So now I have these jail bars, and I'm going to try to attach an explosive charge from the top to the bottom, 78 inches long. Mm-hmm. And guess what I'm losing? I'm losing charge to surface contact because all I got are the bars, right? And the sticky adhesive is not going to stick that well on just the little bars going up there, right? Yeah. And so what ended up happening was the charge actually fell off the door as I pulled the firing system. And one of the fuse igniters misfired. Okay, no big deal. I turned around, ran back out there, picked it back up, put it back on there, went through the process again, and I pulled the one good fuse igniter. It did finally go. Charge went off, blew the doors in. We went inside, took care of business, and got Kurt Muse out. And within 6 minutes from the time we executed to lift off, it was 6 minutes total. And his bird was the first bird to leave the roof and the first bird to get shot down, Kurt Muse.
What?
So we put him inside one of the little birds, right, the little flying eggs. And we had 2 assaulters on each side plus the pilots. And when they lifted off the roof, because the helicopters were so heavy, they have to get a running speed. They can't just lift off. They had to literally get a little bit of clearance off the ground, get forward speed. As they get forward speed, they start getting lift under the rotors, which helps them go up. Well, in this case, the pilot, for whatever reason, couldn't get enough lift. He dived off the roof, which is 4 stories high, and to get a little bit of airspeed. And when he did, he took it up the ass from everybody on the ground floor. They just lit him up, right? And so he goes down the road just a little bit, about a quarter, not even a block, and makes a left turn, hits a power line, gets shot down again, and ends up crashing in the street. Everybody survived. Kurt Muse was the only guy that didn't get hurt on that crash. We had one guy get shot in the chest, one guy get shot in the leg. We had one guy literally got hit in the head with a rotor strike, took his helmet, chopped his helmet in half.
He lived?
Yeah. Dude, he was on medicine. That was his second helicopter crash in a month. And 5 months later, he was on a helicopter with me again. We crashed again, and that one paralyzed him for life. So he had 3 helicopter crashes in about 6 months. And that third one put him, paralyzed him for life. He was my assistant team leader. But yeah, it was a successful mission. We lost 2 helicopters. No major casualties. None of our guys got killed. A lot of their guys got killed, but none of our guys got killed. So that was that was Modelo prison, and pretty hua night for me.
Wow.
Yeah. So because what happened was, before I went there, I've told this story like 100 times already. What happened was, before I went there, I was actually in the Q course, become a Green Beret, right? So
the Q course?
Yes, the qualification course, Special Force qualification course. And so the unit released me for 6 months to go to that court to training. I got out of training. As soon as I showed up, I think it was December, something like the 14th or something like that. Show up to work, and my team was like, "Hey, we're rehearsing for this operation that's probably going to go down in Panama. This is what it is, blah blah blah." So we're out doing training. The first day I'm out training, the very first day, the very first evolution, I get blown up. Literally got blown up. Got hit in the leg with a flashbang, and I got a lot of shrapnel on my leg. I ended up in the hospital. They had to debride it, cut it all open, staple it together, put me back together, and then now I'm on staff duty. So basically, my job was to sit in the office, the main office of the building at night, and answer the phone when nobody's there, right? So I'm in charge of quarters, so to speak, staff duty, right? So I got to wear a suit, and which sucks because I don't know how long I'm going to be, laid up like this. And on the December, I think 16th or 17th, I think it was the 17th, I get a phone call from Joint Special Operations Command on the red phone. I answer it. Hey, this is whatever, JSOC, blue spoons in effect, notify your unit, alert unit. So I was, holy shit, this is real. So I page everybody in. It was my squadron was on alert. They show up. They're loading out. Got 2 hours to get ready and get down range and get on the airplane and leave. And I was debriefing the troop commander. His name was Gary Harrell, General Harrell. Now he's passed, but he comes in. I give him the debrief. He said, "Here's what happened, sir. Here's the intel. Blah 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 blah. We're going to do this. They're going to do that." And then he's like, "Good to go." Okay. So he starts to leave. He walks out the office. He stops, turns around, comes back in. He looks at me. He goes, "Hey man," he goes, "Look," he goes, "I know you got a bad leg. Your crutches. Blah blah blah. You're going through ugly divorce again, right? So he's like, but he goes, I wouldn't feel right if I didn't invite you to come along. He says, you don't have to. Obviously, you're on profile, but he goes, this is going to be the Super Bowl, man. This is what we've been training for. You're the breacher, you're the guy with the explosives. He goes, love to have you, but if you don't, I understand. And I looked at him, I said, you ain't got to ask me twice, man. Suit came off.
I'm in.
Yeah, I hobbled down to my team room, loaded all my shit, got in my flight suit, put my assault boots on, and went down range with him. So I never really got to see the target or practice on the target or anything. The first time I actually saw it and practiced on it was when I was on it. And so we're down in Howard Air Force Base. Nobody knows we're there to do anything. They just think we're anybody else. They're training and stuff. And we're building charges. We're kind of going through all the planning. And then the night when we did the assault, I had the medics come and take all the staples out of my leg and tape it up really good because I don't want to rip it while I'm running around the roof. So it fixed me up pretty good. And then and now there it is. And I'm now the breacher on this target. Now what's interesting is, so we were flying Task Force 160th. They're probably the best, no doubt the best helicopter pilots in the world. Special Operations Aviation Regiment, SOAR. And so we were flying little birds. You've probably seen the little flying eggs with the little pods on the outside. Guys are sitting on the outside. They're strapped in, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. Those are H-6s. Yep. Now, at that time, those particular helicopters, as I was told by one of the pilots, had they had the same engines they put in irrigation sprinkler systems for like farm fields, right? So they, the big sprinklers, right? They have a motor that runs all that stuff. Well, it's the same motor they put in the helicopter. So it's like, so we're flying on a sprinkler. He goes, right? And he goes, and it doesn't have a lot of power, enough to squirt water, but not really, carry a lot of weight. Mm-hmm. So that was like one of the, earlier generations. So the problem was we're going to infill with a lot of equipment, 4 guys on each helicopter, 2x2 on the pods, plus our armor, our gear, explosives. We're bringing in other breaching tools like thermal torches, a lot of stuff, right? Just in case we can't get in, cutting torches, cutting saws. And so what we realized right away was we're going to exceed the aircraft load. The ACL is what they call it, right? Too much weight. So like, well, shit, we can't give up any. We didn't even carry water. We had no water. It's like we got nothing else we can strip. In fact, they weighed every operator to get a baseline and see what our weights are. I was the lightest guy with 70 pounds of shit on my ass. 70 pounds, man. Christ. And I was a small dude at the time. I was 164 pounds. So I was the lightest guy. So what they did was, okay, we're going to have to strip avionics out of these helicopters, right? So they just pulled stuff out they didn't need. Just, you don't need that. What is it? Compass? Yeah, you don't need that. Just fly in that direction, right? Just out. Mm-hmm. And it still wasn't enough for 2 of the helicopters. Guess what they did? They removed a pilot out of each helicopter. So 2 of the helicopters only had 1 pilot, and 2 of them had 2 pilots. Yeah, and guess what? The 2 helicopters had 2 pilots. Each had 1 pilot get shot.
Oh my God!
So, yeah, there was. They did everything they could just to skeletonize this thing, right? Yeah. So we could get the airframe up, and even then it was still a little too heavy. That's why we had to get these running starts.
Yep.
And we couldn't just sink it and land. We had to come in really slow and float it down. But it worked, and they're much stronger today and more dynamic. But at that time, that's what we had to work with. So, good. But yeah, it was a great night. Honestly, when I think about it, it's like all our training, everything I ever dreamed of, but about being in the unit happened that night. It's like, man, we made history. This is big, man.
How many guys were you with total?
A total of 26 of us.
26.
So we had guys stay on the roof and engage targets from the roof, like the towers across to the commandancia. Mm-hmm. And then we had 2 assault teams, my team and one other team, go inside. So we had total about 11 guys actually go in to the building looking for them. Wow. and clearing it. Remember, we got 120-something dudes on the ground floor that are waiting for us. Now, so we get in, we finally get to Kurt Muse, the interrogator was there with him, was giving instructions that if you hear any gunfire, if you think they're coming, just go in there and let the air out of Kurt Muse, right? Kill him. That was his instructions. We knew that because the doctors told us that. And so we knew we had to hurry. So as we get in the door, there were other guards already down there, right? And they just didn't want nothing to do with this thing. They just dropped their shit and lay down on the floor and just went prone. And I was like, oh, I don't want to fight. I said, they didn't fight and we didn't kill them. Okay, we just flux cut them and said, okay, you're out of play. When the team actually breached the door with the interrogator and Kurt Muse in it, so think of it, one big room, and then you got a jail cell room with moose in it, right? So when they breached the main door, the interrogator grabbed his handgun and ran. There was a small shower stall. I actually have a picture of it. But he got in the shower stall and he stood there with his hands up, gun up, ready to shoot anybody coming through the door. Now, one of the guys, his name was James. James is also gone. But James saw him running, so he runs right after him, chases him into the shower. James has got a car 15. This dude's waiting for him to come in. And James shoots the guy in the chest 4 times and kills him. The guy never got a shot off.
Wow.
Right? Just drops him right there. Boom, 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 boom. There's a reason that happens, by the way. This might be something that might interest some of the listeners out there. There's a thing called general adaptation syndrome, right? Or stress shock phenomena. And so what happens is, basically this guy went into stress shock phenomena and he didn't know what to do, right? So there's different responses to stress. There's fight, there's flight, there's freezing, there's there's basically fainting, submission. There's different responses, right? To me, the only real response is either run or you fight, right? Everything else is a non-starter, right? So it's going to get you killed. But the problem was the guy was standing in there and he was trying to figure out what he's going to do, and he wasn't prepared to fight, right? He hadn't made the decision in his mind that he's ready to pull the trigger and kill a man. There's another aspect of it called resolving your own death. If you've never resolved your own death, in other words, if you go into combat and you're not prepared to die that day, you're probably going to not perform like you need to, right? So and you're going to hesitate or you're going to balk. And there's a lot of studies that support this thing.
How does one be prepared to die?
Well, it's called resolving your own death. That's the most important one, right? So, for example, if I was a police officer, right, every day I'd go leave my house, kiss my wife goodbye. I'm prepared not to come back, right? That might be my last day on the job, but not only am I prepared not to come back, I also know I did everything I'm supposed to do to make sure my wife and kids are taken care of. Right. So if I am gone, they've got insurance, everything's paid for, everything's caught up, right? So so I know I won't hesitate in that one moment where I'm like, oh shit, I didn't pay for the insurance this month or whatever, right? Or maybe I haven't made peace with, God or whatever it is I believe in, right? I'm still sitting on the fence. And I've seen guys hesitate. Like, no, wait. And then, bam, you're dead anyways. Like, it's too late, man. You're either ready to fight or you're not. And most guys are not. They just haven't resolved their death, right? And they're not committed. And this guy wasn't committed. And there's another aspect to it. So anytime you've heard of startle reflex. Somebody comes and goes, boo, right? So what happens is in that boo phase, you have got to go from this sedentary state that you're in, right? Like right now, we're kind of like relaxed. So if some dude just walks in right now with a 12 gauge and opens up, guess what's going to happen? You and I have to switch gears from this. We're going to have to go from 5th gear and cruising. We're going to have to downshift to 3rd gear, right? We're going to have to secrete epinephrine, norepinephrine, cortisol. There's a lot of things that have to happen in our body to prepare to either run or to fight, okay? And so that's going to take some time. I don't know, hundreds of a second. But when we're talking about fighting and combat, every 10th of a second, 100th of a second matters, right? And so you're still behind the 8 ball. When that guy surprises you, you're actually now playing catch up, right? So in the military, we have 3 tenets for combat: surprise, speed, violence of action. Surprise, speed, violence of action. I actually have 4: surprise, speed, violence of action, and momentum. All right, that's the last one I put in. And I have a reason for it, but so. Surprise, when you surprise somebody, what happens is you put them in this stress shock phenomena, this general adaptation, right? They got to go through this physiological change to prepare to run or fight. Well, while they're going through that, which only takes a little bit of time, they're still behind the 8 ball, and the other guy's got the advantage on you. And the only way you can overcome that guy is you've got to surprise him. So you have to do something unexpected he wasn't ready for, right? So maybe guy comes with a shotgun, he takes a shot, and I throw his hot coffee thing at him, right? That's unexpected, so he's going to duck and dodge. So now I've kind of taken him out of the fight, right? So I was in what we call the OODA loop. I was in his OODA loop, and now I put him back into my OODA loop. I don't know if you know what OODA means, but OODA is a term stands for observe, orient, decide, act. Okay? So I have to observe. Dude just came with a shotgun. I've got to orient. What am I going to do? I'm going to throw a coffee, this coffee pitcher at him. But when I orient, I'm also moving changing my orientation and making a decision. What am I going to do? And then I have to act. So that's the loop, right? The cycle. Observe, orient, decide, act. Observe, orient, decide, act. So when he comes to the door and goes, surprise, and he shoots, I'm in his OODA loop. He's making me react to everything, right? I'm not controlling him. He's controlling me. I'm no longer controlling the situation. He's controlling the situation, right? What I want to do is control the situation. I want to control him. The only way I can do that is reverse the momentum.
Yes.
Now, how do I do that? Well, maybe I'm lucky he didn't get me with the first shot. I rolled to the floor and I was able to pull my handgun out and take the shot back. So, I reversed the momentum. So these are some principles of combat that, it's not that complicated, but once you understand it, you realize that combat, like any kind of combat, whether it's armed combat or empty hand combat, a street fight, bar fight, it's all psychological, right? So if you know that the other guy's probably not prepared, right? And even if he is prepared, you could surprise him. And for example, we used to do force-on-force training in the unit, right? So today, let's say all our assault teams are going to go out down to the training area, and we're going to do CQB. We're going to clear the rooms, the buildings, okay? And who's going to be the aggressors? Okay, my team will be the aggressors, so my team is the aggressors, right? So we're waiting in the rooms. We know the other assault teams out there are going to come in. We know what the SOP is because we all live off the same SOP. We know they're going to come in. We know what they're going to do. They're going to shoot us with ammunitions, right, or wax bullets or whatever. They're going to throw flashbangs in, and we're standing ready for them. And guess what? They come in and they still win the fight. You know why? Because they got the element of surprise. Even though I know they're out there, they throw a flashbang in. And then the other element of surprise is speed. They move so fast and so fluid that I can't decide who I want to shoot first in that 10th of a second. And while I'm trying to make the decision, shoot that guy, the other guy's already shot me, right? So even when they have the element of surprise and we're aware of it, they can still win because they're using this speed, they use violence of action, and they're basically overwhelming you. And I call it momentum. They're going to basically keep running you over until you can't get up no more, right? It's like, so it can be the same thing in a bar fight. You got a guy bowing up on you, and he wants to fight. It's going to turn into a fight. Okay, the fastest way to end that fight, besides, I would not necessarily say walk away because you might get hit in the back of the head.
Right.
But let's just say you can't get out of the situation. It's going to become a fight. The best thing you can do, I think, is initiate, right? Surprise him with something. And there's different ways to surprise him. Like, for example, you can kind of take, hey, man, I don't want to fight, blah, 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 and maybe spit in his face. And he'd be like, what? And then boom, forearm strike, right? Or you're holding a ball in your hand, hey, man, and you just kind of drop it. He watches it fall. He's watching it fall, man, you left upper hook, right? Uppercut. So you can still do surprise even in that scenario. And once you do that, here's what I found is, especially if you embarrass the other guy. And I've done this before, like really big guys. They'll be talking all kinds of shit with all their friends, and then I just slap them like a woman, man, right? And why do I do that? Because it enrages guys. When you get slapped and it's a loud noise in front of everybody.
Humiliating.
It stings, your nose runs, your eyes water, and it just takes you aback for a second because you really thought a man would punch me. Why did you slap me? Because he thinks you're a little bitch. That's why, right? And it's almost an insult, but it happens very fast. And then what happens is they get really, really angry, right? They just lose, I'm gonna kill you, right? And they try to hit you with everything but the kitchen sink. But here's the thing. In boxing, so I used to be a professional boxer as well. I've got 2 6-degree black belts, 1st-degree black belt. I'm going on.
Wow.
I know how to fight, right? I've been fighting all my life. And so what happens is, so when a guy gets really mad like that, he becomes enraged. What he does, he wants to crush you. He just wants to kill you. He wants to hit you as hard as he can. In boxing, we have a saying, if it feels strong, it's wrong. In other words, the harder you try to hit a guy, the less effective you're going to be, right? Speed's what kills. So the faster and looser I can throw a punch, it's like a whip. More likely I'm going to hurt you, especially to the head. I'm going to knock you out, give you a concussion, right? And not only that, when you really try to hit somebody really hard, what's happening is you're actually tensing all the muscles to include the muscles required to retract that punch are already engaged. So it feels strong, like, but there's no heat on it, right? And so the guys I've always knocked out, I didn't even know I hit them. I just started throwing some punches out there, and it's like, huh? I didn't even feel it, right? Because speed. So if I can get a guy if I slap a guy and get him losing his mind, if he's really big, he'll try to rely on his strength, and he's just going to get really slow. And I'm just going to eat him up, man. I fought a guy one time. This was actually a control fight. He weighed 300 pounds, He was a North Carolina powerlifting champion. And I weighed 164 pounds. And he just thought, yeah, I can kick this guy's ass all day long. So let's do this, right? So the first thing I did is I took him to ground, right? And he could not beat me on the ground, right? I was just too cagey for him. He didn't have any jiu-jitsu skills at all. I have a first degree black belt in jiu-jitsu.
Really?
And and he just couldn't do it, right? He's just too strong. He started gassing out, And then I finally
Choke him out?
No, I didn't choke him out. Actually, I got back to my feet because I don't like choking guys out. I like knocking them out. So I get back and throw a roundhouse kick, crack his nose, break his nose. He's bleeding all over the place, And now he's really, really mad, right? It's like, this little guy just beat my ass. Like, man, we can do this all day long, or we just, shake hands and let's do some training now, But, speed kills. If it feels strong, it's wrong. These are things to remember.
Sure.
And it's not about how big and strong you are. It's about mindset, right? Particularly combat mindset. And there's a big difference. And I beat guys that that just you just thought they're just gonna eat me alive, man. They're so mean and aggressive. But once you check them real fast, it's all over, man. So combat, the OODA loop, all these things apply through the spectrum of combat, whether it's armed combat, unarmed combat, street fights, combat,
Right. Hold that thought. I got to take a leak.
Yep.
How did you transition from doing these strategic combat operations into being a mercenary? And how do you define a mercenary?
Okay. Yeah, so let me continue on kind of where I left off earlier. So
okay.
I did the OGA thing. Concurrently, I actually ran a couple of companies, mine. And actually, I was a CEO for another company. They were paying me quite a bit of money just to have my resume. And then finally, I decided one day that, the ambush, I said, I think it's time to hang it up. So two things happened. One, another company bought my company. And two, I literally got discovered by Discovery Channel. Like, no shit. So they're calling me, want to know if I'd be on this TV show called One Man Army. And I thought, well, yeah, why not? That'd be kind of cool. Be like a one-off, right? I thought kind of close a chapter of my life because I thought from here on it's going to be doing just civilian stuff. Man, was I ever wrong. So I did Discovery Channel. Then next thing you know, I get called by NBC. They're like, hey, we like what we saw. Would you like doing this? And now I'm on TV with Terry Crews, a whole lot of other people, Stars and Stripes.
I remember seeing this.
Yeah.
You're doing something with Chris Kyle.
Chris Kyle, yep. And then from there, I actually spent another couple of years in Hollywood doing different shows and movies and stunts. And then I got to a point where like, this is not what I like. This is not what I do. It's not me. And so although I was getting paid pretty good money and they were encouraging me to stay out there is what I say. When I say they, producers and my management team, like if you could be here all the time, we could have you on a set every day and you could possibly be the next Danny Trejo. And I'm like, not that ugly? Well, if he's making a lot of money, I'll be the ugly guy. But so anyways, I just couldn't see living out in California. So I ended up moving to Hong Kong. And I was part of a detail securing a multi-billionaire investment banker.
Wow.
Yeah, and so it's kind of cool. So I'm living in Hong Kong, covering down on this guy.
How'd this guy get a hold of you?
Well, it's through another firm, right? So they actually had the contract, but it was actually former Delta guy, one of the original plank holders, right? And so I forget how he heard about me or knew I was looking for a job. I can't remember. But anyways, through the network, he calls me up. Hey, come on over. So I did. So I spent some time over there. I met my wife. She's Indonesian. Over there, she went back to Indonesia. I ended up following her back because that's what dudes do, right?
Hell yeah.
Up into my life now. It actually turned out to be a good story. So I ended up, actually, I was going back and forth for a long time, several years. I'd go for 3 weeks, come back for 3 weeks, back, forth. And all I was doing was hanging out with her. And so finally, I saw some opportunities in Indonesia, particularly in Jakarta, for security, right? There's really hardly any Americans over there. And so I thought, well, maybe I could, start a security business here. And so I got on Facebook on a social media site called Tactical Indonesia. Say, hey guys, it's me, American Badass. Here's my book, and introduced myself. They didn't know who I was. Didn't matter. But they did see the book. So next thing you know, I'm meeting people on the internet, Facebook. And I come back to Jakarta and I'm meeting all kinds of people, some pretty prominent people, including another billionaire. And Next thing I know, he wants me to build a canine company for him, right? Canine security.
Yeah.
Because he knew about my background. I've been training canines for like 45 years. And so really long story short, we did ultimately come together as partners. I built the program. In fact, in 3 months, I had the program already working. I had teams and dogs already working at the Indonesian Stock Exchange.
What were they like? Sniffing explosives?
Yeah, explosive patrol dogs, right?
Hey, how do you train a dog to learn how to detect explosives?
That's an art, man. It's an art. I'll cover that here in a minute as well. We'll say that's it because it's interesting. Because it's interesting because it applies to humans, and there's something to be. I think there's a lot of insight there that I think will be valuable for people to know. Mm-hmm. So long story short, he and I had a falling out. He owes me a lot of money as far as I'm concerned. And I ended up being the what they call the bule. Bules are white guys, right? So yeah. Anyways, so I'm the bule. I don't have a chance. Like, what are you going to do, right? This guy's like super powerful. So are all his friends, right? And so I ended up packing everything up with my wife. And actually, we had 2 police trucks show up, load all our shit on it, drove us to Bali within 2 days.
Wow.
And within 30 days, I had a home, I had an office, I had my first contract with Marriott hotels. Within 8 months, I had 8 Marriott hotels under my belt. So we were running 24/7, 365 ops, pulling security at all their gates with canines. Then I had some of the local venues, which I'm still with them today. So we built a pretty robust canine company over there. Amazing. And it's been running for over 7 years now. In fact, it runs itself. My wife manages it because I told her after we built it, I was like, you know what? You better take this because I'll wreck it because I get bored really fast. I build something and I'll just let it languish, right? And just let it go. I said, you should have this, right? And run it. It's, in case I die or whatever. So I gave her that company. She runs it really well. At one point, we had about $850,000 worth of canines operating. We had 65 full-time canine handlers. Doing pretty well.
What kind of dogs?
Over there, I use mostly Malinois, Dutch Shepherds, Malinois, and I got a few Rots that I use for patrol dogs. Mm-hmm. Basically, Indonesians are pretty small, right? I'm like a giant over there compared to them, and I'm not that big, but on average, they're pretty small. They're security guys. And then we have one particular bar they bring in about 5,000 people a night. It's a beach bar. And on New Year's Eve, it's 10,000. That's capacity. That's all they can have. And so
what kind of people? Are they all indigenous? There's a lot of tourists?
No, they're all expats, tourists, right?
A lot of tourists there, right?
A lot of Australians, Russians.
A lot of people surf in Bali.
Everybody's there, right? So it's a mixed bag. But usually it's the age groups anywhere from 18, on average, 18 to 40,
Okay.
Unless you're a dinosaur like me, but 18 to 40. And dude, hot ass chicks there. That's all I can tell you.
I heard.
So when you got chicks running around in thong bikinis with big boobies, and you got all these dudes jacked on testosterone, and you throw alcohol in there's going to be drama, man. Somewhere in the middle of the night, and one of those swimming pools, there's 4 of them. There's something's going to happen. It does all the time. Lots of drama, right? And so my dogs are force multipliers because I can give my Indonesian guy a Rottweiler that's almost as big as him, and he's got basically a 3 or 4 man team now, right? And so he's got the psychological advantage. And even my Malinois are the same way. Yeah. So, but the Rots kind of serve that purpose, but they are explosive detector dogs, but they don't do really well in the heat and humidity there. It's very hot and humid. Mm-hmm. But anyways, so that business is, like I said, is thriving. I do a lot of other consulting work in the security space. In fact, my wife and I own a bar over there, a billiards bar. And I just opened up a third company that deals with mining, gold mining, things like that. Mm-hmm. But so that's kind of what I do there in our business. So in the space of security, I farm myself out sometimes. I get phone calls from people and said, "Hey, I got an issue. Can you fix it?" Right? What I don't do is I'm not fighting in Ukraine. I'm not fighting for going to work for Blackwater. I'm an independent, and I do niche work, like special projects. For example, I'll name 3. They all happen within a month of each, or within 2 months total. So, guy calls me, goes, "Hey, my 17-year-old daughter, she's in Guatemala. A bunch of men are trying to rob her and her girlfriends. They thought it was a good idea to go on a school girls trip to Guatemala from Switzerland to Guatemala, right? And now they're in trouble. He goes, "Can you get my daughter out?" I said, "Sure." He goes, "Or do you know anybody who can get her out?" I go, "If I tell anybody about your daughter, who you are. He's a he's mega rich dude. He's like 45 years old. Owns a merchant marine company.
Yeah.
Anyways, I said, you ain't gonna get her back for not easy, right? So he goes. So I said, I'll tell you what, I'll go do it. I know the guy. I've worked for him before. I've done stuff for him before. In fact, he used to fly me to Singapore to train his German Shepherd.
Really?
Right? Yeah. Yeah. It was what a deal. I'd fly over there for a week, train his dog, hang out, come back another week, train his dog some more. That's how I got to know him. And he's had me do some other stuff for him. But so in this particular case, I knew his daughter. I said, listen, man, I'll go get your daughter, man. And because I don't trust nobody else at this point. So he paid me a lot of money. A lot of money. And so I flew over. So I left on a Monday morning. He called me Sunday night. I left Monday morning, like at 1 o'clock. Flew to the Philippines, ended up in LAX. And by 7 o'clock that night with the time change, I'm in Guatemala, in the capital, right? I land. Poof. And so she had instructions. So I've already got her on my WhatsApp, right? With him on there and the mom. I said, I need you to meet me at this location. Can you do that? Yes. So she meets me at the airport, but she doesn't have her stuff with her, right? She's coming in from another area. Mm-hmm. I said, just meet me here. So I took her. We went to a Marriott hotel. I had the rooms booked. I put her in a room, make sure she had her food and water. I said, when I lock this door, you don't leave. You hear me? You don't come out for nothing. I don't care what it is. Don't leave the room. Yes, sir. So she stayed there, and I had to go. I had to catch like an Uber, and I had to drive up in these mountains. That's where they were staying. So when they planned this trip, these chicks, right, these high school girls, they thought it was a good idea. Let's go to Guatemala, right? And so they pick a what do you call it? A hostel, right? But it's like up in the hills in the mountainous area, and it's pitch black up there. There's no light. It's bad. It's like really scary shit. And the night they checked in, as soon as they checked in, dudes were coming through the windows, trying to kick in the doors and attacking all the girls and stuff, right? And so I got to go there to recover her suitcase. So I had the address and everything, and I'm driving up there, and I'm like, you got to be kidding. Who thought this was a good idea, right? So finally, I get to the hotel, if you want to call it that. It was a hostel. The guy had her suitcase, and I grabbed her suitcase. I brought it back, and it's probably about 4 a.m. by the time I got back at this point. And I roused her out of bed. I said, grab your shit, let's go. And I took her to the airport. We caught the next thing smoking within a couple hours, and I delivered her to her mom and dad in Singapore Thursday morning. So I left Monday night, and Bali Thursday morning, same time zone.
Wow.
Handed her off, right? So that's the example of some of the work I do. Had another
no more like surprise kill vanish type stuff.
Not that I can talk about. Hey, I got to be careful, man. That's why I won't mention some countries either. Like this next one, I won't mention the country because I may have to go back there.
Yeah.
So had another guy call me. He was listening to my podcast. So he's an American, and he actually lives in Bali. He's been there for like 20-something years. He's a surfer. Really good guy. Never been in the military. So he meets this girl from Vietnam, gets her pregnant, goes to Vietnam, thinks they're going to get married and have the kid, and she's got other plans. She's like, no, we're not getting married. Yes, I'm having the kids, and that's it. You know. And so anyways, they go through court for all this crap. Did I mention the country? Yeah.
No, I don't think you did.
No, I didn't mention the country. Okay, it's a different country. So anyway, long story short, she wouldn't let him see the kids, so he goes to an agency that would actually make the arrangements so he could see the kid. He spent a lot of money. No arrangements were made. He goes, hey, man, come on. He goes, oh, you got to pay more money. He goes, I already paid you money. They're like, oh, you arguing with us? So they actually had his passport flagged at immigration, right? So he couldn't travel. They pull his visa, and he can't work. He can't leave. He can't work. It's called a velvet cage. He's not the only guy I've had in this position. I had another guy in Dubai. Same thing happened to him. And so they're trapped in these, what we call, I don't know if Vietnam would be a velvet cage. Dubai might be, but not Vietnam. But anyways, so long story short, he's like, can you get me out? And I said, yeah, I can get you out. But we're going to have to do some talking, some planning and stuff like that. So long story short, I got him out. I can't tell you how I did it because I can't give that secret up. But basically, I didn't have to do anything with paperwork. I didn't forge nothing like that. It was really easy. Just walked him out. So actually, I could have swam him out too. There were two options.
Wow.
I had another guy that his wife calls me, and he gets kidnapped in Saudi Arabia. And she goes, can you find my husband? He's been kidnapped. How long has he been gone? A year? I was like, what? A year, right? So something wasn't adding up. Then I find out later, after I'm in country, he's a billionaire. You're telling me this guy's a billionaire, he got kidnapped and you just now telling me? And she goes, yeah. Then I find out he's actually in a prison called Daman Prison, right? And there's a lot of expats in there, by the way. He's not expat. He's actually got dual citizenship, which is British and Saudi. And so while I'm there, I've got a couple guys with me, and all we need to do is confirm where he's at. We know we think he's in the prison. We just need to confirm he's in the prison, right? And so, but what we can't do as tourists, we can't actually actively do stuff like that because that would be considered like work, and we'll end up in Daman prison too, like for a very long time, like a lot of these guys, without ever getting a day in court.
Right.
And so as I started doing my research, I realized this dude's dad is a minister of oil and energy for Saudi Arabia. He's Forbes' top 50th guy, richest guy in the world.
What?
I said, how does he not know his kid's rolled up? He's got to know his kid's rolled up. His kid's like 40-something years old too, right? He's not a kid. He's an older guy. And something wasn't adding up at all, man. I was like, you know what? We're out of here, man. So she paid me a lot of money just to go do that. But I think there was something else going on. I think what she wanted to do is goes, yeah, I tried to find him. I paid people to go find him and they couldn't find him. So I want a divorce now and half his money, right? That's probably the play or all of his money because he's probably dead. That's what she's going to say. But those are the kind of jobs I get sometimes and I actually enjoy those. Others are, sometimes companies have problems with, this is actually something that's not just, this actually happens quite a bit. So a lot of times a company will hire somebody and maybe bring them on the board, right? They're an executive level, or in their IT department, or they're a family member, something like that. And what will happen is, because I've done a couple of these already, these characters will then build another internet system, an intranet system behind the company's internet system, right? So you don't know it's there, but what they're doing is they're siphoning off clients and money from the host, right, through their company, and they're stealing clients and they're laundering money, right? And so what happens is if somebody dials in and goes, hey, this company's doing that, they don't even see the company in the background. It's just basically invisible, right? And these guys just tear everything down and freaking leave. And this guy's got to prove how he didn't, launder money, whatever he did. I've seen it happen with very large companies, and I've also seen it with small family-owned companies where family feuds, and they're doing shit like that to each other. Literally stealing the companies from each other, siphoning money off, blocking everything so they can't get on. I had something similar happen to my first company as well with my business partner.
So what do they call you in to do for that?
Well, one, go in and try to go through the system and find the doors, and also try to pin down exactly who's doing it, where they're doing it, how they're doing it, right? So we have that evidence, so we can show that these guys are nefarious actors. It's very difficult in the IT world, but I've got a team that can do all that. I'm not smart enough to do it by myself. They can actually do all that. I've actually tracked down. I have one organization that's still in play that. In fact, I'm going to get on another show and talk about this later on. But I've got one group. Man, I got to be very careful how I say this. It's a collection of bad guys from around the world. They're like cats and dogs, all unrelated, but they're working together, laundering money, human trafficking, and also literally pumping fentanyl into our borders. Lots of it. And it's crazy how they're doing it.
Multinational?
Yes. And I've got all their bank accounts. I know all their I know it's all in all their bank accounts. We went to another level on this one.
How long have you been working on this one?
2 years.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. So I made some money off of it already, but not the kind of money I'm looking for. But it's more than that. I want to bring these assholes down, man, for sure. They've done some bad shit. They've killed a couple of cops that I know of.
And what is their motive? What is their objective? Is it just money, or is there anything else behind it? I mean, multinational, I don't know.
Terrorism.
Okay.
They're tied to terrorist groups. I got to be very careful how I say this. They're tied to very bad groups. And these groups are not even related, but they are working together to one end. One of them is drive fentanyl into this country. 2, human trafficking. By the way, did you know that the cartels biggest money maker, I guess that's probably the way I should put it, could make it. It's not drugs. You know what it is? Human trafficking. That's actually...
Really? It's more than drugs?
That's right. Human trafficking makes them more money than drugs.
Wow.
I was just on a show not too long ago, and I got a buddy, and I'd be glad to share, turn him on to you, man. It's a great guy to talk to. His name's Joey, but Joey worked for many agencies and organizations, and particularly involved in child trafficking. Okay, he's the guy that had to, when they recovered kids, he's the guy that had to guard the kids, transport the kids, move the kids. A lot of times out of country to a foster family, and a lot of times these kids don't go back to their original family because it's the original family, that actually sold them
off.
Right. And they end up in this cycle. So what they end up doing is going, let's take them to another country, somebody that wants them.
Jesus.
And man, the stories he's got to tell, like literally the cartel is literally rolling up on him in traffic lights, 4 dudes in there, sicarios, going, we want that little one. You're going to give her up or else, right?
Where is this happening?
Everywhere, but he's particularly in Texas.
In the United States.
All in the United States. And I asked him, I said, let me ask you something. I said, so it's the cartel's biggest trade right now, above and beyond drugs, is human trafficking, and particularly kids. I said, what about Americans? He goes, yeah, Americans are involved equally doing it, right? And he's got so much intel, man, and he's got hard intel that he's been sharing, but with certain people. But then he was telling me, he says, literally, you have, if you can imagine, the nuclear white middle class family or wealthy family, right? They're literally harboring these kids and then pawning them off, farming them off, and they're taking money for it. Right? We're going to pay you a bunch of money if you keep this kid because you're a white middle-class family. Nobody would suspect, you're a child trafficker, and we'll pay you a bunch of money. That's actually happened. That's actually real.
Who's the end client here?
Okay. So I asked him the same question. I go, what happens to these kids? Why are people buying these kids? And he actually broke it down, the value of the kids. He said a little blonde-haired girl, about 3 years old, blonde hair, blue eyes. He goes, yeah, I think he told me that's $100,000 right there. She's $100,000. And then,
to who? Like, who's paying that?
Well, pedophiles are paying for it. Politicians, judges, lawyers, cops.
What?
Yeah. A lot of Americans that you think would be better than that are actually doing this shit. He didn't want to get into particular names.
This is like some fucking Pizzagate shit.
Yeah. And he said it's real. It's very real. And the information he shared with me, I was like, man, this is some crazy shit, man. But he goes, yeah,
that's some fucking explosive information.
Yeah.
That he's got.
Yeah, and he's going to leverage it. I don't want to compromise him too much, but I know he's been there, done that, and he's got a lot of experience there. But
I assume he knows how to protect himself, and probably has a dead man switch or something.
Yeah,
like
he
that.
knows.
He's probably worried.
He's got his shit covered, man.
Yeah.
But by the way, the threat's very real in this country, very real. So I was on Alex Jones a couple of times last November before the election. I was live on his show.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I went there, and reason I was on his show is, and I've already said this out loud, so I don't have a problem saying this again. I kept it quiet for a long time because I was trying to do something, but when I say I was trying to do something, trying to protect my family, and long story short, Department of Justice, FBI was looking for me exactly a year ago, and. So finally, when they caught up with me, they said they had a duty to warn me. And I said, like what? Warn me what? Using proper pronouns, misgender somebody? What did I do wrong? I got no idea what's going on here right now. I go, no, they actually have, through credible sources, through their intel sources, they found out that Al-Qaeda has put I don't think it's called a fatwa, but basically they put out a worldwide notice to all Al-Qaeda affiliates, and lone wolves. If they come across me, kill me. I'm a priority target for them. They made me a priority target.
What?
Yeah. You didn't know that? Oh, good.
That's crazy. The FBI came and told you this.
Yeah.
Just a year ago.
And I have the letter. I actually have a letter, signed letter, everything. So it's official, right?
So they just mailed? They didn't like come meet you in person?
No, they looked for me. They couldn't find me, right?
Right. You're all over the place. You're worldwide.
Yeah, I don't want to be found either, right?
Right. I'm sure you're good at not being found.
So Not exactly, but I do live in 3 countries. I move around quite a bit, but I have 3 countries. I have another home in the Philippines.
And you've been to like over 100 countries, right?
Yeah.
Like lived and worked and traveled to.
Yeah, over 100, 101, I think 102, something like that now. But anyways, they were like, hey, you should, here's a warning. Please go take care of yourself, your family, get the hell out, get off the X, right? And okay, so I go to the embassy, go, hey, I need to get my wife. So they deported my wife. This is another crazy story.
When they told you this, you were already in a foreign country.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, here's the kicker. Guess where they were looking for me at? They were looking for me here in Panama City Beach.
In Panama City Beach.
Al-Qaeda was in Panama City Beach looking for me. So they had to alert the entire local law enforcement to step up the patrols around my neighborhood, but they didn't know I wasn't there. I actually have a friend of mine who's a former Green Beret that lives in my neighborhood. He goes, dude, he goes, people snooping around your house and your garage and stuff.
Oh, Jesus, bro.
Yeah. And so they're here. That's my point, is what I'm trying to say.
Have you ever heard of that happening to anyone else that you know?
Yeah.
Where Al-Qaeda's tried to ambush them in the U.S.?
That's actually happening. There's actually been a couple of incidents. Recently, about a year ago, a dude up in North Carolina shot a guy, surveil him. They found out he was ISIS affiliate, I believe. So don't know why he targeted this particular. I think he was a colonel. So here's the irony. So now the U.S. government, and I'm going to say it out loud, would not help me. They will not. They won't get. My wife got deported during COVID. She was here legally on a 5-year limited visa. She got hit by a police car at 90 miles an hour one night, right, sitting still, hospitalized. Then they found out she had cancer, so now she's going to cancer treatment. We couldn't go back to Indonesia because of a travel ban going back, so we're stuck here in the U.S. Well, we exceeded. What we didn't know was there was a 6-month limit to stay on a 5-year unlimited visa. We didn't know that. I honestly didn't know that, right? So with COVID, I thought, not a big deal. Well, it turns out it was a big deal. So we leave after she gets her treatment, cancer's done. We go back to Indonesia, come back. 6 weeks later, we get rolled into secondary in LAX, and I what's going on here? And they separate us, and I go, what's going on? And they go, your wife's a visa overstay. I go, that's bullshit. And I'm like, what are you guys talking about, right? And they wouldn't let me talk to her. So from that point on, I didn't get to talk to her, communicate her, text with her, or nothing. Just completely cut me off. They say, go wait down in baggage claim, 2 hours, we'll get back to you, tell you what we're going to do, right? We have to interview her. And the first question they asked her was, is your husband Dale Comstock? She goes, yeah. The guy got on the phone, he goes, yeah, it's him. And the shit show started, right? So yeah, it was a shit show. We don't have time for me to talk about all the details, but it was pretty bad what happened, what they did to my wife. My wife is 88 pounds, right? 4'9", 5 foot. Max, and the shit they did to her down there, fucking ghetto rats, and these people, they just treated her like shit, man, like she was a terrorist, right? And never came out and told me what was going on. I sat down there for 24 hours on my suitcase, like, puppy waiting for his master. No food, no water. I was afraid to leave. Like, what's going on? No one to talk to, no one to call, no points of contact, no reference, right? It was crazy. I ended up calling Congressman Dunn's office, called Marco Rubio's office, called quite a few people, started engaging them. Long story short, without my knowledge, they deported my wife. She had no money, no credit cards, no clothes, no phone charger. She had nothing. They literally two fucking gorillas in the goddamn CBP uniforms escorted her to the terminal in front of everybody, loaded her last in front of everybody, and just humiliated the shit out of her, right? And then what they did, they did the interview, and they actually falsified her answers. They turned all her negative answers to affirmative, right? Because they asked her in the beginning, I'm going to ask you some questions, say yes. She goes, well, what if it's no, right? And they go, just answer yes. That way we get you out of here, right? But she wasn't buying that, right? So they asked her, did she know she was an overstay? And she's like, no. And they changed that they changed 5 questions to yes, is what I'm trying to say here. So they actually forged her documents. So I've been going through a nut roll trying to engage in lawyers, people that I know in politics to confront this thing head on. And you would think, and my wife was already approved for a green card on top of that. It's like, it's not her, it's me, is what it comes down to. I already know that. It's me. I'm on many lists. Let me put it that way. At least 4 that I know of. So, yeah, we mentioned Al-Qaeda. I'm on their list. And I'm also on some American lists. So.
American lists?
Yeah. Yeah, they're. I'll say. I don't want to say too much on here because, I want to be able to go back home.
Right.
Listen, I'm not going to commit suicide. I will not commit suicide. like life. So anywho, yeah, so there is a threat in this country where I was starting with.
Yeah.
They're real, they're here, they've been here. They were led across the border, and there's quite a few here. The cartels are here. We know the MS-19, they're all here. Al-Qaeda is here, ISIS is here, ourselves here in our country. The war is within our border now. And you know, the left has let them in. The Democrats have let them in. And over the last 4 years, probably to the tune of about 30 million of these, not 30 million terrorists, but 30 million people. So going back to your initial question about Yemen.
Yemen.
How did I get involved in that? So I've been doing all these off jobs. I've been doing bodyguard work. I do a lot of different things. I mean, I'm multitasking. But finally, they called me one day.
They
Spear Operations Group.
Oh, okay, got it.
So these are guys I was working for in Hong Kong as a bodyguard. I've been to Mexico with them and South Africa with them, and then they call. Actually, the owner, his name's Abraham, calls me up, says, "Hey, I need to speak to you." Blah 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 blah. And I was in Indonesia at the time. Long story short, he had formed a strike team to basically he won a contract with the United Arab Emirates, right, to provide a special operations capability. Small unit, they can go in and surgically take out heads of terror groups and things like that. You kind of mentioned that earlier about going out and, you know, taking out heads of state. That's exactly what we're tasked to do.
Right.
So it's a lot of money, a ton of money, and he asked me to be a part of it. He wanted me to run the whole program because of my background, my skills, and stuff like that. I was sitting on the fence at first, and I remember when I got back to the States from Bali, he calls me again and said, "I really need to talk to you, but I can't talk to you over the phone." I go, you know, I didn't know what the project was. I just know it's security related. I'm like already doing my own stuff. It's like, I don't know. I'm coming on him and Han. He goes, "I tell you what," he goes, "I can't talk to you over the phone." He goes, "I'm going to buy you a plane ticket, fly you to San Diego. I'm going to give you $6,000 for 3 hours of your time." Done. So it must be important. So sure enough, I fly out there. He meets me, takes me off in his Porsche, and tells me what the project is that night. Mm-hmm. I'm still sitting on the fence because they're leaving in like 4 days, right? And it's like, I said, "Man, I got to go back to Indonesia, say goodbye to my, you know, at the time, my girlfriend, this, that, and that." I said, "Yeah, I'm not." I said, "How about you guys go and I catch up with you later?" He goes, "No, if you're not on the first one, I can't have you after that." Didn't make any sense to me. So I'm still kind of thinking. He pulls out $40,000 cash. He throws it on the desk. He goes, "That's yours right now. If you sign it, just do this." Okay, put it in my pocket, right? And so, yeah, dude, I made a lot of money. I won't tell. I'm not gonna disclose it here because I got ex-wives. They'll try to sue me, but if they're listening. But anyways, so I said, "Okay, I tell you what." I said, "I'm gonna fly back to Indonesia, say goodbye to my girlfriend, grab a couple of things. I'll meet you guys in New York, and then, you know, we'll assemble there." So I didn't know who the rest of the team was. I just knew who AG was, Abraham, and his number 2 guy, a guy named Isaac. Turned out to be a turd. But so I fly home, tell my wife, "Hey, I'm going to go to the Middle East, go train some soldiers, you know, how to march and stuff like that. You know, it's just regular stuff. You know, I'll be right back." And so I lied to her. And I fly to New York. I forget what night it was. Anyways, I arrive in the evening. I go to the hotel. I'm sitting down the lobby. I have to be up in a hotel room around 10 o'clock that night, certain room. And I look around and I notice there's some dudes walking around, kind of had this special forces swagger to them. You can just tell Army guys, especially spec ops guys, you know, and they were French. Interesting. That night, I go up to the room at 10 o'clock and everybody's there. All these French guys, and there's a total of 11 of us, French Foreign Legionnaires, 1, 2 SEALs, Abraham, me, and Moroccan couple like that. Anyway, total 11. And he tells us what the mission is. I already know what it is. He tells them what the mission is because they didn't know. He's like, "Look, gentlemen," he goes, "this is the mission." He goes, "I understand if you don't want to be a part of it. If you don't want to be a part of it, you're free to leave. You can take the $20,000 I already gave you and keep it. No problem." Damn. So they all stayed on board. He goes, "Okay, well, next thing is that guy right there." He's pointing at me. He goes, "That guy's in charge of everything. Whatever he tells you, that's what you're doing. He runs the show." And so I was already aware of that, basically. And so the next night, we had to meet at Teterboro. It's a private airport, right? Mm-hmm. Business airport. And the funny part was, Abraham was like, "Okay, I need you guys to show up in your tactical uniforms, your fatigues, whatever you're going to be wearing downrange," right? Which, by the way, we really didn't have. He told us not to bring anything because it all would be provided. But all of us did bring our own fatigues because we like wearing our own shit, right? So, so it made no sense. Why would we wear tactical uniforms to a business airport, dudes sitting around suits, and we walk in, look like a bunch of knuckle draggers, right?
Right.
And we look pretty rough. I mean,
Yeah.
we had some big dudes, and our shit was pretty ragged, you know, and just had that presence about us. So, but I didn't question it because Abraham's he's pretty smart, man. This guy knows his shit. And I was like, he's got a good reason. So I'm going to go with it. So we go to the airport. I find out later on, I figured out why. He knew we were already being watched. We were already being surveilled, probably by the FBI, probably NSA, probably CIA, probably a lot of people watching us, right? He already knew that.
What country are you in?
In America.
Oh, you're in America still. Okay.
And so, in New York. But he knew that, and he knew that they would know. And so rather than trying to be discreet, you know, and obviously probably one of the reasons they would look to see is if we're transporting weapons, right? That would be a big problem if they knew it. So we didn't have any weapons. We just brought water, food, things like that, uniforms, just equipment, but nothing forbidden to take abroad. So we load up, we take off in a private jet, and we stop in, I think, Hungary, to a refuel stop, ended up flying. So the pilots didn't know where we were going. First, they just thought we're flying to Dubai. And then en route to United Emirates, I remember knocked on the pilot's cabin door and said, "Hey guys, listen, new instructions. See these geo coordinates? That's where you're landing." And they're like, "Huh?" And they look at it, and it's just a desert, right? It's just a desert, just dirt. But that's where you're landing. This Gulf Stream.
Wow.
Just do it. And so they didn't want to quit. They're like, "Yes, sir, whatever you guys want, just don't kill us," right? And so and so we do. We land in the middle of the night out in this undisclosed, it's not even on the map, this airfield, right? And it's not even an airfield. It's just a kind of a quasi dirt strip. When we land, there's a C-130 sitting there. It's about 8 o'clock at night, something like that. I can't remember. But it's dark. Engines are running. Ramp is down. There's one dude standing on the tailgate. Turns out he was a colonel. His name was Colonel Mohammed. And he was an intel officer for the Emiratis. And he's standing with a clipboard. And so we land, engines off, and instructions will grab your shit, get off, and transload into that C-130. So we do. Grab our stuff, run over there. He checks the list. Check. Everybody get on. Fly off for another 4 hours. We end up in landing in Djibouti about 2 a.m. that morning. About midnight. Something like that, right? So we land in Djibouti. There's literally a CH-47 and 2 Apache helicopters sitting there, engines running, waiting for us. So we transload into tailgate of the CH-47, take off again, fly another hour into Aden, and we land at an Emirati FOB, right way off in the corner somewhere. They actually built another cantonment area in the back of the FOB, so we're out of sight, out of mind. Landed the helicopters there, we dismounted. And then, so now I'm the guy in charge. I look at the colonel. I go, "Hey, sir." I said, "Where's our weapons, equipment? What can we expect us?" He goes, "They're on the way right now." I said, "Okay." And they had some tents set up for us, HESCOs and stuff like that. So we go over there, download our own personal shit. Trucks show up, start downloading all the firearms. And so we're supposed to have brand new U.S. grade stuff, right? That's part of the contract, big gas contract, right? It was all laid out. We want all the cool stuff with bells and whistles, right? And guy drops the tailgate, and there's pieces and parts of AK-47s, Dishka, 51 caliber Russian shit. It's like, what? I said, "What is this?" Right? Just pieces and parts. They're missiles, like the heavy barrel machine guns. Didn't have a tripod. It's like, how the hell you shoot that, right? And it's like, the AK-47s, no magazines. The PKM machine guns, no linked belt for the ammunition. And I'm doing the inventories. We're stockpiling everything. And I realized there's nothing we can do with this stuff, right? And so I walk up to the colonel, and I said, "Hey, Colonel," I said, "this is not going to work. We don't have enough stuff here." And see, what I didn't realize was he despised the fact that we were there in his country to do on his behalf of his military what they couldn't do for themselves, right? And they got, the Americans, the white guys, the French,
right.
But we did have some Arabs too, right? Some Moroccans, so they should have appeased them, but it didn't. So probably thought he was a sellout. So when I told him that, I said, "We don't have all the, this is not enough. We need more stuff. So what you're telling me is you cannot do the mission." I said, "I didn't say that. I said, I can take that PKM machine gun over there and beat the shit out of somebody with it, but if I have to, but I didn't say we couldn't do the mission. It'd just be a lot easier if I could shoot somebody rather than beat them with a machine gun, right?" And so I know he was going to go with this. He was going to go back to the Minister of Defense, who was actually the client, right, for Abu Dhabi, and the MOD, and tell him, "No, they can't do it." That's what he wanted to do,
yes.
But it didn't work out. So So I kind of put some pressure on him, and he's like, okay, he goes, give me a list of stuff you need. I go, here it is, already done. And he brought me some of the stuff, enough to get the job done. But so then, so we get settled in, it's pretty austere. I mean, literally for breakfast and lunch, we were eating fish heads and rice. Fish eggs probably would have been a better choice, but no, it's just
fish heads.
That's fish heads and rice. That's all we got. Fish heads and rice. I know what they did, man. They were the boys over there in the chow hall, the Mercenaries were getting all the good shit. And they're like, hey, we got to go feed the gringos. Yeah, fuck it, everybody, give me your leftovers off your plate. Fish heads.
Oh my god!
I'm pretty sure that's what was going on there.
Brutal.
Yeah, it was some crappy food, man. We weren't there for the fine dining, that's for sure. Dusty desert conditions, flies everywhere. Really austere, but you know what? We're there to do a job, and
right.
We're soldiers. So, so now we have the issue of target list. So the target list has 42 characters on it, right, and 3 countries. So we're not just here; we're going to go other places and take care of some people, right? So, so the first guy on the list, and I'll say this because this was on a BBC documentary not too long ago. They lied, by the way, too. I just say that right now.
That's a surprise.
They're full of shit. But I had to get on there to do something to keep us all out of trouble because the SEAL that was involved in this thing would have gotten us in trouble. He's an idiot. So anyways, long story short, the first guy on the list was a guy named Ansaf Mayu, and he was the head of the Al-Islah political party. So the Al-Islah political party is an extension of the Muslim Brotherhood. Okay, they're bad guys. And Muslim Brotherhood was building barracks for Al-Qaeda in Yemen. And so they have what's called ACAP, Al-Qaeda Arabic Peninsula, AQAP. There's a lot of them. They were on every street corner. Like I was this far away from them sometimes. They'd be like looking in the window trying to see in, and I'm looking at them with my weapon, like getting ready to let the air out of them, right? That's how close they were. And that's how many there were. And the Muslim Brotherhood was building them barracks to house them. So you also had, you had the Houthis, you had the Muslim Brotherhood, you had Al-Qaeda, you also had elements from ISIS there as well. In fact, so we're looking at the list. Number 1 guy is this guy Ansaf Mayu, and as I go down the list, number 7, I forget his name now off the top of my head, but he was the USS Cole bombing mastermind. He's the guy that blew up the Cole bomb, set that all up, right? And he's there in Yemen. Like, what the hell? And he's got a house on a 4-way intersection across the street. He's got a madrasa, and he's walking around freely, no problem. And what he's doing, he's literally running ISIS fighters. He's running through a pipeline through his madrasa and then sending them to Syria. So we're like, oh, no, this got to be the number 1 guy. We got to take this guy out first, right? And then we brought it up to the MOD. He goes, no, this is my list. It's my country, and this is the target number 1, and he's number 7. I'm paying the bills. I'm like, shit, okay. So we get the first 6, right? So, so the first guy we go after, finally, we had all kinds of options on the table to take him out, right? So,
what's the best option?
Well,
what's your preferred option?
Just walk up and shoot him, right? That would have been the preferred option, but that wasn't easy because this guy was very, he was really good at tradecraft. He had been trained, right? So he was really good at not sleeping in the same place twice. He was good at watching his back. He traveled security detail. He was taking security measures all the time. And
are you guys really worried about covering your tracks and not being detected by anyone else?
Yeah,
or not?
Yeah,
you guys don't want this. This should not be like a public thing, right? This should be like super covert and
absolutely,
secret.
because we're the only white faces in the country.
Yeah,
and so they would have for sure dialed in on us, man. Let me explain what it looked like there at the time. So you got all these different groups. So if we left the gate wire, we would actually get inside of an MRAP and cover up, right? We would all hodge up and stuff, right? Try to blend in. And in the Al-Qaeda, nobody messed with the Emiratis. There was like this unspoken truth. You don't mess with us, we don't mess with you. And that stemmed from a VBID that went off in the front gate and killed about 40 Emirati soldiers. When that happened, the Emiratis were like, okay, we don't, we'll be here, but we're not playing this game. We're not risking any more lives. So they're kind of like showing off, right? And so basically, in fact, at the airport, so the Emirati military occupied the airport, but guess who controlled the gates going in? Al-Qaeda. Like, how's that work? Right? And so they control the gates going in and out, and that's how we would travel in there, is we'd be in the back of the MRAP, all hodged up, and like, hey, come on in. It was that kind of a situation. It was kind of weird, right? But the thing was, you could drive down any road at any time, and about every kilometer, there would be another checkpoint. Now, it's either going to be the Yemenis resistance It's going to be the Houthis. It's going to be Al-Qaeda, or maybe an ISIS faction's there. But there's always going to be somebody else is owning different checkpoints along the way.
Yeah.
And usually they didn't harass the Emirati military. So we'd get away with driving around the back of their trucks. But if we had left the gates in our own vehicles, and in fact, they saw us one time inside of MRAP. I knew the guy picked up. I was like, "What?" And he could see our white little faces. Yeah, and you could see him running and spinning up and getting on the radios and trying to call us like, "Oh shit, get the hell out of here!" But yeah, for sure, man, they'd have killed us if they caught us. That was a very dangerous place. Very dangerous place. But that's kind of the situation with the enemy situation, if you will. It was just the country's just decimated, man. I mean, it's just like totally just destroyed. And so we're like, okay, well, we need to find this guy on South Mayu. How do we find him? And so we were able to get one of their sources, human sources, right, to come in and tell us what they know and actually work for us. So we're like, look, if you can help us find this guy, we think his office is over here, but he travels around a lot. He's got a motorcade, just pick up trucks and stuff, with guns on it. If you can locate this guy for us, let us know. We're going to pay you lots of money, right? Here's a little bit of money now just to show you we're serious, right? So he turned out to be a good source. So we had all these plans, these contingencies plans, because we thought one day he's going to leave and go to the airport. Now, Aden, there's only one flight that leaves the airport per day, one airplane, in and out.
Wow.
Right? That's it, right? So we had intel he's going to fly out. And we're like, well, what day? We're not sure, but the next couple of days. So we did a reconnaissance of the airport roads, the front gate where the Al-Qaeda was, and we made the decision we're going to kill them right here in front of the gate, right? Get some Al-Qaeda while we're at it, but it just seemed like the field was perfect for shooting. We could set up and cover concealment, et cetera. So we kind of planned that one. And then we're going to do another one. We're going to interdict him on a desert road. Then we're actually going to get him on a motorcycle. So what I was going to do is ride up alongside him on a motorcycle up against his vehicle, hodge it out, right? And then we're going to hang a VBID from his mirror. And then
what's a VBID?
Oh, vehicle-borne improvised device. Basically,
okay.
it wasn't a VBID so much. It was just an IED. What I did is I built a charge, very big charge in an ammo can. I call it the mother of all claymores, but it was well over 7 pounds of explosives, and I put fragmentation, all kinds of stuff. And I designed it so I could actually hang it off his mirror and just drive away. And he couldn't get off the mirror, right? His driver wouldn't be able to get it off. And, it was too heavy. And with the wiring, by the time he got on, figured out, he'd blown up, right? So
wow.
That was a mission. So I had that one set up. And we had about 5 or 6 contingencies to include flying into one of the neighborhoods the Muslim Brotherhood built for Al-Qaeda. We thought he was going to be staying there one night. And so we were actually going to fly in there, do a roof assault, come down, and go get him. But then we'd have to fight our way out of the city, out of that neighborhood.
Right.
Ultimately, what finally happened was we got a intel hit one night about 9:30. Hey, he's in his office downtown Aden right here at this location right now. He went in with his bodyguards and his assistant. They're inside there to just close the doors. Holy shit. So we put the ISR bird up, which is a drone helicopter, and it's flying, it's filming. The source, the human source, he's watching. He's got eyes on from across the street, and he's giving us updates. Go, yeah, they're still in there, still in there, still in there. Drones confirm it. They haven't left. Mm-hmm. So what happened was we had made the decision that we would go in with one vehicle. Is a Toyota Land Cruiser, level 7 armor, brand new. They had a bunch of them sitting out in the field. They're like, hey, take whatever you want, use whatever. This is the Emiratis are telling us, just whatever you want, use it, right? Because they're going to give it to the Yemenis, anyways, if they win. So, so we had an up-armored Land Cruiser, and what we're going to do, 4 of us, me, Abraham, and 2 SEALs. One SEAL in the back with the Mag 58 machine gun, and then the other SEAL is sitting next to me on the starboard side of the car. Abraham riding shotgun, and then we had a driver who was an Emirati major. Now there was supposed to be no Emiratis involved in this, right? Because the Emiratis don't want any attribution to them, right? That's a little problematic for us because then it looks like just a bunch of gringos coming in here shooting the place up, right? So we figured it out. So we told this guy, I said, listen, you're not allowed to have a gun because then that looks like you're fighting, right? So I said, you can drive if you want to come along and watch the show, but you can't have a gun. You go with that? Yeah, we're good. I'm good with that. He's the first guy to get shot. The only guy to get shot
no.
without the gun, right? So, but he lived. So anyways, we drive in. Long story short, we drive in very slow, very dark. There's video of it on the internet from the ISR bird, and we deploy. As soon as we deploy, gunfire starts. And first guy shot, like I said, was our driver. And I ended up running across the street to the office. I tried to go in, tried to open the doors. I was going to frag it with some hand grenades, and then just go and start shooting, and then place the. I had basically it was an IED, is what it was, and I was just going to place it in an office with our dear friend, and then just vaporize the place. But they had locked it from the inside, so I couldn't get in. Right, so at this point, things are picking up on the street. Getting really loud and noisy, and all I can imagine was the bodyguards were standing behind the door going, what the hell is going on out there, right? Mm-hmm. But they didn't want to open the door.
Right.
And unfortunately for them, they're standing behind the door that I'm about to blow up. And I couldn't open it, so I put the charge in the door with the blast directional facing straight into the office. And my goal was to basically take him out with this particular, I call it the mother of all claymores, right? And so I pulled the firing system, and I was supposed to go back to my vehicle, the Land Cruiser. I had rigged it already for, I'd put explosives. Basically, I put an incendiary device in the back of it. What I wanted to do is blow the car up because we're not taking it out. We're going to leave it, right?
Okay.
I don't want to leave it intact, so I'm going to destroy it. So I rigged it with explosives, gasoline, some other stuff, and put it over the gas tank. And I was supposed to go back and detonate it, but I couldn't get back. At this point, the bullets were just zinging by, man. I mean, I'm in somebody's sights. And so I had a contingency plan. One of the SEALs that was with me, he was a good dude, not like the other guy. And I told him, if I don't come back when it's time to exfil, you have to pull the firing system, right? You pull the firing system, get in the MRAP behind you. So that's exactly how it played out. I ended up running north. He pulls a fuse igniter, jumps to the MRAP. By the time he gets to the MRAP, the main charge went off. It just like a nuclear weapon, man. It just leveled everything. And then 10 seconds after that one, the charge in the car went off, and it burned that car to the ground. I mean, like smoldering, nothing left of it, man. Yeah, I got real color pictures of it. It was just a huge bonfire. But it actually worked out pretty good because in the reports, so now they're, the newsies are coming in and go, what happened? What happened? And believe it or not, they actually thought we were Taliban because one of the guys, Abraham, looked like, he had a big beard and his thing going on his head. He just looked like a Taliban fighter. And they saw this Taliban dude running up there, and then they thought it was a car bomb that went off. They didn't realize there's actually 2 bombs that went off. So they go, yeah, a car bomb went off, and they didn't know what happened, right? Mm-hmm. Which is good. And then also the next morning, the assistant to the target, he's all wrapped up, his arms are all wrapped up in bandages and stuff, and he's standing on the stage, talking to, doing a little news conference, telling them, ha ha ha, they didn't get him, but I got him, and we weren't sure if we got him or not, right? I thought for sure I got him. If he's in there, he's dead, right? Yeah. And but this guy's actually standing out here, he's not. Turns out he did actually get away. He actually had left before we showed up, and this is where we're not understanding. We didn't see him in the bird. Huma didn't say he left. What's going on here? But he did get away. He made it to Saudi Arabia. An interesting thing about that was the Saudis wanted his ass. They didn't like him either. So why is he hiding in Saudi Arabia? So that makes me wonder too what's going on there. So all that went down, right? So we get off the X and we report back to the MOD up in Abu Dhabi. So it was me, Abraham, one of the SEALs, I think the 3 of us, maybe 4, and we're going to go to the officers club, meet with him and all his cronies. And again, this is already public domain. So his name was Mohammed Dalan. Mohammed Dalan has got a very interesting background. He used to be a Palestinian. Well, he probably still is Palestinian. He's a PLO fighter as a kid. And long story short, he was at one point financed by the CIA, but then the CIA go, yeah, this guy is, going a little rogue, so they cut him off. He's been implicated in the assassination of Anwar Sadat. Quite a few people he's been implicated in that. He finally got arrested by the Israelis. He spent 10 years in an Israeli jail, so he speaks like perfect Hebrew, but he's Arab. Now, what's interesting about this guy, he's like really cool Arab, right? I mean, I say cool in that he doesn't look like an Arab. I mean, he's all Gucci'd out, and he's just laid back, just a nice guy, man. He's drinking alcohol and having fun, and I'm looking at him and Abraham. These 2 guys were arch enemies at one time, literally are taking out each other's bodyguards because Abraham, I forgot to tell you this part of the story, he's actually a Hungarian Jew, but was in the Israeli intel service, right? And he was part of their TAP program, target assassination program. So he's dunting Muhammad's guys, Muhammad's dunting his guys. You know, there's a little feud going on. But finally, now all of a sudden, these guys, you would never know they were arch enemies because they're laughing and giggling and ho-hoing and drinking and talking about going down range and killing basically more Muslims. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here, right? So I'm sitting there eating my lobster shit going, is this really happening? And I remember thinking to myself at the dinner table, I said, man, you know, we're living a lie. We're all living a lie, man, because at the end of the day, man, it's not just this incident, but in this particular one, I'm going, how's this work out? You got a Jewish Israeli dude over here that's been trying to kill his guy. This guy's trying to kill this guy. They're in opposite camps, but now we're in the same camp, and we're going to focus on the Arabs' objectives of killing more Arabs, you know, because they're in his way and they're causing problems and they're terrorists, and he's going to pay us money to do all that. It was like really a weird, strange situation. I said, you know, at the end of the day, and I'm going to be a little crass here. Can I cuss on this phone?
Of course.
Yeah, okay. Sometimes I got to watch my language. So I have a theory, right?
Yeah.
When it comes to combat and war, since the dawn of time, though, as far as we know, there's been over 12,000 wars. 12,000, right? And when you really look at why do we fight? Why do men fight? All right. We fight for three reasons, I believe. One, power, right? Two, for money. And those are interchangeable. You got money, you got power, you got power, you got money. What's the third thing you think? I'll tell you what it is. I'll just be crass. It's pussy. Procreation, right? At the end of the day, it really is. What's the point of having all this wealth and shit, all this Gucci stuff, and you got no chicks to share it with, right?
Yeah.
And so, you know, you're a loser, right? So I believe that's the motivation. And so I'm looking at these guys going, yeah, it's about money, power, you know, probably pussy as well. There's a lot of that going on. But when I, you know, looking back at that whole scenario, it's like, that's just, suddenly two arch enemies are really good friends and they're working out a business deal worth a lot of money to take out bad guys, which I don't have a problem with that. So when we're sitting there chatting, he had already kind of gotten, the MOD had already gotten a brief back of the operation, and then he got it, you know, from our mouths, particularly mine. And so it turns out the first mission we did, that first one, was nothing more than a vetting mission. I didn't know that, right? So if I remember correctly, the entire project was worth $880 million, right? This first project, he gave Abraham, I believe, $800,000 or $1 million, right? To get the G5 jets, all the shit we needed to get the first team in on the ground to execute, right? So if we could prove we could do the first one, then we get all the other ones. And so then I think back to that day I was sitting in the office with Abraham, and I was like, hey, why don't you guys go first, and I'll come in on the next one. And he said, if I don't have it in the first one, I need you on the second one. And then I realized, yeah, if they would have boned this first operation, they wouldn't have got the contract. So in a way, he felt like he needed me to make sure this thing gets done. So it made total sense there. So now he's got the whole contract. Perfect. Well, we all do. And so we all took a break, said, okay, let's go ahead and, you know, go home for a minute, you know, and regroup, and then come back and continue the operation. So we did. And we ended up shedding a few guys. They just weren't up to speed, and replacing them with a couple other guys, some Green Berets. Who else? Yeah, Green Berets, another SEAL. And actually, one of the SEALs is pretty famous as well now. His name was, what was his name? Shit, I'm having a brain fart. Danny? I think his name was Dan. Dan was Dan's last name. I don't know.
Famous guy?
Yeah, he's pretty, yeah, he's, yeah, when he showed up, everybody's like, that guy, right? So anyways, but he ended up going to Serbia and getting arrested and spent a couple years in jail. He was like in real trouble until his lawyer got killed on the courthouse steps, and then he got released. But anyways, we started running ops. We ran a few other ones. But what's interesting is I remember one time when we went back on the second iteration, we kept staying at the same hotel, and we were on a little bit of a delay for some reason. And then one morning, one of the SEALs comes to my room. He goes, hey, man, I just got a weird phone call. I go, from who? He goes, well, a friend of mine who works up in Langley, and he's up there. And I go, yeah, and what do you say? He goes, well, he called. He goes, hey, man, how's it going? He goes, how do you like the Softail Hotel? And he's like, good. How did you know I'm in the Softail Hotel? He goes, well, because you're in Abu Dhabi and you got Dale Comstock in the room next door. He's just laying it all out there like he knows everything. This guy's going, what the hell, right? So He goes, where are we going with this? He goes, don't worry, man. He goes, we had a big conference this morning, a meeting about your activities, and you're good to go. Just don't take out any of our, any of our targets that we're trying to turn. And he's like, well, what target? Click, and that was it, right? So basically, that was the order. Like, yeah, you're good to go. Just don't take out any guys that we're trying to turn, right? Because they're working on trying to turn people over, right? Case off, right? Basically convert them.
Yeah.
So I looked at it and I said, well, I guess we'll know we got the wrong target when we get a hellfire up our ass. But it is what it is. But anyways, so it was quite an experience. Ultimately, I ended up, I couldn't, so Abraham had to leave on other business. He left his partner, the SEAL, in charge. And I couldn't work with the guy. He was just, turns out there was a lot of derog on the guy, derogatory information that I didn't know. Nobody knew until this other SEAL showed up. He shared it all with us. I was like, shit, man. I said, yeah, I'm just watching this guy's behavior, some of the stuff he's doing. I just felt like there's no way I can stay here in good faith and do anything with this organization with him in charge. So I ended up just leaving is what I ended up doing. Me and actually one of the SEALs walked out together, grabbed our shit, literally walked out the desert. Said, we're out of here. But that story, so BBC came out with a story on that last year, and they actually interviewed me in Florida. So they called me, and they were actually asking about the Wagner Group. So Wagner Group are mercenaries right from Russia. And they were trying to compare them to what we did. They're just asking, just being inquisitive, And so I obliged them. I said, look, those guys are a bunch of knuckle draggers from jail, blah, blah, blah. You got a choice, die in jail or die on the battlefield. I said, my guys are professionals, okay? And you asked a question about mercenaries. And I made it very clear to the journalist from BBC. I said, we're not mercenaries. We're professional soldiers, okay? I said, don't call me an assassin. Don't call me a mercenary. I'm a professional soldier. I was hired, which is legal, by the way. As an American citizen, you can vote, work for a foreign government as long as that foreign government policies are in alignment with U.S. policies, right? Global war on terror.
Yeah.
Okay, so
right.
So I tried to let her know, look, I'm a professional soldier. My men are professional soldiers. These guys are dads, husbands, There's no young guys or middle-aged guys on the team. They're all professionals. We took great care to make sure that there's no collateral damage. We made sure we vetted the targets, that we didn't shoot the wrong target or kill the wrong guy because old boy had the ass at him because he took his lunch money one time when he was in high school or whatever. I said, we did our due diligence as well. But so she wanted to know if I would do the documentary. And I thought, man, the SEAL had already gotten us in trouble because what happened a couple years later after we did the operations, I didn't know this, he went to Reuters and told Reuters that he gave up all our names and phone numbers, told them what we did, and he was trying to pitch this thing as a movie in Hollywood. And how do I know that? Because I know all the Hollywood producers, a lot of them, and they called my management team. And they're like, hey, what is this about? And they saw the pictures, even though my face was obscured, they're like, that's Comstock. So I know he's trying to make a movie. And I know he's trying to use journalists to help prop it up to make the movie, right? So he ratted us all out. None of us knew this. He gave up our names. In fact, one of the guys on my team got shot on Fort Bragg. He's a medic. He was out jogging. A car with Arabs literally drove up and shot him right through the gut. Gut shot him. My God. I saw him. The next day I saw him. He wouldn't go to the hospital because he was a medic. He said, I'm going to take care of this myself. I don't need no more drama. So we meet at Hooters, him and my son, and he's got him through gunshot wound. And he's got him stuffed with tampons and shit. He's trying to take antibiotics.
What?
Yeah.
Good Lord.
And so this is what happens when people open their mouth, and this is why I'm really assed up at this dude, because he's caused a lot of problems, right? And then I thought it went away. At one point, Elizabeth Warren was running her freaking pie hole about, an investigation, blah, 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 blah. It's like, go ahead, bitch. We didn't break any laws. So I thought this might be a chance because apparently this is not going away because they kept bringing up this guy's name. I said, you know what? If I don't do it, he's going to do it. If he does it, we're going to jail because he's just a liar, man. I watched him bullshit just to glorify this whole thing.
Yeah.
So I said, I'll do it. Because I thought I could definitely tamp it down a little bit. So they showed up in May of 2 years ago. Yeah, 2023. So it's supposed to be the cameraman, the producer, and one other person, I think. And then, anyways, they're going to be there for 3 days, Panama City Beach, Florida. They show up. I'm at this training site where I do some training sometimes. And They go, hey, it's us, blah, 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 blah. Oh, by the way, we brought this person with us. Her name's Nawala. She's a journalist. She's actually a Yemenese journalist, right? And good-looking one, but she was pregnant. And also she hated America. She hated the fact that, we even exist. There's no doubt in my mind.
Yeah.
I could just feel the tension, man.
Yeah.
And she was ready to dig into me, man, on this interview. I kept a nice smile and everything. It was very cordial. And then what happened was, so they want to see me do some training stuff, for the footage, B-roll or whatever. And then we went, they wanted me to go to take them into an indoor range. And they wanted to film me shooting, right? Actually shooting. Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'm shooting. And then finally at one point, I remember I'm getting a little bored, they're filming, do one like that, do one like this. And I'm like, hey, listen, guys. I said, I know you're from England. And you guys don't get to shoot guns. You only get to stab people. I said, would you like to try to shoot a gun? I'll show you. They were all cracking up. I go, it's true. So the producer, or the director, sorry, producer, she said, I want to do it. So she gets up there, and I have her fire about 4 rounds out of a Glock 17. Sorry, Glock 19. Mm-hmm. And I'm very close. I'm controlling it just so there's no accidents. She shot like 4 rounds and lost her shit, right? She's looking at me. She's take the gun, take the gun, take the gun. Wow. So I take the gun from her. She runs out the building, literally goes to the car, never comes back. So I clear the weapon. I look at the rest of the crew. I said, I guess we're done. Mm-hmm. Like, yeah, I guess we're done. So we pack up and shit. We go back to my home, and they're setting up to do the interview inside my living room. She comes out of the bathroom, and I go, hey, I said, well, so what'd you think about shooting? She goes, I don't ever want to do that again. I was mortified. She goes, this thing was so big and black and powerful. And she's like freaking out, right? Yeah. And everybody's watching and listening. And I thought, I'll make this a teachable moment, right? Maybe they'll put this on video. I doubt they'll actually put this out, but, So this is what I said to her. I said, you know what? I said, let me show you something. I said, you know what this gun represents? And she goes, what? I said, in your mind, it represents power, right? It's big, not that big, but it's big, black, goes bang, makes a lot of noise, power, kills people, right? I said, and the problem is, you don't want nothing to do with it. Like most people in America, not most, but half the country, they want to get rid of it because, right? Get rid of this thing is bad, right? And so I said, but if I teach you how to shoot this gun, control the gun, clear the gun, handle it safely, I said, guess what happens to the power of the gun? The power of the gun gets transferred to you, right? It has no more power. You have all the power. See, guns don't kill people. People kill people. Yeah. Now that you have control, the gun is harmless unless you pull the trigger, right, and shoot somebody with it. So I thought it was a pretty teachable moment, right? She's like looking at me like, wow. And everybody's like, yeah, wow, that makes sense. Like, really? Yeah. I mean, it seems like common sense, right? But apparently it's not so common after all. So yeah, they didn't put that in the BBC documentary. But it came out. So then they interviewed me later on. And they thought they had the aha moment, right? So Nawala, she goes, I got the list, the target list, the only target list. And why would you guys attempt to kill a woman or women? I go, huh? What are you talking about? She goes, yeah. She goes, there's women on the list. One of them is a humanitarian. She got all these awards, blah, 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 blah. Mm-hmm. I said, there's no women on the list. She goes, yes, there is. Yes, there is. Right? She's trying to hold me to it. I said, no, there's not. So finally I said, I got lucky a couple of things. So I said, well, hold on for a sec. So I get on my phone, speakerphone. I call one of the mercenaries. He's a French-born legionnaire. And I said, hey, Paul, I said, hey, by the way, remember that target list? He goes, yeah. He goes, what was that one chick, man? Do you remember her name that was on there? He goes, no, there were no girls on there. No, that one. He goes, no, there's no girl. Are you sure there was no girl? Positive, there's no girl. What are you talking about? I said, nothing. I said, by the way, BBC's here. They said there's a target list with chicks on it. And he goes, that's bullshit. He unloads on the other end, right? Mm-hmm. And I look at her, she's like, ugh. And so then she tried to get me for some other stuff, right? She said, oh, well, you killed the governor of Aden with a car bomb. In fact, she tried to implicate me in like 30 car bombings. I go, really?
Jesus.
So lucky for me, on my phone, I had the intel report, right? And I said, I didn't kill the governor. She said, oh, yes, you did. Right? And 30 other guys. I said, okay, let's start with this. I said, right here. I said, here's a report. I said, she, from Al-Qaeda, killing the governor of Aden on November 7th of 2015. Okay, and they're taking responsibility for killing him in his car. I said, and when we showed up was December 15th, right? And so how did I kill him? She's like, and I showed her the newspaper clippings and everything, right? And she's like, oh. And then she tried to pin me with all the other ones. And I said, lady, the only car I blew up was my own, right? That's the only one I blew up. I didn't kill nobody in their car, right? And all that bullshit. Right. But that's kind of where this thing started unfolding. But I had her, I think she kind of backed off because if you watch the documentary, she doesn't have a lot to say to me after that. You know, she's kind of being nice because I've treated her with respect anyways. But the other guy, she asked him, she says, well, how many missions did you do? Did you do more than 30? And he goes, well, you know, can't really talk about that. Fucking arrogant seal, right? And I'm like, yes, you can, asshole. Say you did one, just one. That's all you got to say, right? Yeah. We know it's one. Why do you have to go, well, it could be more than 30 because all you're doing now is suggesting we did more than 30. In fact, they said we did 160.
Right.
I was like, huh? I wasn't even there that long, right? So anyways, that's that story. You can look, it's on the internet. And
yeah.
So
that's the problem when you mix politics with all of this stuff. You know, and then there's also like the moral question, which most people don't understand, which is it takes a certain kind of guy to do the things that you have done and people like you have done, you know, and no one really understands that. People, I mean, you think like, yeah, it's got to take like a psychopath or a sociopath to be able to sneak into somebody's house and cut their throat at night, right? Like that's a terrible thing. Like how could you reconcile that with you know, your morals or your religion or whatever it is? Like how could you think of yourself as a good person when you're doing that? But like there's a huge difference between guys who can do stuff like that and literally recruiting teenagers to sit in a military base in Las Vegas and push buttons on drones that are blowing up entire buildings, you know? Like on one hand, you have like, you're disconnected from this death and destruction. And on the other hand, the kid who's doing this is going to end up having all kinds of psychological issues down the road, which happens with a lot of people, like young kids, like just joining the military and going to war when like the real reason they're doing it is because they might not have many other options, right? Yeah. Or like they were maybe pushed into it from, you know, by somebody else, some different kind of like influence in their life. And then, you know, there's guys like you who like, I want this, you know?
Yeah. Think about the drone pilots, right? That's kind of an interesting phenomenon because when I went to the unit before, when I was going through selection and I was going to go, I'm ready to go in front of the board, I had to do one more interview with a psychologist. And the question he asked me, he goes, if you have to shoot a man, would you rather do it up close, like with a 45, or from far away, like with a rifle? And I thought about it for a little, just to make sure it wasn't a trick question. I thought about it and I said, I'd rather shoot him from a distance. He goes, why? I said, it's less personal, right? Because now you're just a target. Up close, I see your face, right? And I see human. From a distance, I dehumanize you, right? So, you know, you're just a target. So with the drone operators, now I don't know what their psyche, you know, what they're dealing with. I have no idea. I've never met a real drone operator that's doing this kind of stuff. I'd imagine there might, yeah, you're right. If a guy has some, look, there's a difference between a guy like me that goes out and can shoot people in the face. Yeah. All right. And there's a difference between a guy that can play video games from afar and kill people that just look like a target, right? But they're not really human. Maybe the day will come where this drone operator will realize, I actually kill people, right? So I killed fathers and sons and brothers. Yeah. Maybe women and children too on a battlefield, some far distant country. So I would imagine maybe at some point, they might have to reconcile that. Some maybe right away can't deal with it. Maybe for some it'll haunt them later on. For some maybe it'll never haunt them. The question always posed to me is, how do I feel about things I've done? I'll tell you this: I'm a 100% disabled veteran, 100% PTSD, among other things, and I don't have PTSD because I kill somebody or they almost killed me. None of that bothers me because when you go to, if you really are a warrior, a soldier, you go in there knowing what you're getting into. It's like being a boxer. I didn't become a professional boxer by being afraid. I went in knowing what's going to happen to me. Okay, and I went in and I fought because I enjoyed it. Sounds kind of okay, maybe a little sick, but I enjoyed the sport. I enjoyed the combat. Same thing with this. I enjoy combat. I enjoy leveraging all my skills, my tactics, my weapon systems, and everything, and meeting the enemy. This is why in Aden, we didn't have anything. I had a 30-year-old Chi-Com AK-47. Literally, Vietnam vintage shit is what I had. I had to make all my gear to carry my magazines. We all did, right? We improvised everything. We were no better equipped and armed than Al-Qaeda. We're going to go on the battlefield with the same tools, right? Same Nikes, but the difference was going to be who is the better soldier. And that's,
Right.
I know I am, right? So I'm going to beat them all day long because I'm actually a soldier. They're just a bunch of goons, right?
Right.
And so, so I look at it like that. And so I sleep good at night, not because of what I've done. I sleep good because of what I didn't do. I didn't murder nobody. People that had it coming. They deserved it. And the other thing, but the thing that probably bothers me more than anything else, and this is what doesn't trigger me anymore so much, the PTSD. It's not seeing combatants getting killed and you're killing them and them all killing you. It's actually when you start seeing the collateral effect, when you start seeing dead women and children and babies crying and people screaming, you know, that are affected by this. That's the part that you take home, because if you're already a father, like I am, and you're married and just think of your family and you're like, man, you know, like there's one example. I was up in Tikrit, Saddam's home city, right, hometown, and there was a daylight assault, and I was going to lead the unit, right, in a daylight assault on this guy that we know was an IED maker, and but they lived in these row houses over there. You know, they're all connected. It's like one long wall. It's hard to tell which one is which. They all look alike, right? And so I had to go in and do a what do you call a CTR, a close target reconnaissance. So basically, I'm going to go in dressed up like an Arab, you know, hajied out in my pickup truck, and I'm going to drive by his house and look at it and positively identify it, PID. Oh, yeah, that's him. That's the car. That's blah, 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 blah. Okay, good. I know my way in. I know the way out. Then I go back. I pick them up. They follow me in. And so that's what we did. And as we go in, there was a red car parked there, and now it's not there. And a little bit of time it was gone. That was kind of one of my reference points. But I didn't just count on that. But it just made everything look different. There's no more red car here, right? And all these buildings are white. And so I pull up, I'm like, shit. And I'm hoping I'm getting this one right. And I did get it right, because as soon as I slow down, the guys behind me start bailing out. And they're going in full bore, man, through the front gates and stuff. And there was this little kid there on the street, on the sidewalk, about 2 years old. And it turns out it's the target's son. And he's just coming unhinged, man. The kid's screaming in his, you know, oh my God, man, mouth wide open. You know, he's 2 years old. He's just freaking, you know, mortified, man. And then, you know, these guys are going in, and I'm out of the vehicle, and I got my weapon in hand, starting to, you know, prepare to pick up security for them. And then I look over at this kid, and all I could see was my 2-year-old son standing there, right? And I remember my kid crying like that one time when I left him at the daycare. And it just kind of like just all came flashing back, because I felt so bad when I left him at the daycare, because he's looking out the window screaming, his mouth was wide open, and he's, Daddy, you know, that kind of thing. And I had to leave him because I got to go to work. You know, what am I going to do? And that was so hard to, you know, to do that. And I'm sure a lot of parents can identify with that. And so now I see this kid that reminds me of my own kid, the same crying on his face and screaming. It just brought back all these emotions, man. All I could do was just run over there and grab him. I pick him up in my arm. I'm kind of holding him. Got the rifle in my other hand, trying to pull security. Like, come on, little buddy, it's going to be okay, you know. And they're in there going, you know, tightening up his dad. And so those are the kind of things that can have a real impact, you know, on your emotions and stuff like that. And, you know, I got so many of these cases. I'll share.
What ended up happening to the kid?
Actually, after they picked him up, we went in. We didn't take the women, right? So we only wanted the guy, right? So if there's women in the house, whatever, hey, here's a little boy, right? Take care of him, that type of thing. So we usually just left him. Can't take him out. Dad's going away probably for a very long time. But you know, those are kind of things that, you know, you get caught. Like another example, I'll use Afghanistan. I remember one time, so we're in a base camp, a very small base camp. It's just me and 10 or 11 other Americans. 2 of us are shooters. The rest are just support logs, stuff like that. And we are at 7,000 feet elevation on the side of on the ridge of a high mountain. And then we put an OP, a listening post, observation post at 9,000 feet on the tip. We put a platoon up there, right? They're behind HESCO sandbags, right? And their job was provide overwatch. They could see 360, you know, and give us some top cover if we needed. And we rotate them out every month. So next month, another platoon would come up there. And so what was happening was, so we're on this side of the mountain, OP's up here, and then on this side of the mountain down here is a Taliban village. So the Taliban, every morning, they would do 2 things. One, they would lob mortars over the mountain on top of us, and then I would have to run out and grab my mortar section, lob mortars back. And then the other thing they do was send Taliban up the side, and they would start sniping our guys in the OP position, start shooting them, right? And they had, there's like 3 or 4 different ways they could get up there, right? Trails. But there's all ended in a certain same area, and that's where they'd shoot from. And so I'd been there for a while now. Now I'm getting a little annoyed, It's like, I hate, because they always do it at 4:30 in the morning. You know why they do it at 4:30 in the morning? Well, 1, that's when the sun comes up, and 2, that's when they do have their prayer call. They're all going to go pray. So they're like, hey, guys, let's go to church and pray, and hey, why don't you just throw some mortars at those guys on the way, right? So it was like a morning event, right? I was way on some mosque or whatever, right? Yeah. And then, they wake Dell up at 4:30. I want to sleep, and so I got to get out of bed. So now I'm hangry and mad.
Right.
So one day I decided, you know what? They're popping our guys up there, and I need to do something about it. So I took a patrol of my Afghans with me. We go up there, and I have them stay back, pull security, and then what I do is I go over to where I know Taliban's been coming up and taking sniper shots. Right. So I know where the trails are, and so I booby trap all the trails. Right, I put tripwire under, hand grenades. I set it all up. So anybody comes through is going to get fragged. Right, they come up there, and got all set up. And then my guys didn't know where I put it. I intentionally didn't tell them because, like I said earlier, sometimes we had actually Taliban in our ranks. So why I don't want to expose this information to a possible Taliban guy. Right. So then they come up and get free hand grenades if they don't get blown up by one. So we leave, we go back down to the base. I got to leave within 2 days or something like that, go home for vacation for 30 days. And so I take off. I come back, and my contemporary's still there. His name was Dave. Dave and I were always at the same camp together, right? Dave was a former Green Beret, really jolly old guy. Just a really good guy, man. Very funny, told jokes, just the life of the camp. He actually committed suicide in Southern Pines, North Carolina, one day. Just walked outside and shot himself with a 45 and got it over with. Fuck. Yeah, I knew he had some things going on, but I didn't know there was that much going on. But so I remember coming back, and he's already there. I said, "Hey, Dave, what's going on?" I said, and normally what we do is we give each other a sit rep, an update of what happened in the last 30 days while you're gone. Okay, this is what we've been doing, blah, blah, blah. I go, I said, how'd my booby traps work out? And he was really cavalier about it. He said, let me see, you killed a goat and a little boy. I was like, stop, what? He goes, yeah, you killed a little boy and a goat. And I said, what? Tell me more. And so apparently what happened was, I say a little boy, he was about 14. And his dad sent him up there to basically recover spent brass, unexploded UXO, anything they could salvage, right, for make money. It's, brass, stuff like that, right? So Pops knew that, there's stuff laying up there, and he sent little Johnny up to go collect it all and bring it back. Well, little Johnny went up there after the goat walked through one of my booby traps. He walked through one of them and killed him, right?
Oh, okay.
And now the weird part is, and I've never gotten the answer on this, but so Dave told me they found the boy's body down in the dump. And I said, that makes no sense because Muslims, they have basically they're required to bury their dead within 24 hours, right? So why would they put them in the dump? Something's not adding up. It didn't make any sense. So he goes, well, then the father says, one out. He goes, so I got another one. He's 10 years old. You get your ass up there. So he sends the 10-year-old up there, right? He walks through a booby trap, takes a leg off.
Oh my God.
Right? So I said, so I got killed one, wounded one, and a goat. He goes, yeah. And I had to do some soul searching. I was like, is that something I want to keep doing? Do I want to leave those booby traps up there? Because the intent was to kill the bad guys and protect the good guys, right? Because I got soldiers up there that are fathers, husbands, brothers. They're soldiers, they're loyal. They go to combat, they go to fight with me. I need to protect them, right? So that's what I was trying to do. And so, but this was what happens. And so after doing a little bit of soul searching, I thought about it. I was like, you know what? Those guys just gonna have to do a better job of protect themselves or hide behind a sandbag. I said, that's it, man. I said, I'm gonna go back up there and disassemble everything. So I took the patrol back with me. But this time when I got up there, in that 30 days that I was gone, there was a 115 or 155 artillery strike on that hilltop because somebody called it in because the Taliban was up there, right? So when I got up there, I didn't recognize anything. All the trees were split in half and branches, it was a big mess. I'm like, holy shit. But I knew the booby traps were probably still hanging in there, right? So look, it'd be very irresponsible for me to leave those things there, Just fucking leave them there. Somebody's going to get killed one day, right? And so I can't do that responsibly. I can't do that, right? I got to recover the shit or make an attempt. So I go out there, and sure enough, man. Some of them were just hanging by a thread. I'm like, oh my God, man, it's like shit. I get a strong breeze, I might get vaporized here. So I'd sneak up to these things and see the pins are already out. So what's holding them together actually was the spoon on the hand grenade, and I put it back into. They come in these cans, right? And you slide the hand grenade in the can. So the hand grenade was armed, but inside the can it had tripwire on it that was tied off to another hand grenade over here or to a tree or whatever, a stationary point. And when you walk through the wire, you pull the grenade out, it flips the spoon and it goes off, right?
Oh my God,
well, apparently what happened, mine were all doubles, right? So if you pull the grenades out, they're going to wrap around your ankles like a bolo, and you're not going to get them off. You're going to die, right? You're going to have two hand grenades hanging around your feet trying to wobble away.
Right.
So, I was able to go up and sneak up and catch a couple of them, and then I just threw them down the mountain over the side where the Taliban was, let them have it, right? So rain on them. But I did recover it, but the point I'm trying to make about all that is those are the kind of things that I think about, you always think about that. It's like, God, man, you don't get to escape war. If you're a combatant, if you're a combat soldier, if you're out the guy that's slinging lead with the bad guys at very close ranges, you don't get to escape war without something mental going on after that, man. You're gonna carry something with you, right? And for me, it wasn't the fear of dying, it wasn't killing bad guys. It was like watching innocent people suffer. And that's the hard part, man, because you know why I can relate to that? Because I have a family,
right?
And when I see these people, I'm thinking my kids, my wife is like, man, I watch women screaming. Oh my God, man, I've never heard women scream like that in horror and fear and stuff as we're taking out their freaking brothers and husbands. And, it's like, and I'm mad at the men. It's like, why would you put your women in this position?
Right.
Why would you do that, man? Idiots, but they don't care. They don't care. It's some type of sickness for sure. But
do you believe in God?
I believe in a higher power. I'm glad you asked that question too. I'm very transparent, bro. You can ask anything you want. I don't care. I got nothing to hide. I believe in a higher power. So when we first sat down and started talking today, we were talking a little bit about supplements and alternative medicine and stuff like that, right? So a little bit more about my background. I have a PhD in alternative medicine, natural health. I got a master's degree in business and organizational security management with a bachelor's degree in education. And I'm really intrigued by longevity, and I want to know how to live longer, healthier, and be as effective as I am today. I'm 62 now, and so
you look fucking great, bro.
Thanks. And it's been. Well, I've had my PhD now for about 20 something years, and by the way, I earned my PhD downrange. The entire PhD downrange. I bring my study materials. If I was not shooting bad guys, lifting weights, or sleeping, I was studying. So. Here's my thoughts on, to ask your question, is there a God, higher power?
Yeah.
I think God's within all of us, okay? And that's kind of sounds like I'm kind of being elusive, but the world that we live in, the universe that we live in, everything is frequency, everything is energy, everything's vibrating. This wooden table right here, if you were to get down really far down in a microscope, you'll realize all those atoms have space, they're all moving, they're all vibrating, right? Nothing's actually solid. You, me, we're not solid. Right. Everything has its own frequency. Everything has some type of frequency to it, some type of broadband frequency. You asked me earlier, so what tied this into the canine thing, the dogs, right? How do dogs smell explosives? How do you train them? Yeah. So I'm going to tie all this together. So for example, canines, when they pick up an odor, okay, every odor has a broadband frequency, okay? What that means is, for example, how do I train a dog to find you and track you through 1,000 people, crowd of 1,000 people? Okay, he smells you, whatever, you take off, you run zigzag through the crowd, and then a few minutes later, I send the dog and we track or trail you through the group. Okay, how does he know your scent from everybody else's scent? Because everybody's odor is like a signature. We all have a very unique odor, all the way down at the very chemical level, right? Wow. And it has to do with frequency. So every odor or every slight change of an odor has a slight change of frequency. So what the dog is doing, so now the other thing that happens, we shed about 1 million skin cells a day. Okay, they're just flopping off. We don't see them, but we're shedding shit all the time, right? So these skin cells, which it's biological, but it hits the ground, and guess what happens? It starts to decay. Bacteria starts to consume it. It starts to gas off. You get gas coming up. The gas has its own frequency, okay, because of your skin. And the dog is literally picking up your odor, right? It's different from everybody else's odor. He's following this wake of odor, which has your frequency in it. So the dog actually sees the world through his nose as you and I see it through our eyes.
Right.
So everything we look at is color. I mean, it's frequency, right?
Yes.
So we only see about 3% of
Yep.
the color on the electromagnetic spectrum, right? So we're blind to the other 97. The 3% we do see, we actually don't see it. What we're doing is our photoreceptors are picking up the light frequency, the light waves,
Right.
And converting it, and then basically creating an image of what we see, what we consciously think it is. And by the way, that's all relative. What I see, what you see may be something completely different, because what we do is convert that frequency and basically project it like on the back of the visual cortex,
Yeah.
and we see something, right?
Yep.
So we do that visually. We rely on our eyes more than we do our nose, right? Now, our canine does the opposite. He relies on his nose more than he does his eyes. He's many times better at smelling things than we are. So here's another example. There's stories out there like this, by the way. It's not me making this up. So a family goes from, let's just say, drives from North Carolina to California, and they got Fido in the car with the family. It's going to be a vacation for out to California. So we're driving along the way, halfway out there, take the dog out to go poop or something at the rest stop, and then Fido's gone. And they lost him. They can't find him. Like, where'd he go? He's gone. Well, we can't wait on him. We got to go. So they leave. Come back to North Carolina a few weeks later. A couple months later, the dog shows up at the front porch. Like, how did that happen? How do you know how to find his way back? Because he was in the backseat of the car sleeping most of the time.
Yeah.
Right? That's what dogs do.
Right.
Now, here's how it happens. So you're driving along, you're seeing road signs, street signs, you're seeing terrain features, you're seeing prominent things, right, that you won't forget. Like, yeah, you're in Pittsburgh right now, wherever, right? Big sign.
Right.
You're seeing this thing, this bridge, this blah, 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 right? So you're taking everything in, you're remembering it with your mind. Well, the dog's laying back there, he's picking up odor along the way. Every odor has its frequency. So what he does is, he's literally seeing what you're seeing, but he's seeing it through his nose because he's picking up frequency.
Even while he's sleeping?
Yeah.
Wow.
To some degree, right? Like we can hear things when we're sleeping, right? We don't always act on it, but we can hear shit when we're sleeping, right? So, so what happened is the dog goes, he doesn't know how to go forward because he doesn't have any scent memory going forward, but he does have scent memory going backwards. So he reverses and follows it back.
That's
right?
so interesting because I think it's been proven that the number one sense that we have that is most directly correlated with memory is smell. That's why you smell things, random things you haven't smelt in years, and you're like, all of a sudden, it just shoots back all these memories into your brain.
Yeah, exactly.
That's fascinating.
Yeah. So that's kind of how the dog works, right? So now, what's interesting is if you have a dog, it's your pet dog, and let's just say you position him 100 yards away, somebody's holding him, all of a sudden, you walk out.
Wow, that's interesting.
The dog goes, is that my master? Right? I think it's my master. He starts wagging his tail, and then he runs to you. Usually what he will do as soon as he gets to you is he'll sniff your hand or sniff your body. He'll take a lungful to confirm it's you. He trusts his nose more than he does his eyes.
Yeah.
So when I train dogs in explosives, for example, every explosive, C4, TNT, whatever it is, all has its own broadband frequency. So I trained the dog just to pick up on those frequencies, right? Individually, I start individually, and sometimes I compound them together. But basically, the dog knows that okay, if I find this particular odor, what I do is I basically trick him, right? So. For example, I'll put the odor in a box. The dog likes the tennis ball. He's really interested in the tennis ball. He doesn't know anything about this odor thing yet. And I said, hey, where's the ball? Boy? I put it in a box, right? He runs over there and I stick it out this hole. He sees, he tries to get to it. When we put his nose in there, he also gets a whiff of this explosive, right?
Yeah.
But he doesn't think anything about the explosives. Yeah, he just wants the ball, right? And then I hand him throw him the ball, and he's all happy, right?
Yeah.
And then I keep repeating that. Is classical conditioning. And eventually what happens is he starts to associate the smell with the tennis ball, right? Then I don't put the tennis ball anymore, but he smells it, right? And I've also now conditioned him to sit down when he smells a tennis ball, right? So now he sits, but where's the tennis ball at? And also the tennis ball comes from behind. Somebody throws it behind, goes, oh, there it is, right? So he learns how to basically sit when he smells an odor because it's associated with the tennis ball, which is the reward. And the reward is actually what it does is stimulates his prey drive. So the reasons dogs chase balls and some are better than others because they have a high prey drive. It's a hunting drive, right? They go crazy over hunting. And if the ball's moving, it drives them nuts. Some dogs don't care about hunting, right? They just lost that drive, they don't have it. So you have to use, for example, food incentive, right? If they're hungry, they'll eat. If they want to eat, the only time they eat is when they're working, right? And so they want to find a lot of explosives because that means they're going to get a big meal, maybe if they're lucky, right? So there's different drives that dogs have, but basically, whether it's explosives, narcotics, it doesn't matter what it is. That's one of the ways you train them. In fact, I can train a dog to pick up money. I can train a dog to, pick up, like this, whatever this ingredient here, just a little trace of it.
Yeah.
I can train a dog to find, like I said, cell phones. I was in London Heathrow one time, and I was on the jetway in line waiting to get on board the aircraft, and a canine handler, British guy, policeman, walks by with a Labrador, just walking by everybody. As soon as he walks by me, the dog stops and sits right on my ass. Right? And the guy looks at me and goes, "How much money you got in your pocket?" I pulled in. I had like maybe, I don't know.
Oh, he smells cash.
Yeah, he smells money. I had about $300 on me, right? I just pulled. I go, "Yeah, that's all I got right here." He goes, "Okay." Yeah, because you know what? That's if you get caught carrying like more than $10,000, where depending on what country you go to, that's problems, right? They can actually confiscate it from you and keep it from you, and then do all kinds of other shit. So that's what he was looking for, cash. But it can be. I can train a dog to detect COVID viruses. It's already done. Dogs are already detecting cancer in people. They're detecting seizures before they happen, and you can train a dog to detect a virus. Because why? The virus has its own frequency. The virus also changes your own frequency. See, our frequency is roughly 7.8 hertz, right? Which is the same frequency as Earth, right? The same resonance as Earth. Earth is 7.83. We're actually 7.83. Now, if you were to get a virus, it's going to change everything in your body, metabolism, everything's going to start changing because we've got a problem in there, right? And the dog can actually pick that up externally. He can pick up that frequency. He's not hearing it. He's not seeing it. He's picking up with his nose because you're going to start basically gassing off just through your moisture, just through sweating and things like that, and your body odor. He's going to pick up some type of trace of that virus in there. When COVID happened, I've got actually one of the subject matter experts in the world, a particular doctor, that actually, I think I can say his name. His name is Dr. Adebimpe, very good guy. And he's a owner, founder of Scent Logic. He makes pseudo explosive training mediums, right? And he and I were actually going to set up COVID screening points like an airport. Like you get off the aircraft and you guys are going to walk towards immigration. I have 1 or 2 canines posted right there as you walk by. The dogs are just sitting. I'll have a fan on the other side. It's blowing a light breeze across. Anybody that's got the virus, it would come across. Dog would pick it up, and then it's called vapor trail. And then what he would do is follow the guy that's got it and then sit on him. Right? I can train dogs to do that. I've done it before, right? So the dog sits and goes, that guy's it, right? And then you wrap him up. But nobody wanted to talk about that. Nobody was interested. And I'll tell you why they weren't interested. Because this whole COVID thing was a racket. I'll tell you why. Everybody was making a ton of money off of PCR testing. Oh, yeah. All the clinics were making, if a guy came up positive, they got $1,300 or $1,500 from the U.S. government, for every positive hit. People were incentivized to make sure people have the virus. And they're not going to let me come in with my dog and scan people and just pluck out the people who already have it, right? So nobody was interested in that because of that reason, right? So this is why, I know this is all bullshit. This COVID thing was a bunch of crap. Yeah. A lot of people made a lot of money, and a lot of people lost a lot of money, including me. A lot of people lost their lives. A lot of people suffered greatly because of this scam. Yeah, by the way, COVID's real, and also the virus has been around for 28,000 years. It's not a new virus. You know what? 30 years ago, I was actually inoculating my dogs for COVID. It was called a 7-way shot. Right. I was already doing it back then. So COVID's not new. Well, they call this one the novella because it came from a bat. Bullshit. We know where it came from, right? But they made that crap up. It might be new.
I think they've admitted it now.
Yeah. Maybe it's a new improved version of COVID. It's still COVID. Yeah. But yeah, sadly, that's
That's crazy, man. It's you were talking about how human beings are just, we've been warring apes since the dawn of our existence. And with technology and the way it evolves and gain of function research, trying to make viruses more powerful to kill people easier.
Right.
Bro, it just, the future seems grim.
Yeah.
When you think about just the level of technology and the level of the amount of money and brain power that goes into new ways of killing people, bro.
Yeah. Well, I just did another podcast the other day. I was talking about drones. That was a question about drones. And here's my opinion, man. It's a matter of time, and they're going to ban drones for private use. Mm-hmm. I'll tell you why.
Yeah.
Because you don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out how to weaponize a drone. Even a small drone you can buy wherever, right? Walmart. It's actually very simple. And now you got a drone. It's like, you scratch all the serial numbers off, make sure it's not traceable back to you. And now you can actually target somebody from afar, right, with a drone. And there's so many ways to kill somebody with a drone. I'm not talking about mounting a gun on it. You could, I suppose. Or I've actually dropped hand grenades from them before. I've mounted hand grenades on them.
Jesus.
Yeah, when we first started messing around with drones, I was messing around with them too. Almost blew myself up. But yeah, but there's other ways, man. There's ways like, and I'm reluctant to kind of say it out loud because I don't want to give anybody any ideas. But if you got a live brain cell, you can figure this out real fast. How to do this and passively kill somebody with a drone and make it nobody would know you did it. And but I will say this because, and hopefully the Secret Service is listening because I want to help them out if they haven't already thought about it. Did you see the convoy with Trump in it when they went to Saudi Arabia?
I don't think I did.
Okay. And
how recent was this? This was like a couple weeks ago?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyways, he's got a really robust motorcade, right? And
they drive that shit into the plane. Like they bring all the cars on the plane when they travel.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And actually some of them are already forward stage. Some of them are already flown ahead and are waiting on the tarmac, right?
Wow.
So they're already rolling by the time he gets there. But they've got, for example, I was pointing out that they had one vehicle as a Suburban or something, I think right in front of the Beast. And it looked like, we call it a donkey dick, right? But a big, large dildo sticking out the top. It's an antenna. And it's actually a jammer, right? So
okay.
So they jam a lot of frequencies in case there's an IED out there, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it made me wonder, it's like, okay, what are they doing for drones, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have they have to think about it already, right? Because here's my thought. Hopefully his vehicle is armored on the top. A lot of times armored vehicles are not armored on the top because of weight, right? So they don't armor the top because they figure nobody's going to shoot you from the top.
Right.
Imagine if you had a drone and you could affix some type of a shape charge on it, a very small one, just like the ones you see in Ukraine, little ones taking out the tanks, right? And you can land that on the top of his car while he's driving it, or he's sitting still, he's in it. He's done.
How do you prepare for something like that? How do you disarm something? If you see a drone coming out of the sky like that towards something, what's the most logical, reasonable way to avoid that happening or to take it out?
That's what everybody's working on. It's like, how do we stop them, right? So here's
EMP
the thing.
Maybe?
Well, let's check this out. So there's a video out, I just saw it, it's been out a couple times now. So the Ukrainians are using drones with fiber optic wires, right? So they're flying by wire, right? So there's no RF radio frequency, right? So there's nothing to jam. Only way you can stop that drone is you got to cut the line, right? So, and they actually show the Russian guys going out there and picking up, and it's thinner than hair. It's really thin, right? These fiber optics, like they use them in tow missile systems. It's got a range of 3,000 feet.
What is this, Steve?
I think this is what he's talking about.
Oh, okay. So the drone is basically connected to like a line the whole time.
Yep. There it is.
Oh, like on a reel.
Yep, there it is. That's right.
Holy shit.
Yeah. There it is, right there.
No way. So those big guns that you see, those guns that they see that like they shoot them at the drone, it's like a directed energy weapon to take out the drone. That won't work on this.
Well, if they hit it, it will. If they can burn it.
Okay.
But hit the motors or something like that. But fiber optic, man. The only way you're going to stop that thing is you got to cut the fiber, the cable, right? So that presents another problem. And now you got drones that actually you can actually load via AI a map and picture of the target that you want to take out, and it does the rest itself. It flies itself based on the map that's installed, and it knows what the target looks like. And it just dials in on, right? So AI is some scary shit. That's got scary too. So
that thing doesn't look friendly.
So yeah, that's the challenge. Is how do you stop stuff like this? You know? That's the challenge. And
yeah, man,
I think the only way you're going to be able.
Oh my God.
Yeah, at this point, man, drones are so ubiquitous. You know, it would be like, you know, trying to ban guns today. Good luck with that, you know?
Yeah.
And same thing.
And they're so small. They're so tiny now. You can buy them like the size of this thing.
Yeah, yeah. Man, there's so much more things you can do with drones. I don't want to give the bad guys ideas, but there's, man, one little tiny drone could really create havoc in America, in any country for that matter. You're right. The world is changing. It's getting scarier and scarier, more and more dangerous. You know, how this is going to end. So to answer your question about do I believe in God, so going back to that, right? So I believe in a higher power. Here's what I believe. We're not going to die. We don't die. What we do, and this is thermodynamics, right? Energy cannot be created nor destroyed. It can only be transferred. So your body is simple carbon-based matter. When your body dies, what happens? It just turns into fertilizer, right? Worm food, whatever, turns into shit. But what happens to the electricity inside of you? The bioelectricity that you have inside of us, inside of your brain, your mind, right? Your body, where does it go?
What do you think?
Yeah, it goes back into the ether, into the universe, right? So there's a thing I call the electric universe. The entire universe is electricity. Everything in it is electric. So is there a God or is there a divine consciousness? Are we living in a computer simulation, right? Some advanced aliens, culture, people somewhere around the world, they've created a computer simulation that's so realistic that even the players in it are real, right?
Yeah.
Is that, and there's a lot of science starting to support that notion that maybe that's actually what's going on, because there's some really weird things when you think about it. I do a lot of performance coaching for people as well. And here's what I tell I've actually coached Catholic priests. I've coached Tony Robbins coaches. I've coached doctors. I've coached a lot of people, man.
Wow.
And so I always start off in the beginning. It's like, I have to know a little bit about your background. Are you religious, God-fearing? What's your thoughts on things? And so here's what I've discovered. So between religion and science, there's a lot of intersectionality. In fact, they're almost the same thing. So in the Bible talks about matrix. What? Thought that was some shit somebody made for a movie. So the Bible actually talks about a matrix and refers to a matrix in that regard. There's a lot of stuff in the Bible. When we talk about, and I'm a Roman Catholic by birth, and that's it. But I used to go to catechism, all that kind of stuff when I grew up, because my mom made me do it. But here's what I know. We talk about, spirit, Holy Spirit, all these things. We have a eulogy, and the dear departed, Danny, he's a good man, but he's still here with us today in spirit. Actually, he really is still here with us in spirit, right? So I think we all intuitively know that we don't actually die. It's almost like a forgotten knowledge. Why did we forget it? Because we've got cell phones, we've got computers, we've got phones now that do math problems for us and think for us, right? And keep our memory in it, all our pictures and shit, right? So I think we've gotten away from the natural ways of thinking. But if you look at it like spirit, Holy Spirit, all these things on this side, and then on the world of physics, we talk about frequencies, the law of vibration. They're actually the same things. They're actually the same thing, because it's vibration, spirits, vibration. And I believe it's one and the same. It's just, for the average religious person, they're like, no, there's God. God made everything. Okay, I'm not disagreeing. If God made everything, then he also made science. He also made all this other stuff that we're talking about, right? If God doesn't exist, he didn't make all this stuff, then science can still explain it. They can both explain it. There's a topic called apologetics. Apologetics is when you try to use science to prove religion. In fact, a lot of people will try to use apologetics to prove science, right? And in my mind, it doesn't always hold water. For example, sometimes that's a stretch, but okay. But I believe, science success is based on physics, Albert Einstein said it, Nikola Tesla said it, they all said it. They said the same thing. It's not about philosophy. It's not about hard work. It's always about physics. If you understand physics, and what are physics? Metaphysics, frequency, energy, vibration. I do it all the time. I literally I've manifested everything I have in my life since the age of 15. I'm 62. Everything I've done, I've manifested because of how I think, not what I think. And so I'm going to give you a quick tutorial. Everybody out there, this is free, no charge. Not a problem with that. I like helping people. So when I say manifesting, everybody thinks they know how to think because they're thinking. Actually, they're not really. But from the ages of 1 to 7, we are in this hypnotic state called theta brainwaves. Okay, 4 to 7 hertz. Okay, and why are we in this hypnotic brain state of these brainwave state? Because we have to learn the rules of society, how to live in a family. Oh yeah, we need to know how to communicate. So we got to learn a language, right? Multiple language, blah 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 blah. And so we have a lot to learn. So we have to be a sponge, and that goes on between the ages of 1 and 7.
Yes.
Right. So after that, we go into a more critical mindset. So around 8 onward into our teenage years, late teenage years, we're in alpha brainwaves, right? So we're more analytical, more critical thinking. And then like right now, you and I are sitting here at I'm going to say roughly 25 hertz in beta frequency, beta, right? So we're listening, we're kind of studying, we're cataloging thoughts, we're acting, we're going, okay, do I really want to remember that? No, throw that out. I do want to remember that. This long-term memory, short-term memory. There's a lot of things going on inside the supercomputer up here. But we're definitely very vulnerable at 1 to 7. The problem is at age 1 to 7, who's changing? Who's teaching you something? Everything. Your mom and dad, right? Your teachers, the news, your friends, everybody's telling you what to think. Like, hey, if you masturbate, you're going to go blind, right? At the age of 7. Like, okay, I won't do that, right? Who made that shit up, right? Right? But if you never challenge it, you grow up thinking the same thing and you pass it on to your kids, right? Hey, stop jacking off until you're like 8.
Right.
I don't know. But so what happens is it becomes programmed into. It becomes a program, and that's the program you run subconsciously until you consciously challenge it. Go, wait, why do I believe this again? And you start thinking about it, like, who told me that? My mom said that. Yeah, she's a figure of authority, but she was way off on that one, right? So and then you go, damn, but all these years I've been making all these decisions with all this bad data that I know is bad. Now I know I can't get up the hill. Right. So you have to challenge paradigms. You have to ask yourself, do I believe this? Why? And if not, then I need to change how I think about this or just discard all that. Right. So it's part of our programming. So that doesn't mean you're locked into program. The Jesuits said, if you give me your children from the ages of 1 to 7, I'll show you the man, because they know you're programmed from 1 to 7. They know what you're going to grow up to be like. What kind of person you're going to be. For example, there's a thing called download hypnosis. Usually it's between the first 2 years. So who are you closest to in the first 2 years? Mom, right? She's calling you, trying to feed you, You might be close to your siblings too because they're taking care of you while mom's cooking. Right. Maybe dad comes around, goes, what's that? Oh yeah, I made that. Oh yeah, right? So I don't know. But so you download behavior from the ones you're closest to in the first 2 years. So if your mom's always, chicken shit, screaming and hollering about bugs and this and that, she's just, really impulsive, OCD or whatever. And maybe, the other kids are a bunch of lunatics, there's a pretty good chance that's what you're going to turn into, right? Yeah. So you're going to adopt the same behaviors. But that doesn't mean you're locked into them for life. What happens is at some point, if you want to make a change, you have to stop and go, you know what? Why do I believe this? And you have to challenge everything you ever believed, right? Consciously. Yeah. So your consciousness, and by the way, the consciousness, let's call it the front of the brain, that's responsible for filtering and analyzing information. That's it. Filtering and analyzing, right? That's it. That's all it does. What is that? Filtering, analyzing, and then it decides, does it want to keep it or not? If you want to keep that information, you go, yeah, it's valid. Then what happens is it goes to the subconsciousness, which is actually the mind. So where's the mind? It's not up here. It's not in the brain because the brain and mind are not together. Everybody conflates them, but they're not. So the mind is where? It's throughout your entire nervous system all the way down to the DNA and also outside the body. So think of the subconsciousness as like the supercomputer. It's the repository for all information experiences you ever had in your life. It's all in there, right? It's just a function of how do I get that information out because I need it. So the consciousness does only one thing. It just filters, analyzes information, and that's it, consciously. It's the subconscious we've got to dig into and go, you know what, I'm running some software and it's bullshit, you know, and I got to download or offload it. But the problem is it's already written into the hard drive and I got to overwrite it because I can't remove it, right? That's the problem. Like training, for example. That's why when you train, you should train very slow, right? Do it properly, perfectly, beginning, and the speed will naturally come. If you try to rush at something, you build mistakes into a technique, guess what? You can't undo the techniques. You can also override them, which means more work. So the subconscious, like I said, it's a quantum computer 100 times X, you know. It runs off of energy, bioelectricity. That's what it functions off of, right? It needs that, right? Just like a computer. So we're not necessarily locked into our way of thinking until we actually challenge our way of thinking, right? And then we ask ourselves, why am I thinking this? I'm thinking this, this, and this because this is what my teacher said. This is what the news says. This is what my mom and dad said. They're all wrong, right? And so now I got to do a paradigm shift. Okay, what's the right answer? And then that becomes the new program. So you have to start with a conscious paradigm shift and reprogram the subconsciousness. The subconsciousness controls 95% of our behavior every day. 95% of our behavior is controlled subconsciously. You're driving a car, you're walking, right? You're not thinking about it, you're just doing it, right? 95% of everything we do, we're not even thinking about it, we're just doing it. 5% of the time we're in conscious thought. The reason we can do all those things like walk, drive, jump, all those things is because we programmed ourselves at one point in our life. We learned how to, crawl, grab a couch, stand up, scoot around, straddle, and I'm walking, I'm balancing. Okay, now I'm running and jumping, right, and chewing gum, right. So we just keep building on the program, and then you can't forget the program. You can't forget how to walk. I doubt you can forget how to drive a car. You can't forget how to swim. These are programs that are instilled in us. But the programs that we can change are the programs of thought, right? So things that we install consciously about something, bad information, we can change that. We just got to challenge it and ask ourselves why, and then recognize that it's bullshit, and then basically overwrite it with something that's not bullshit. So, so again, my third time coming back to the topic, right? I told you.
So do you think we have a soul? Like, do you think the energy that comes out that is a part of us, our conscious beings, is like some version of a soul, right? That can leave and go back into the universe, and then
soul is energy. Your soul is energy. It's frequency, right? That's what I believe, and this is why I believe that we never die, because I believe we always exist, and this is why, for me personally, I try to be the best version of myself I can be. I try to do the right thing. I'm not perfect, but I try to be a good person. Try to do the right thing. Why? Because I know my dad's watching. Right. And I'm not going to do something I wouldn't do around my dad. Right. My dad keeps me morally aligned, so to speak, and so I assume my dad's always watching, and I know he is. Nobody actually dies. It's just that our energy is now transferred into another state, right? Into the ether, but because you can't destroy it. This is why, but if you think about it, in the Bible, it talks about reincarnation, or it used to, right? You're going to come back. You can come back again, live again. Well, how is that possible? Well, frequency, energy, spirit comes back and goes. The body is nothing more than a vessel. And I'm starting to really believe that we are just a universal consciousness experiencing the human condition. What's it like to be a human? That's what I do believe. I know that sounds, for most people, that would sound like really wacky. But here's the problem with, I'm not saying people can't understand it, but it's so fantastic, like that's just bullshit, right? Because everybody's been enculturated to think a certain way today, right? And so if you show anything that's not mainstream, but it's legit and valid, most people won't accept it, right? Just because they don't have either the intellectual capacity to get their head around it, or they're too lazy, or it's just not worth their time right now, right? And this is why at my age, I told you earlier, I'm very passionate about longevity, because, I'm 62, man. I'm not ready to go. I got a lot I want to do. And in my mind, I already know I'm going to live to be a minimum of 100 years old. And again, people go, oh, good luck with that. Well, let me tell you something else. So it's predicted now that if you're still alive in the next 5 years, very good chance you'll live to be 120 to 150 years old. How's that possible? Because the advancement of AI and medical treatments and things like that, they think it's very possible that we can live longer because our body can live longer, right? The only reason we die is because our telomeres keep shortening, right?
Yeah.
So if we can lengthen the telomeres, and by the way, that is possible because there's some animals that can actually extend them and reproduce them.
Right.
So,
well, it's crazy because human beings, we have the same lifespan now that we did in antiquity. It's crazy. We just don't die from, accidents or as much hand-to-hand combat or plague or famine anymore because, our society is so advanced.
Yeah.
But it's wild that our species, exactly as it is now, we look the same as we did in antiquity thousands of years ago. And in a vacuum, without any external influences, which were more of back then, obviously, we have the same exact lifespan.
Yeah.
Wild.
Well, we're from a biological perspective, we can live longer. We're designed to live a little bit longer. And from a religious perspective, we had people living 600, 700 years, right?
Yeah.
In the Bible.
Would you want to live that long? Would you want to live hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years?
Check it out. So this is another thing.
Think about that. That's like one of the fundamental pillars of being a human being. And the drives that it takes to do anything in life, to any endeavor you want to pursue is we have a finite lifespan and we want to achieve X, Y, Z in that lifespan and be remembered for that. Like even the fundamental archetype of a hero, right, is risking your life for the greater good. Well, if you're going to live forever, there's no risks.
Right.
There's no more heroes.
All right. Well, look at this. So, just in the last couple of years since AI has come out, right? It's like going like really fast, man. AI now knows it's aware of itself. So think about it like this. It's also predicted that around the years of 2050, 2060, that you will be able to upload your mind into a hard drive.
Yeah.
Okay. Now think about that for a minute. All right. Your mind into a hard drive. Now, we're going to back it up. We're going to put a couple of hard drives in different places just in case, right? And safe in case we lose one.
Put one on the moon.
But so if you could, so now look at robots. Look at how advanced robots are.
Yeah.
Man, those things are really like human-like, fast jump. They do fast reflexes, and now they're making.
Now robots are killing people.
Well, and they're making biological, bioidentical skin cells. Right. So I believe the day of the android is near. It's coming. The day when we have androids that you can't tell from a real human is coming. I believe so. And so think about it like this.
Sex bots.
Well, check it out. So let's just say, okay, you know what? I've uploaded my mind in a hard drive and my physical body's done. It wants to tap out. I take my hard drive and install it into a computer robot.
Here, push it a little closer.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
And I live in a computer. I mean, a robot.
Yeah.
Think about that. That robot. So even if the robot eventually breaks down, you just take it out and put another robot, new advanced model. So, but here's the thing, because everything's energy. Even your mind is energy, right? It requires electricity. So, do you experience pain if you touch a hot stove? No, your body don't, but your brain does. Your brain feels the pain. Your brain feels all the emotions. Your body doesn't feel anything, right? Because you have receptors throughout your body. So you touch a hot stove, what happens is an afferent signal goes up to your brain, goes, hey, this thing I'm touching has a frequency of whatever through the charts, and your brain goes, yeah, that frequency is really high. We're going to get third-degree burn. It sends an efferent signal down, goes, withdraw the hand, right? So everything's run by the executive functions up here by the mind. So we don't really feel pain or pleasure in our body. We feel it only in our mind. So I think it would be reasonable to say, okay, if I could put a hard drive with my mind into a robot, that robot would have all the feelings my human body had.
Right.
Pain, pleasure, sex, everything would be the same because it's the mind, the brain that's experiencing all that. So to answer your question, would I want to live forever? Yeah, because all that matters is as long as my mind's function, the body's it's just a vehicle to carry this thing around, but this is what's functioning. And now think about that for a minute. You could just keep experiencing life and things that come with it, and and family members and kids, and and it's like, man, you can, Yeah,
it's a weird question, right? Like, would you want to live forever? Well, I can tell you for a fact, I don't want to die right now.
Yeah.
I want to live for the foreseeable future. I want to see my kids grow up. Ask me when I'm 100. I mean, I don't want to be like a decrepit, old, immobile, suffering old man for eternity.
Right.
If I could be the same version of myself I am right now, living the life I am right now, yeah, hell yeah, I'd want to do this forever.
Well, I tell you what happens is when you get my age and you've seen things I've done and seen, you don't really appreciate life until it's almost over, right? Mm-hmm. Everybody takes living for granted, like they're going to be here tomorrow, next year, right? I don't know how many people I know, friends and family, that thought the same thing and were gone just like that. All right. It can happen at any moment. So when you're facing a scenario where you might lose your life in it right now, it's like it's really going to be close. You start looking at life a little bit differently. You start appreciating, going, shit, man. There was a study that was done on guys around my age. And the question was, at your age, what is your biggest regret? And 76% of the respondents said they regretted having not lived a life fulfilled. In other words, they didn't go do all the things they wanted to do. Like, I wanted to go skydiving one time, but I didn't get around to it. I wanted to go do scuba diving, I didn't get around to it. I want to have a three-way, but my wife wouldn't play. There's all these things, right? What if shit, right? And so, and then they get up here and they're like, man, they have some regrets. They did the same study to people that were like on their deathbed, last leg of life, and 99% response said the same thing. They regret not having lived a life fulfilled. What a tragedy! What a tragedy that people have to die and feel like they just didn't live the life that they wanted and they didn't feel fulfilled. Yeah, there's highs and lows. We all have I think most people will go out and go, yeah, I had a pretty good life. It's not ideal. I would have liked to do this, but I didn't want to do that. Well, why not? Why don't you do the things you want to do? Right. Why didn't you do them? Right. And so then all the excuses, I call them dream killers, come out. Well, I was married, I had kids in college, I had a boss, I had to work, I had blah, there's all these excuses, right? And this is why most people will live a life unfulfilled, unfortunately. And it's really a function of, if you want to live a life fulfilled, first of all, be grateful for what you have right now, every day. Be grateful for what you have, and even what you don't have. Yeah. So what? If you're living on the street, be grateful you're living on the street right now. At least you're still living and you have an opportunity to rise up, right? Yep. I also tell, especially my wife sometimes, she gets a little aggravated about something, and I just tell her, I said, hey babe, so listen, imagine right now there's somebody in a hospital bed somewhere, probably many around this world, that would gladly trade places with you. They're dying. They would gladly be in your place and have your little problem right now. Fuck yeah. So remember what you got. Be grateful for what you have. It's one of the most important. Every day I wake up, I to myself, I meditate and I'm grateful, and I say it. I'm grateful for my life, my health, my wealth, my family, all my things. I'm grateful for everything in the here and now, even everything I don't have. And I keep a positive, because I am grateful for that, because it could be much worse. It could be much worse. I'm a guy that I don't answer to anybody, man. For 25 years now, I've been living on my own, work for myself. I like 3 homes, 3 countries, 3 families. I do what I want. It's like I got a lot of freedom. I'm not completely free. Well, none of us are. IRS still got a hand on me. U.S. government's got a hand. There's people got hands on me, right? But I do have some latitude to move. But I try to be grateful for what I have. And that's positive. That's positive energy. And when you're grateful and you're positive, actually you'll start to attract more positive energy. Right? You've probably heard of the law of attraction before. Everybody says it, but a lot of people don't know what that means. Even Albert Einstein said, everything that you want already exists. See, time is really relative. In fact, time is a man-made construct. We made that, right? So just think if there was no time, right? And every day was just another day. I think we'd be a lot happier, but because we created this timeline, like shit, I'm 62, right. They say I got till like 76, I got a lot of shit to get done, hope I'm healthy before then. So we put a lot of pressure on ourselves with a stupid clock, right? In fact, who was it? Somebody said, Mark Twain, I think, said, they just manufactured time because they wanted to sell clocks, somebody did, right? So I would sell some clocks, right? But I think... longevity is something that I'm very interested in. I think we can live a lot longer. I would like to keep going on. I would like to program myself to live longer, and I do it every day just with my meditation. I tell myself I'm healthy, I'm happy. I see myself lifting weights, running. I see myself outperforming any guy my age, and most guys half my age, no doubt about it, right? I see that. I feel like that. I think like that, and of course, I supplement. I'm not going to say I don't supplement and probably go, well, he's taking steroids. I'm taking steroids. Yes, I'm taking TRT. And so and I have no problem with that, admitting that, because that's another stupid stigma.
Most people are now. That's become very popular.
Yeah, but it's a stupid stigma, right? Because, like.
You think it is still?
I think so.
I think it's, no, I know. I definitely know what you mean by that.
I hear it.
Is everything okay? Oh, okay.
But
the problem is so many young people are getting into it, like in their early 20s.
Yeah.
Before they're like brains
that's
fully
not
developed.
that's not a good
before
idea.
A lot of people just don't know what they're fucking doing. Like I know a lot of kids in the gym that just fucking buy that shit from some guy behind the gym. Never get their blood work done. Don't monitor shit. Don't know what's going on. So their body's like, fuck it. But what? Fucking each their own. I mean, a lot of guys have been super successful doing that. But I think it's really important to like keep track of the shit. That's good. Keep track of your blood work and make sure you know what the fuck's going on inside your body.
I think look, I'm not opposed to modern medicine, allopathic medicine, although I'm a naturopath. There's a place for everything, now, allopathic medicine, they call alternative medicine, complementary medicine, complementary allopathic. Actually, natural medicine, naturopathy was actually, conventional medicine, right? That's actually the real medicine. Allopathic is just, I don't even want to call it augmentation, because it's just a mixture of shit they put together, but they're still using a lot of natural stuff to make it. But I don't see anything wrong with people, taking supplements. Of course, you should take vitamins and all those types of things. I think for sure, if you're a guy that's more than 45, you should consider testosterone replacement therapy. Do it under, supervision of I will say a sports medicine doctor or an open-minded doctor, because not all are.
It's crazy how it's You're right. Definitely, it is stigmatized within primary healthcare physicians. Like now, any PCP you go to, they're gonna be like, "What?
Yeah,
no, not unless your testosterone's in like the 200s."
Yeah,
If you have less testosterone than a teenage girl, maybe we'll give it to you.
Yeah.
But like in Europe, they prescribe it for like ADD and stuff.
Yeah. No, it's amazing, man. I've actually supplemented for a while, about 13 years, I think. But I do it.
A lot of jiu-jitsu guys do it.
Yeah. And look, it's already been proven, man. It does something. It helps your muscles grow back. It repairs damage. Cognitively, man. Guys on TRT and testosterone don't have heart attacks. Although there's lawyers out there just trying to sue these guys, it's bullshit. Yeah. Studies have proven that guys who are on TRT are not getting heart attacks. If you're working out, you're training, you're on TRT.
TRT, a big difference between like blasting, 50 different fucking things like Deca and 1,000 fucking milligrams of testosterone a week. Like, it can get dicey, up in those realms. And then again, like even with like athletes, guys who are playing in the NFL who are playing games and practicing a game once a week and like 4 practices a week, running full speed into other guys, destroying their bodies. They need these kinds of things to perform.
Well,
I think all sports, they should just be full bore, allowed to do everything as long as it's monitored,
Yeah. Well, the thing with steroids, testosterone, there is this stigma still about it. I see it all the time. You'll see some. Dude, I got videos of a dude that's 99 years old. Another one is 90 years old, 89 years old, 80 years old, 70 years old. These dudes are jacked, man. I mean,
really?
Shredded.
That old?
Boom. Yeah, dude. And I read the comments and it's like, yeah, he's taking steroids. Like, you know what? Shut up, you freaking pussy, man. Because you know what? When I'm 99 years old, and if I can look like this at 99 years old, and I'm still getting more trim than you are, and I can still do my job or whatever it is I want to do. So what? I'll be augmented, because all you're doing when you're taking testosterone replacement, you're just putting back in your body what it's no longer manufacturing on its own anymore, right? And that's all you're doing. It's augmentation, but you still have to do the work. You still got to lift the weights.
Right? I mean, it's going to get to the point, I would imagine, in the next few decades, few hundred years, that it's going to be probably mandatory for people. Just with the way testosterone and sperm counts have been plummeting since the 50s with industrialization and all this monocrop agriculture and glyphosate being sprayed everywhere.
Yeah.
Plastic is everywhere. You can't escape plastic.
Yeah.
So like, imagine what that's going to look like in a couple hundred years. What our testosterones are going to be non-existent from the jump.
Yeah, you're right. In the last 20 years, the average guy's testosterone level has dropped to 50%, half of what his grandfather's was, right? Think about that.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. What's happening here? Here's another observation. There's a lot of people, there's a lot of homosexuals out here. More than I've ever, it's like, what? Where do they come? They're just crawling out of the woodwork, right? So is it because they choose to be homosexual, or is there another, maybe a biological genetic aspect to this thing? And here's my opinion. I believe a lot of this craziness we see today, these psychosis, all this weird stuff, man, is, people, destroying their bodies, changing their sex and all this stuff, right? I think there's a component that has something to do with our food and plastics and various types of xenoestrogens that are out there. I believe there's something chemically altering us because what is it? The frog study they did. They got right?
Yeah.
Right. So that's a great example.
Gay frogs.
Yeah, the gay frogs, right? And so I do honestly believe because, for example, in this water bottle right here, right? So it's plastic, but guess what? This plastic is leaching off into this water. Xenoestrogens, right? It's
Phthalates.
an estrogen. Yeah, exactly. But an estrogen. And so when you and I drink this bottle with xenoestrogens in it, it has the same effect as a regular human estrogen, right? The lock and key thing. And so suddenly, we have this explosion of prostate cancer and breast cancer, particularly in the West, but we've also put everything into plastics, right? We eat plastic foods, plates, plastic wrappers.
Convenience.
Everything's plastic. Oh, yeah. And then we get xenoestrogens from car fumes. Car exhaust comes off of that. There's a lot of things out here polluting us with xenoestrogens. I believe somewhere in this madness, you can blame estrogen, extra estrogen for all the craziness. Even the psychosis we're starting to see, people acting really weird. I believe there's a component that has related to our food involved in all this. Because if you look at it like this, all right, in the turn of the Industrial Revolution, right? It was after the turn of the Industrial Revolution that we were able to process food. We were able to do all this stuff. That's all of a sudden when we started seeing. In fact, prior to that, maybe less than 5% of the American population would get cancer. And if they got cancer, it usually wasn't something, that would kill them. Maybe it's, a mole and they just cut it off or some bullshit, right? But we didn't have the levels of cancer that we have today. Today, actually, 1 in every 2 people will get cancer. So 20 years ago when I got my PhD, it was 1 in 4. So before that, it was 5%, and it just keeps going up and up and up, and now we're at 1 in 2. Heart disease was non-existent before the Industrial Revolution. It's the number 1 killer in America, right? And then type 2 diabetes. Okay, I was watching a TV show this morning, bullshit, right? It was a commercial for drugs, and it goes, yes, because type 2 diabetes is a hereditary. No, it's not. Who said that? The pharmaceutical company is not hereditary. I've had guys come to me, I got type 2 diabetes. I'll be on this drug for the rest of my life. I go, why? Because I got type 2 diabetes. I go, you can cure yourself of type 2 diabetes. Yeah, you can get off that real fast. How about this? For the next 3 weeks, you don't eat any carbohydrates, any sugar.
Right.
Just drink water and meat and fat. Right? Boom, done. Right? So everybody's been brainwashed into thinking certain things are lies, right?
Yeah.
So we've got what I call the 4 modern nutritional diseases that all really has their impetus from the Industrial Revolution, especially as we move along here. So we've got, I mentioned type 2 diabetes, which is related to food, and particularly sugar. Sugar's evil. We've got cancer, obviously. Again, never was around before. Now it's all over the place. Then we've got heart disease. We've got the other one we have is ALS, Alzheimer's. These different cognitive impairments, right? And so that's all new shit. Right. And by the way, now there are actually some people quietly coming out and going, yeah, it's Alzheimer's actually type 3 diabetes. right? Type 3 diabetes is all related to sugar because actually your brain produces a little bit of insulin. It requires the turn. Actually, it just needs glycogen. It doesn't need glucose or sugar, right? But what happens is just like anything else, we eat too many carbohydrates, we secrete too much insulin, then we douse all our cells with insulin.
Yeah.
Cells become resistant to it, and then nothing happens, right? We just get sick.
Yep.
So, ALS, Alzheimer's, these are all tied to gut function.
Yep.
If you look at the brain and the intestines, they look very similar. In fact, those are the two parts of the organs that develop first in vitro, right?
Huh.
Think about it. They're the two that they separate,
Yeah.
right? And by the way, your gut lining produces at least half, if not more, of your dopamine and serotonin levels, for your feel-good hormones, right?
That's interesting.
So if you're eating crappy food and you got leaky gut syndrome and all this other irritated bowel syndrome, Crohn's disease, all this other shit, right? You think that maybe you're not getting the feel-good hormones you need, and maybe that's why you're walking around with an attitude every day and you're not thinking clearly, right? There's a nexus between that. And here's the other thing. Only 3% of the human diseases are actually human diseases. They're just, everything else is a disorder. It's a disorder. Even cancer is a disorder. It's not a disease. You don't catch it. And it's not hereditary. It's not congenital. You don't pass it on. There's no such thing as a cancer gene. But they keep telling you this shit. This is why I'm kind of glad RFK is kind of taking point on this thing. I don't know if he's going to help us or save us much, but at least he gets it. And he's like, this is all bullshit.
Yeah.
And, unfortunately, I've been preaching this stuff for a long time in my coaching programs because I know you can't develop this until you fix this, all of this, right? Nutritionally, bioelectricity, everything that relates to your body's got to get fixed in order for your mind to function. So if you want to be successful, you got to change how you think from what you think. All this, we've been told that sugars are good, not too much fat, stay away from the red meat, no salt, all that's lies. Salt is good for you. It's not going to kill you. Cholesterol is bad. No, cholesterol is good because if cholesterol is bad, there would be no Eskimos. That's already been proven, right? So everything they told you was bad, just flip it over, go, nope, it's good. I'll eat that, right?
Yeah, yep. Yeah, there's a lot of nuance to it, man. Everybody's different. Everybody thrives on different diets. It just depends on your lifestyle. And, as long as you're not eating processed garbage, that's the biggest step for you. That's the biggest first step. Stop eating all the processed garbage, cook food, eat raw foods, and that'll get you off to the races. But I have a buddy who was just on here a couple weeks ago who's he's been a power lifter his whole life, and he's now on this new thing called the sugar diet. Yeah, where he eats sugar. He eats fruit and candy and then a little bit of protein. And it's working great for him. He's getting super lean and he's I think he's in his mid 50s, and he's in fucking phenomenal shape. Lifts tons of lifts weight every day. His whole life he's been a huge powerlifting guy, and he's tried every single diet that is known to man. Yeah. And he thinks this is like the new next best thing. I haven't looked into it too deeply, so I don't know exactly the science behind how it works. But
yeah, I'll be interested in that because his
name's Mark Bell.
Here's what science does know. In order for cancer to thrive and survive, it needs two things. It needs an anaerobic environment, no oxygen. So if you're sedentary, you're not working out, you're setting them up, cancer. And two, it needs sugar. Yeah. Sugar is what it feeds off. It's its fuel source.
And carbohydrates.
Sugar, right? Because carbohydrates breaks into sugar,
right?
Breaks down into glycogen, right? So that's what it thrives off. We're actually not designed to eat carbohydrates. Now, that might sound crazy, but I follow a bunch of doctors out there that are really big in the carnivore diet. I'm actually a carnivore guy. I do carnivore. Right? Yeah, big time. I've been doing it for a couple of years. Never felt better in my life.
You don't eat any carbs?
Now and then I do a little bit. I cheat, but my body is now so much in ketosis.
This way a little bit.
I'm sorry, I forgot where I'm at. So my body's in such ketosis now. I could eat junk food all day, whole birthday cake. And tomorrow I'm still back into ketosis, still burning fat.
Yeah, that's great. You gotta have that flexibility. You gotta be able to build that flexibility.
But I don't do it. I don't do too much of that because I understand how bad sugar really is. It's super poisonous. It does a lot of things. It creates what's called advanced glycation end products. It's almost like glazing on your nerve endings. And this is why people that have diabetes, their fingers and shit start rotting, falling off, right? They start because their nerve endings are dying, right? So sugar does a lot of bad stuff. It causes you to retain water. As soon as I started the carnivore diet a couple of years ago, I weighed 210. And within 6 weeks, I lost 32 pounds. Dude, I was shredded, and it was all water. Most of it was water and fat, and I'm still pretty vascular because my whole body, my legs are just super vascular, and I feel 1,000 times better, man. Cognitively, I think better. My reflexes are better.
That's amazing.
Everything's just better, man, than any carbohydrates. When I was in Afghanistan, I was like, I'd go to one camp, for example, on a regular basis, and I stayed for 2 or 3 months, and I had to eat their food, right? Because that's what you do. It's like, you're my soldiers, I'm your commander, and I got to eat what you eat, right? So every day it was orange chicken. Cucumber slices, carrots, maybe a mango, and water. That was the diet, right? Pretty damn good diet. I came back shredded, man. And I'd be back in the States within 2 weeks. And all of a sudden, I got fat, lazy. I was always lethargic. Brain fog, you know. It just messed me up.
Yeah, man. I feel the same way when I travel.
Yeah.
When I travel, like whenever I go to, like Central America, Costa Rica for a week or two, it's day and night, and you notice it. I notice it almost instantly.
Yeah.
Even eating the garbage food there, like eating their pizza and their burgers. You don't feel like complete trash like you do when you eat shit here, man.
Because we put ingredients in our food that we get away with. They don't allow it, right? Like we're still doing, the fluoride and all that crap, rat poison. But yeah, so at the end of the day, man, I think it's important that everybody takes care of their bodies.
Mm-hmm.
There's no excuse not to,
Yeah, totally, man.
Your fitness should be as high a priority as eating dinner, drinking water, taking a shit.
I agree.
It's got to be up there, right? You need to fit in there somewhere. Don't make an excuse. Well, I work at work all day. No, that's not work. I actually did construction work during COVID. A friend of mine, man, he had a mega project, man, and he couldn't find anybody to work for him. Now, I got stuck in the States because I couldn't travel back because of the COVID restrictions. So I'm trapped here, right, with my wife, which is not a bad thing, I guess, in our home here. So the reason he couldn't find anybody to do any work is because Uncle Sam was giving out all these stimulus checks and all this crap. These guys were making more money sitting on their ass playing video games than actually going out and working, right? So there's no incentive. So, but this project had a deadline on it, and it was a big project. And he's like, "You want to do some work, construction?" And I'm like, "Well, I got nothing else to do. I'm stuck in Panama City Beach for I don't know how long, And he goes, "I'll pay you, blah, blah, it'd be kind of fun, I said, all right, why not? So I'll help them out. Man, so I work construction. I'll tell you right now, hats off to construction workers, man. That's some ball busted shit.
Oh, yeah. That is.
Yeah. Do it. But it was on Panama City Beach. We're actually building a deck. I forgot how many square feet it was. It was big, like 65,000 square foot deck, plank, wood and concrete, massive. But it was on the beach, and we're exposed to sunlight all day, the reflective light from the beach. Of course, I had to look at all the girls with the thong bikinis, but it sucked. Yeah. But I did that for like 6 months. I finally had to quit, man, because I went into kidney failure. I was so dehydrated.
Oh shit!
Yeah, man. I was like, whoa, shit. Yeah, that's how. Yeah, it was hard work, man. So hats off, on that. But but I still, even though I was doing construction work at night, I go home, eat my wife.
That too.
My wife would make dinner, and I would eat dinner and eat her later. But then I would go to the gym every night. I still worked out, right? Yeah. It was still part of the day.
Becomes part of your life, man.
But most people can't get their head around that. There's a difference between just working manually and actually going in and challenging all your body parts,
right?
And working them to failure, right? That's how you get growth. And it's already known that exercise is the best medicine, especially legs. Most people end up in like alternative living, homes because why? They don't have any leg strength.
Right.
They can't pick themselves up off the toilet. They can't get off the couch, right? So they're weak, and so they end up in one of these nursing homes. So take care of your legs, take care of your body, and it's of course take care of your mind.
Yeah, man. Well, listen. First of all, Dale Comstock for president. Second of all, we just did 4 fucking hours.
That's it. We got 4 more. Let's do it.
That was fucking amazing, bro. I really appreciate you coming and telling all these stories and talking to me. This has been a fantastic podcast.
Yeah,
tell people that are listening where they can find you on the internet, social media, get a hold of you, get your books, all that stuff.
Yeah. So first of all, thank you for having me on here. I really appreciate it, man. I love doing this. I don't have to, but I like doing it. I live a good life, but. You can find me on Instagram, Official American Badass, Dale Comstock, Official American Badass. I'm on LinkedIn, Dale Comstock, Normal Badass. No, you find me on. You can just about find me anywhere. I think my phone number's out there too. I'm not that private. I can't afford to be. I can't hide anymore either. So, but you can find me there. on my website, DaleComstock.com. You can reach me directly through there. You can send me a message, and I'll get it. And then I always answer my messages, except the assholes. Hey, there you go.
Holy shit! Look at you.
Look at that good-looking guy.
Oh, I forgot you had the handlebar last time.
Yeah. I had to. Yeah.
You tamed it down a little bit.
I had to fill it in, man, because you know what? I started getting comments. Oh, he dyes his mustache. They call it, well, you know, it's always somebody complaining. The homos out there. So I said, okay, I'll change the beer for them.
Oh,
No.
fuck those pussies.
But yeah, that's my website. If anybody's interested, you can see stem cells. We also provide stem cell therapy, very cheap, but good. Again, FDA approved and IND. I do coaching, life coaching. I do a lot of life coaching. I do a lot of business stuff, a lot of security stuff. I own several companies around the world, so I just do a lot of shit, man. You know,
yeah,
and I don't
man.
sleep a lot, but I'm living life.
You got to, man. You are a hell of a fucking role model to look up to, brother.
Appreciate it.
I appreciate you coming in and talking to me and for making the drive all the way down here.
Yeah, no worries, man. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
That's all, folks. Good night, everybody.